Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne.
Come next time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Wednesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you until 10 a.m. this morning, and the Cam Smith era is officially here. How you doing, buddy?
I'm good, man.
You excited for the Cam Smith era? We better get that promo out of circulation where you and I are trying to determine the percentage chance that Cam
did we not already?
makes the club. I went in to talk to our boss about it, but he was in a meeting after the show yesterday. So
no, that's awful.
No, but it may be. I'm just saying I didn't handle it. It may be out of circulation now.
We run those promos for like a week. So, yeah, there's going to be a promo of me saying, I think there's a 40% chance that Cam Smith starts on opening day.
Do I need to send an emergency text to our boss? Do we need to do that? A group text?
Is there any way for Ben to find out whether the promo is going to run or not?
Ben's out today. Byron's
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
never mind, Byron. We're not going to ask you to do all that.
We won't put that on your plate. Byron's in. He's got his Roman Reigns hoodie on. He's ready to go, man.
I'll make Byron go in and delete it, though, if we find out that that's what it is.
Yes. Yeah. Byron, be prepared. There may be a triage situation coming up here.
I'll be on standby.
All right, good job.
There's a 100% chance that Cam Smith will be on the roster opening day.
Yes.
Let's say 99.99 so we don't jinx it.
Right. Unless something happens today.
Or I get some blogger coming. Real baseball people know that there's the Title 13 but that you could send them down to Sugar. Yeah.
Yep.
So I'm excited about it. I'm super. I was waffling a little bit at 6 a.m. yesterday morning, and then by about 6:04 a.m. you had convinced me that I was yellow and that I needed to embrace this with all the ferocity of a new recruit. Yeah, and I am ready to go. I'm here for it, man.
Good for radio, that's for sure. And I think it's good for the Astros. If I'm not expecting his whatever his 1,200 OPS was in spring training to carry over into the regular season or anything. But if you get average right field play, like offensively I'm talking about, defensively is going to be a work in progress. I think everybody needs to probably pump the brakes a little, and I think everybody has. They know, like, he's not played, essentially, for all intents and purposes, has not played right field before. If he is an average to slightly above average offensive outfielder in his rookie year, that's going to be better than anything else you had on the roster out there or that you were planning for when you made all these moves to trade Kyle Tucker in the first place.
One thing, no matter whether it's relevant or not, that's exciting about this is that when he hit those two first home runs in spring training, who was it against? It was against the New York Mets.
That's right.
And, we had Jose Siri out there in center field, and so there's a little bit of familiarity there, and that he's already faced the team wearing this uniform. Yeah. And with some of these same major league starters who were starting that day. He hasn't at one point looked at any bit like the moment was too big for him or that he's having trouble adjusting to the level of competition or anything like that. I don't think it's not like people are going to freak out if he doesn't have a good day offensively on day one or anything.
No.
But I'm also not going to be surprised if he has an incredible day on day one.
Yeah.
There's no book on him yet. There's not a whole lot of film for all the pitchers to break down and whatnot. So he might get some good pitches. And I'm predicting over under 1.5 hits.
Oh, you're in daily fantasy mode right now.
Yeah.
I'll go under just because
that's hard to get. It's hard to get two hits
in
any
major league game.
Yeah, I'm a horrible handicapper, but I'm optimistic as hell as an Astros fan.
Do you have an app that I can subscribe to, Seth? I think I might bankrupt your app.
Like I'm going to take these guys out. Oh no,
sorry, Prize Picks. I'm doing Payne picks. Yes,
I know that is my blind spot with daily fantasy. Is I am a homer, hardcore homer. This is how I go into all. This is how I go all into. This is how I go into all of my daily fantasy plays.
Yeah.
I'm like, I say, all right, listen, I know I'm being a homer, but what's realistically the best thing who is probably going to perform the best, and then which players from the opposing team are going to probably play the worst. But instead of looking at the whole board and finding out what genuinely is the best, I handicap myself when I handicap.
Yes, yeah. No, and there's nothing, I don't know, there's nothing more energy sapping than betting less than on your own guys.
I don't like it.
Yeah, it's not fun.
Especially when I read my picks on the radio.
Yes.
I'm like, to our listeners, I got to tell you, everybody, listen, pump the brakes on Cam Smith. I'm taking less than on all of these.
All of them. Here was Cam Smith last night. Cam Smith in the dugout after he learned the news that he'd made the Major League Ball Club, short back and forth with the media.
Yeah, I always thought it was possible. I think I had a great group of guys around me to help me out to get here today. So I always saw it as a possibility, for it to happen. And, we're here today talking about it now. So I'm very blessed.
I know this is very emotional for you, but just the special nature of having your mom deliver that. You said you broke down, but can you just take us through the idea that she would be the one, after all she did for you, to tell you that you made the Major Leagues?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
At one point it was just me and her in the house. She struggled to take me to baseball games and practice, and I'm just happy to do it for her.
All right, so that was Cam. Cam, very emotional about
And I remember when we met his mom, it was when he was, it was the day he hit those 2 home runs.
Yes.
We met her in the parking lot. We were walking past a group of women who were trying to take a selfie in front of the Astros
Big
logo
Astros
out in front of Cacti Park. And one of them said, "My arms aren't long enough." And I said, "Hey, I'll take that picture for you." And we got to chatting with him.
Yeah.
Lo and behold, it sounds kind of creepy when we put it that way. Hey, ladies, I got long arms.
Long arms, long legs, long.
The appendages are So it wasn't like that. I said, "Hey, I'll take the picture for you." And we got chatting with him, and lo and behold, it was Cam Smith's mom and grandma and one of their family friends, I believe.
Yeah.
And talking to his mom at the time, she had seen a bunch of guff on social media about people who were down on the Kyle Tucker trade. And she seemed like she was worried a little bit about the Astros fan base reception of her son, because they didn't seem all that high on Cam Smith, and they were very down, or at least the comments she was seeing were people that were down on the Kyle Tucker trade. I'm guessing that her experience on social media has changed a lot over the last few weeks.
I would think so, and especially in the last 24 hours when the video ran yesterday. I've never seen this done for a Major League Baseball player making the team. Now, admittedly, we get a lot more access to behind the scenes in this day and age than we ever have before. I would say more access during the Joe Espada year that he's previously with the Astros. We get a lot of in the clubhouse stuff on social media from the Astros now, at least we have during spring training. They had Cam Smith's family there. It looked like his mom, what I'm guessing might be his stepdad or her husband, whatever, either way. The grandmother was there, and it was a very emotional scene of Joe Espada announcing that Cam Smith had made the team. It got a lot of largely very good reaction on social media is what I saw to it. I mean, it is a cool thing that you don't get to see. I guess my question would be, and this is not to rain on the parade or anything, is I do wonder what the rest of the guys in the clubhouse were thinking that probably never had a video about them making the major leagues before.
It was a little bit of bringing in that college football dynamic of announcing that a guy gets a scholarship, except that you added on to it by having the family right there in the clubhouse. Yeah.
Well, and except that in those videos, typically the team mobs the guy who got the scholarship.
That's where I think the unfamiliarity of the situation made it almost a little bit awkward to watch, because there was a prolonged period of the mom walking towards the son both of them crying, and it was just dead silent.
Yes.
And to the point where I was just, please, somebody start clapping. Could somebody start clapping or mob them? But I think the players are probably thinking, okay, I don't want to interrupt this moment of a guy with his mother.
We've literally
never
seen this before.
Right, yeah. Everything was just a little bit different. Yeah. You didn't quite know. Eventually they started clapping, but it was after a whole lot of crying, very, very audible, and dead silence everywhere else.
My biggest takeaway from that whole thing, because it was very emotional, and I thought it was, obviously very cool. Like, this is a goal that this kid has had. He's achieved that goal well before anybody thought he would achieve that goal. Man, you learn the backstory of him and his mom, and him just laying out there that, single mom raising him, hard time even getting him to practice in games. I mean, it's really, really cool. My big thing was, who I want to just sit this one out today? All the people who wanted that 4th year of arbitration. You know what? This is cool. Just sit it. If you still feel that way, just sit today out. Just sit. Yeah. You can bring it up. If it starts to turn into something where it's even a question he should be on the team early in the season, bring it up then. But, man, this is just really cool to have Cam Smith make this baseball team.
I'll tell you what, though. I think that if you look at the long history of the Astros from the first year of Jeff Luhnow to now, I think in a lot of ways, the fact that Cam Smith is being elevated when he is a little bit of the way the organization has changed from being one that was so cold and calculating in many respects. And even after the team got good, there were still elements of the way they operated that I think chafed against some of the people, either in baseball or players themselves, where this is a way more, I guess. It's weird to say that elevating a minor leaguer this fast is old school because it's not the typical way of doing business. But their guys' service time strictly to try to get every last advantage over one of their own players. I mean, it's not. Look, George Springer never forgot that they messed with his service time.
No, they didn't. I've had a lot of people point that out.
It's one of those things where you feel like, oh, all right, this is 100% a business. This feels way more human, and I think Dana Brown, and being an old school baseball scout in a lot of ways, is a lot different than Jeff Luhnow was as a completely non-traditional baseball personnel.
I 1,000% agree with that part of it here. I do wonder if this team were forecasted to either be a 70-win team or a 100-win team, if Cam Smith would have made the club. I think the fact of the matter is now, this is a team that's forecasted to win about 85 games, that needs all hands on deck to win 85 or 90 games and win this division. He gives you the best chance to win right now out of all those guys. So, but that would have been the interesting part. If Jeff Luhnow were still the GM of this team and they were forecasted to be in a dogfight to win the AL West, would he have been
I think honestly, and that's not shade at Luhnow, he just operates a different way. I think he would look at it and try to make it completely about the math and the long-term health of the organization and
100%.
everything. And that, the long-term, what are we going to get out of him over the duration of his career? It makes more sense to just keep him down until we get that extra year of service time.
How are you guys feeling about it? 713-572-4610, the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text page. We'll read some of your texts as we roll on here. Well, obviously, Cam Smith, the big story here locally today. Coming up next, Stefon Diggs got what from the New England Patriots?
Woo!
Yeah.
How out of me.
That's right.
It turned me into a crazy old man.
We'll get into that coming up next.
Hey, I'll tell you what, you want to get a lot of time out of something. Your trees. You'd like to get more than 7 years of service time.
you are. Just download the Odyssey app to tune in.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
All right, welcome back, Payne and Pendergast.
You're gonna have to keep reeling me back in during the break. I've been looking up anonymous quotes from scouts on prospects, not for this year, historically.
Yes.
And this is a rabbit hole you do not want to even. Don't look at it. I've been going back through anonymous scout quotes from the last 15 years drafts, and it's a blast. Some of the ones that are just on the nose and some of the ones that are wildly off, it's crazy.
So this is going to manifest itself in content today at 8 o'clock when you have me guess who some of these anonymous quotes were about, right?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, we're going to do a little guessing game.
Well, on Texans players, past and present. We're going to see if you can guess who the player is based on this anonymous scouts quote from anywhere from 2012 till the present.
That's fun, and you can play along with us. I promise not to blurt out the answer. I'll let it marinate a little bit so people can think about it along with me, you know?
Sean, I might have to do a doctoral thesis on this stuff. It's fascinating.
Yeah.
I spent 15 minutes on Aaron Donald, and he's not even in it. Not even in the segment we're doing today.
That I would love to hear. You know what? I mean, I don't know if you carved out those Aaron Donald quotes. Look, we got plenty of time between now and the draft. We can do this on non-Texans players. We can do it on current players and whatever. You can do it however you want it. That is one player I would love to know what the scouts were saying about him because he still went in the first round. He still went high in the drafts. He went 13th overall to the Rams, but he got passed on by 12 other teams that, in retrospect, should have all taken him. Like that was the Clowney draft. The Texans should have taken Aaron Donald to put alongside J.J. Watt.
There was a really cool one of the quotes, and I get them all from Bob McGinn because he's been doing this forever, using actual quotes or anything. Like he's very plugged in. But that draft was, and the big thing was, it by far the consensus best player available by his survey of 21 different personnel people was Jadeveon Clowney. And then I think Khalil Mack might have been second after that. But Aaron Donald didn't get a single vote on out of any of them. Because he's short, you see.
Should have gotten them all. I mean,
what short person could ever make it in professional athletics?
Yeah, exactly. Jose Altuve shaking his fist at the radio right now. Yeah. Stephon Diggs, who our forecast on him had been anywhere from, well, maybe he'll get a 1 or 2 year deal for some decent money to he might wait until training camp to sign with a team. We were all over the board with Stephon Diggs. He is a New England Patriot. The visit went well last week, and especially when the final numbers. Now, I need to know more. The devil will be in the details with Stephon Diggs' contract. The tweet report of it probably looks a lot more exorbitant than the actuality of
There's
it.
No
for the
probably
Patriots.
About it. Yeah, 3 years, $69 million.
Yeah,
like, whoa,
that pops.
Whoa,
that pops.
Mama.
Now, what do you think when I tell you that the reports alongside that are that it's $26 million guaranteed? Only about a third of it is guaranteed.
It sounds like $26 million guaranteed, and we'll see how much of that guarantee is actually a guarantee. That's a good chunk. For what I'm guessing is, in reality, sorry, I had an alarm going off here. I got confused. I'm guessing is a short term, kind of like the Texans. It might actually be a 1 year deal, but it's still a lot of guaranteed money.
Yeah,
and
it's more guaranteed. That's more guaranteed money than I thought he'd get.
Yeah, and I think that because if the Texans were to sign Stephon Diggs, my thought would have been that it would be after the draft, and it might be for something like what really was a 1 year, $15 million contract because he's 32 years old, coming off of a torn ACL. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm getting really good at this, though, Sean. This is the third time now where I've basically done a video on YouTube, and within 2 hours of me putting the video out, it's completely worthless
Obsolete.
and irrelevant. Yeah. In which I say 7 things that have been proven wrong. Mm-hmm. I thought. Now, the Patriots themselves said that this was just a get-to-know-you meeting when they met with him earlier this week.
Yep.
apparently they got to know him pretty well, and Stefon Diggs felt pretty good about him. The video of Stefon Diggs working out that he's put out on his own Instagram has been pretty impressive so far.
Yes.
For being less than 6 months removed from surgery, he looks like he's pretty far along. He's strong. He's moving quickly and moving well. And the biggest thing, I mean, the part of my video that I did and you and I talked about yesterday that is 100% true is I think a lot of the narrative or the justified concerns about how is he going to operate with a young quarterback or whatever, given his history, you still have to acknowledge that he's had some dust-ups in the past with Josh Allen. But from the Houston Texans side of things, we saw nothing but a model citizen out of Stefon Diggs.
Yeah.
And the way he conducted himself with a young quarterback on a struggling offense last year, I think the Patriots definitely looked into that. The Albert Breer article yesterday, which interviewed a couple of Texans coaches, Albert Breer has a lot of ties to guys who are in New England, and a lot of guys, Texans coaches.
Yeah, the article said staffers, so that could have been anybody, I guess. But yes,
there
Texans.
were a lot of Texans staff that were very, very positive about him. Said they thought that New England would be a great fit for him. So the word of mouth that anybody that Mike Vrabel or any of those other guys in the organization got from Texans people was probably really good.
Yeah, I think a couple things relative to the Texans on this deal. And again, if you're just getting in your car, Stefon Diggs gets 3 years, $69 million, $26 million guaranteed. Those are the reports from the New England Patriots. The percentage of guaranteed money versus the entire contract, probably lower than what's normal in the NFL right now, but just the total amount of guaranteed money, I think is more than a lot of people thought Diggs would get. The two things I think of with the Texans, Seth, when it comes to this signing, one is even with the low percentage of guaranteed money on this deal relative to the entire deal, I would not have wanted the Texans playing in this neighborhood with Stefon Diggs. 3 years, $69 million, $26 million guarantees. Just to me, it's too much guaranteed money for the Texans to be paying him. Now, Patriots are a team with a ton of cap space, so it's different for them than it is for the Texans to look at $26 million guaranteed, 3 years, $69 million, and say, yeah, this looks good. And they have a bigger need than the Texans even do. The Texans have a need at wide receiver, no question about that. But the Patriots don't now, so there's a bigger need. My second thought with the Texans is this. I think this is good for the Texans. This is yet another guy who's come to the Texans and left for greener pastures than they were thought to have had available to them coming into the Texans. When Stefon Diggs got to the Texans, he was largely thought to be a problem child. Yeah. And he goes somewhere else and gets 3 years, $69 million. His 8 games plus a training camp, and I think a training camp plays a lot into this too with the leadership and everything. He was voted a captain by his teammates. So was Tunsil, but bear with me here. His one season in Texas did way more good than harm to his image. Like, this was a very cleansing stop for him along the way in his NFL journey, I think.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's almost there's almost a dynamic there where it feels a little bit like compensatory picks work with losing free agents in the draft. With the Texans, they've now had several veterans come on 1-year deals on a prove-it-year deal, and then the prove-it-year works out.
Yes.
And they get more elsewhere.
Yeah.
And it's good to be in that position where you can be the landing spot for guys that maybe had a down year for some reason, and then there you go. I mean, you know who's like that a lot is Cam Robinson, the left tackle. Because Cam Robinson was a dependable left tackle. I would say above average, not really, really good or anything. But he was a capable starting left tackle for the Jaguars for a long time. He got traded midway through the year to the Vikings, and on a new team, in a new scheme and everything else, he really struggled last year with the Vikings. So going into free agency where the last film on you is letting up 10 total pressures and a couple sacks in your last couple games, including a playoff game, that's not ideal. So he signs a 1-year deal, comes into a situation for the Texans where as long as he plays the way he by and large did with the Jaguars, he'll be just fine at left tackle for the Texans.
Yep.
And by that point, hopefully the Texans feel good and solid about Blake Fisher. Titus Howard will likely still be here. And Cam Robinson can go get more money elsewhere. So that's the kind of environment you hope you have, is that guys like Cam Robinson think, okay, well, if I got to choose And if I'm not getting the deal I want out there, then, all right, I'm going to spend a year with the Texans.
I think Cam Robinson looks at a guy like George Fant. I think Trent Brown looks at a guy. Trent Brown looks at a guy like George Fant. George Fant came in here as a camp body and left as a competent starting right tackle who went, and now granted he got cut after 1 year, but he got some nice guaranteed money from the Seahawks last year that he otherwise wouldn't have gotten had he not played right tackle for the Texans for a year.
Well, and then where you get the real benefit from it, if it works out and you get that kind of reputation, is then you get guys like Sheldon Rankins who come in, plays well, you like him. Yeah. He goes off and gets more money for the Bengals. The Bengals will overpay because of his glow-up year with the Texans. And then after the Bengals think, man, we paid too much, they're like, come on back, Sheldon. We'll
like the Texans are a gym, and Sheldon Rankins came and got shredded 1 year at the gym. And then he just stopped showing up. I'm like, oh, man, I wonder whatever happened to that guy Sheldon. And then a year later, he shows up. He's all out of shape again. He came back here to get shredded again.
You know what we are?
What?
We're prison muscles. We're the guys that get all built up in prison. Yeah. But then when they leave prison and they lose that discipline or they get a little distracted by other stuff, they don't look the same.
That's right.
By and large, most guys don't maintain their prison muscles.
So Sheldon Rankins went and intentionally got himself arrested.
That's right. You get yourself, Sometimes you miss the joint, man. Sometimes I'm just like, there's times, Sean, where I'm like, I liked the structure.
Yeah.
You know?
Shawshank.
And I've got good enough leadership skills that I was kind of a big shot in the joint, you know?
Right.
I had my little schemes going and everything. I had which guards I needed to get on my side and everything. Yeah.
That's Sheldon Rankins. That's what he is. Russell Wilson signs with the Giants. 1 year, $21 million. I don't know what the Giants are doing at quarterback. They've got the 3rd overall pick. They're sitting there right in position to get a guy. They've got Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston. God, please, Giants, put out content from behind the scenes with these two, like Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston.
It feels like sometimes you'd hear with Jameis Winston and Ryan Fitzpatrick. That was a fun dynamic.
Yeah.
And Ryan Fitzpatrick seemed to really enjoy Jameis Winston. He really seemed to get a kick out of him. And we did get some clips. Did they have Hard Knocks that year? I can't remember between Ryan Fitzpatrick and Jameis Winston. I don't know though. Ryan Fitzpatrick has a personality where Russell Wilson doesn't quite have a personality. We're not even exactly sure yet whether he's a human being
if he has one,
or a
it's
Clockwork
annoying.
Orange.
Yeah, if he has a personality, it's an annoying one. Boy, if he's the starting quarterback and they get off to a 1-5 start in New York, highly likely, by the way. God, they're going to eat him up. Oh my God, Russell Wilson. All right, those are that's the big news in the NFL yesterday. The two big signings: Russell Wilson and Stephon Diggs. It's like it's
just remember
2019 all over again.
When the Broncos played the Texans at NRG a couple years ago, I was sitting up in the stands just doing some work, and when Russell Wilson walked in, and he was carrying a briefcase, wearing a suit. It looked like he had a couple of his own staffers with him, no teammates around him. And I sent a picture to my brother who lives in Denver, a picture of Russell Wilson walking in, and it ruined my brother's day.
Not a fan.
He was so he hated Russell Wilson so much.
That's funny. All right, let's get to
the briefcase just did it. That's what pushed him over the edge.
And he had his own office, like the whole thing,
it was everything, yeah.
All right, we'll get to headlines next. Cam Smith makes the squad. Rockets get a win last night. We'll recap some of the things going on in the NFL. We do it in headlines at 6:45 every day. That's coming up next. But if you want to get into that next luxury vehicle, especially if it's
send you access to your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-611-5252. 800-611-5252. 800-611-5252.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get to headlines. A big one, Cam Smith, as has been forecasted throughout this week, he will be a Houston Astro. He does not get to experience any of the nightlife of Corpus Christi. He can head down to Sugar Land if he wants to and experience that nightlife. It's very easy to do. Yeah. From here. But he doesn't need to go to Constellation Field for any reason. His workplace will be Dyken Park this year. God, I'm getting good at actually calling it by the correct name. We'll see how long that lasts. Thanks, Seth. Appreciate you. But Cam, in all candor here, Cam Smith making the team. This is a really big deal. This is something that if you had bet this heading into spring training, not only the Cam Smith would be on the big league roster, not only that he would be in the opening day lineup, but that he would be in the opening day lineup in right field, a position he's never played before, with Jose Altuve playing left field. We can't ignore that. And the excitement of Cam Smith making this team, this is an outfield that starting tomorrow is going to have two guys playing positions in the outfield that they've never played at the major league level before.
You take any game from last year and then fast forward to right now with Cam Smith in right field, Jose Altuve in left field. You've got Paredes at third base. You've got Walker at first base. You might have Wisniewski pitching at some point.
Yeah.
There's been a whole lot of change, and it felt like it. Yeah, this is an offseason. I was trying to figure out or assess whether, wow, things are even more different than I thought. No, yeah, you've swapped out on any given day, about half of your guys might be somebody completely different.
Yeah.
Including Lance McCullers.
Yeah.
If Lance McCullers starts.
We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see, yeah. Well, and even second base. I mean, you mentioned Altuve's in left field. That leaves a hole at second base. It might be Brendan Rodgers on any given day if he makes the team, So there's a lot of change. Look, I think Dana Brown's done a nice job so far in his 2 years as the GM, I think. Given he was handed a team that had just won the World Series, but was losing a guy a year, it felt like. You had Jose Abreu's contract you had to deal with. And I think Dana Brown's done a nice job of keeping the team competitive. The Kyle Tucker trade, at least at the moment, one spring training in, looks like a really good deal for the Astros, so kudos to him.
Taking over a team that's nearing the end of its championship window, or at least what looks like the end of a championship window, is a really hard position to be in. It's like being named the CEO of Kodak the year after digital cameras came out. Yeah. Hey, Mom, I'm the Blockbuster. I'm the CEO of Blockbuster. And she's like, oh, great, honey. I'm so excited for these next coming year. Good luck getting favorable lease terms.
She immediately goes back to watching a movie on her phone. as her
Hold on, honey. I need to pause my Netflix.
That's right. So good for Cam Smith. There was a video the team put up of him finding out the news. They marched his family into the clubhouse to share the news with him. It was a very emotional scene. It's getting more mixed reviews on the text page than it was on Twitter. By and large, I was surprised. At least what was getting fed to me on Twitter were people talking about how cool it was. I'll read one text, and I think this captures some of the people on here. Some people on here think it's pretty cool as well. And obviously the moment itself is really cool. It's about the capturing of the moment, it being in front of the clubhouse, and the team making it this big public display. Text message, that move for Cam was cheesy at best. The manager pulling that crap brought back memories of the Texans wearing Letterman jackets and made the guy look like a kid. The Astros' lack of grown-ups in the organization is a problem. That's a little far, I think. But.
Lack of grown-ups in the organization. That's an interesting one. Yeah. No, and I understand. It was different. It was just different than anything you've seen, including NCAA football videos where guys get their scholarship. That's more of they dogpile the guy, or everybody's cheering or anything.
Yep.
This was drawn out and emotional in a way to where it almost felt like I was watching something I shouldn't be watching.
Yeah.
Because you can hear Cam Smith crying, and there's just the silence in the clubhouse for. It felt like, I don't know, am I overestimating 3 hours and 47 minutes?
It did. It was only about 40
seconds. It felt like
seconds.
forever. Yeah.
I'm 100% with you on how. Now, look, I'm over the moon happy for him and his family. I think it's great. I guess the thing about the video, too, would be, the scholarship videos that you point out, Seth, walk on getting a scholarship. These are serious underdog stories. Cam Smith's not an underdog. Like, he was an underdog to make the team out of spring training. He was going to be on the big league roster at some point.
He's a first-round pick.
Way to make it in April instead of June.
Yeah, I know. Like, hey, I know that, these first-round signing bonuses aren't what they used to be, what with inflation and what have you. Yeah. And, hey, you finally made it. All right.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, I think people, especially the skeptics about the video, I don't think there's anybody out there that's skeptical about him as a future big league ball player. I think it's just there's a cringe factor to the video, and I think that gets worse if he gets off to a slow start. Like if he gets off to a start like Bregman got off to when he became a big league ball player. Bregman started out 1 for 30 or something like that. Mm-hmm. And especially if the Astros aren't winning games, are the cynics going to be like, man, what were you guys doing back when he made the team? This in retrospect. Anyways. Happy. I think you and I are both excited about.
Yeah, I'm really excited.
Video
about
aside,
it.
we probably spent too much time on the video. But Cam Smith makes the team. He's going to start in right field. Don't know where he's batting in the batting order, but I guess somewhere near the middle of it. That's where I had Pox last night, 121 to 114. This was a pretty routine win for the Rockets. They got behind early. They built up a double-digit lead, and they kind of cruised in against the team. The Hawks made a little run late in the game. Jalen Green, 32 points.
And looking like a machine.
Yeah.
Like Jalen Green, 32 points, but it was an attacking, slashing, impressive 32 points.
It was. And so the Rockets maintain their spot as the 2 seed right now in the Western Conference. Later in the show, we'll take a run at some of the teams they could be playing. Power rank those by how much fun the series would be. We'll do that a little later in the show. NFL news that we touched on in the previous segment. We'll hit it here again, though. Stephon Diggs, he is a New England Patriot, and he signs a 3-year, $69 million deal that has $26 million guaranteed. Those are the reports. So I think even the guaranteed money felt a little high, certainly a little high for where the Texans are playing in free agency this year. They've not been swimming in the 3-year, $69 million pool when it comes to signing guys, other than Derek Stingley Jr. and Danielle Hunter. Guys that they're keeping and extending. I think the most interesting thing about this Diggs thing, Seth, with respect to the Patriots, this will likely be the first time that Stephon Diggs has played for a losing team in years and years. I don't know if he ever has. He was drafted by the Vikings. I don't know that the Vikings were ever a bottom-feeding team while he was there. I mean, they were in the playoffs with Case Keenum and Kirk Cousins. And then he goes to Buffalo, where they were a playoff team every year. Comes to the Texans, 6-2 while he was healthy. Stephon Diggs operating on a team that might be a 5-12 football team this year. And see if you get the good version of Diggs is something that's intriguing to me.
Well, we'll see. They're not a losing team yet, Sean.
That's true.
Mr. Negative Nelly. The biggest thing, I think, that aside from the fact that Stephon Diggs conducted himself like a model teammate, we saw zero of the drama, including while the offense was struggling, it's that C.J. Stroud was markedly different when Stephon Diggs was on the team versus when he was not. Okay. I mean, you look at some of the numbers. The first 8 games with Diggs, 66.5 completion percentage. Last part of it, 9 games, 59.8%. I mean, 11 touchdowns to 4 interceptions with Diggs, 9 touchdowns to 8 interceptions without Diggs.
Yikes.
Especially on a team like the Patriots or last year's Texans where the offensive line was really struggling and the pass protection was bad. It's really nice to have a guy you can get open fast underneath.
That's him.
And it gives you that element in the quick game. And obviously there are other things going on in the second half of the season too, but Diggs, at the very least, even though he wasn't obviously the answer to make it a good offense last year, he made it a lot better for CJ than it was without him.
Yep. All right, those are your headlines. Russell Wilson signs with the Giants, 1 year, $21 million. You got Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston on the same team. That's interesting. Up next, we'll circle back to the Astros. Cam Smith era beginning. We'll hear from Cam Smith. If you haven't heard the back and forth he had with the media, it's pretty good stuff. It's a really good story. It's the big story of the day here. Also, a little later on in the 7 o'clock hour, Smith, I thought laid out the situation with the offensive line this past season with the Texans, perfectly. Maybe better than anybody I've heard lay it out. So we'll have that for you in the 7 o'clock hour as well. Hey, it's early. You got your coffee in your hand right now, right? You're looking down at your mug of coffee. Wouldn't it be nice at 6:55 in the morning, if you don't have any responsibilities today, to just be able to reach over and grab a bottle of Liqueur 43 and just drop an ice cube in there, pour a little Liqueur 43, and then immediately you have a Carajillo. It's a fancy-sounding name for Liqueur 43 and equal parts coffee. And it is the best after-dinner cocktail that I have found. If you see me out to eat anywhere, and Amy knows this when we go out to eat, Carajillo, always on the menu right afterwards. Not a cup of coffee. I want a Carajillo. Coffee and Liqueur 43. Liqueur 43 is an awesome premium Spanish liqueur with 43 natural ingredients that's taking the world by storm. The Carajillo is the most popular, fastest-growing cocktail in Mexico, and I'm here to make sure it's equally fast-growing here in the United States. Give it a try. Get your hands on some Liqueur 43. You can get it anywhere that you get your liquor. Anywhere you get it, you can get it, and you can learn more about it online at buyliqueur
unlockable bonus bets that expire in 7 days in partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, the big story today, if you're just getting in your car, Cam Smith officially makes the team with the Houston Astros. So all three guys from the Kyle Tucker trade are going to start the season. Obviously, Isaac Paredes and Hayden Wisniewski were expected to be parts of the big league team. But Cam Smith is certainly the most noteworthy of those three. He's going to be starting in right field. We'll see what the batting order is tomorrow when opening day hits. That'll be fun. Here's Cam Smith in the dugout before the game. Did a little media session. This is after he'd found out he'd made the team. This is after the team had shot the video and posted the video of him learning that he'd made the team. His mom, his mom's husband, his stepfather, his grandmother all come into the clubhouse and they hug him, and it's a very emotional moment. Kind of awkward with some of the silence in there as we've broken down the video this morning a little bit.
There's a long stretch of weird. I blame Espada and Altuve for not getting everybody clapping earlier than they did.
You're putting this on Altuve's ticket too, huh? He's the leader in that clubhouse.
The veteran leaders and the manager need to get the applause going.
Sometimes you need that first person to start clapping. You're right.
It's one of your first official duties as a husband is getting your best man to wrap up his speech.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, you're newly married, but now it turns in like, hey, you gotta take control in certain situations.
Good call.
Your best man is drunk and he's starting to be annoying. Get him to wrap it up.
Good call. So here's Cam Smith. This is in the dugout after the big presentation in the clubhouse there, and you'll notice the parts of this audio start to get a little choppy if you're in your car. It's because Cam Smith is welling up. Like this was clearly a very emotional day for him and his family. Take a listen. Here's Cam Smith with the media yesterday.
Yeah, I always thought it was possible. I think I had a great group of guys around me to help me out to get here today. So I always saw it as a possibility, for it to happen. And, we're here today talking about it now, so I'm very blessed.
I know this is very emotional for you, but just the special nature of having your mom deliver that. You said you broke down, but can you just take us through the idea that she would be the one, after all she did for you, to tell you that you made the major leagues?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
At one point it was just me and her, and that she struggled to take me to baseball games and practice, and I'm just happy to do it for her.
All right, so there you go.
I'll tell you what, man. Honestly, the one time I can remember breaking down when talking to her about my mom was when I decided to retire from football.
Oh, yeah.
And I called my mom and I left her a message, and I didn't intend to. I didn't expect to cry. It just kind of caught me, and I was like kind of bawled through the message that I left her. Oh, thank God there's no video evidence of that. I don't.
That's really
not
cool,
that I'm
man.
embarrassed that I cried or anything.
No.
But there's a difference between crying when you're speaking to a group, but then having it on camera while you're crying. It's just different.
Yeah.
It's like Julia Roberts in Steel Magnolias.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an ugly scene, man.
It is.
There's no sexism there or anything. Sure, ladies cry, men cry, no big deal. I just don't want to see it on camera.
No.
Yeah.
Now look, if this trade works out the way it's supposed to, Cam Smith is going to be one of the biggest stars in Houston on the sports scene over the next 10 years, right? I mean, it's going to be, if you and I are lucky enough to still be doing this show, 8, 10, however many years from now, and we're kind of laying out like the sporting landscape, call it in 2030. Let's just do an even decade here. So 5 years from now, the biggest stars on the Houston sports scene should be C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson, probably somebody else we're not thinking of or isn't even on the Texans right now.
Yeah.
Amen Thompson, Alperen Şengün, Jalen Green, Delta Rockets we're not thinking about. Man, I'm getting excited just talking this through because we've got a fun next few years of really young foundational guys. And then on the Astros, it's going to be Yordan Alvarez. It's going to be Hopefully Hunter Brown, we'll see, but definitely Cam Smith.
How many years from now?
I'm saying like 4 or 5 years from now. Like 20,
okay.
30. Yeah.
Sorry, I thought I heard you say 10 years from now.
I did earlier.
Jordan in 10?
No. I said if you and I are lucky enough to be doing radio down the road, and I threw 10 out there, but 5 years is more of a reasonable time frame to have this type of conversation, given contracts and whatnot.
No, and I think if you go back 4 or 5 years when there was a diaspora going on with James Harden, DeAndre Hopkins, J.J. Watt,
Deshaun Watson,
George Springer, all these guys were just, for various reasons, being jettisoned out of town.
Yes.
Then the Astros, unlike the Rockets and the Texans, continue to be very competitive, yet they've been in this mode of shedding great players for a while.
Yes.
It's cool. Yeah, it does feel like you almost we're shaking off the cocoon and we're able to let some of this young talent blossom. It's a good feeling across all three sports.
I think especially because if we were having that type of conversation, this long-ranging conversation about the Houston sports scene a couple of years ago, then Kyle Tucker's name would have come up as one of those guys. Before it became very evident that he was going to want a 10-year deal and the team was not going to do a 10-year deal. Like early on in Tucker's career, when there was always a hope that you could extend Alvarez right alongside each other on all these player rankings anyways. They were viewed as the two best young players on the team. That they got Cam Smith out of the trade for that very Kyle Tucker, I think, is kudos to Dana Brown. And I think it's really, really cool. Like if this works out the way we hope it does, now who knows? Maybe the first month of the season he's hitting $180 afterwards. But you know who else was? Kyle Tucker after a month in the big leagues. He is viewed right now as my point with all this, Seth. Like if we were doing a future power ranking of Houston athletes in 2030, on all the teams, I would put Cam Smith like forecasting. I would put Cam Smith like in the top 10 right now.
It is. It's really cool. To see somebody and watch somebody kind of respond at every step along the way.
Yes.
Because now he's had, and I'm guilty of this, because he's so fresh and new to the Astros, I almost subconsciously forget that he has played in the minors and he has played at single A and double A. Very few games at double A. But it's not like he's coming straight out of college into Major League Baseball. But it's him doing it on a new team where we've seen other veteran baseball players, Pujols and beyond, that struggle when they're in a new team, even as they're proven veterans. So it's been really cool to see him respond to every challenge along the way.
Oh yeah,
including playing right field. Right field will be I'm way more worried about him in right field than I am about him at the plate.
Are you? Okay. I'm equally concerned.
Now, if he struggled at the plate, that would be a bigger deal than if he struggles in right field. I just feel like that's something that's brand new to him in right field. Versus at home plate. I mean, hitting is hitting.
Yeah.
It's learning how to do it at the major league level.
And obviously the team believes that whatever they've been seeing, and the Astros do deep dives on this stuff, whatever they've been seeing in the at-bats that have cobbled together those big stats he put up in spring training, whatever that is, whatever they've watched on the high-speed video and with his swing and analyzing it and his ability to take pitches, selectivity at the plate, those types of things. It's not just he's getting up there and just swinging at the first pitch and he happens to be making contact. He's had good at-bats, too, and he's been selective at the plate. Whatever it is they're seeing in spring training, they think obviously translates to the major league level. So we'll see. But
I'm more worried about him. If I were going to worry about Cam Smith at the plate, I think he'll probably start off really well. It's just what all young batters faces when pitchers start to catch up to what his weaknesses are and everything. That's the big one that you want to see him power through. I mean, the best example of a guy powering through that was Jordan Alvarez, because it was, for him, you just kept waiting for that moment when, the pitcher's going to figure out which pitch he can't hit, and he just kept powering through. He made the adjustment, and he just kept rolling.
If he ends up being the right-handed Jordan Alvarez, man, then Dana Brown, they should build a statue for Dana Brown outside the stadium. The defensive part is interesting. You're going to start the season with two outfielders, left field and right field. I mean, this is it's not Moneyball in that they're being cheap ball line, that the Astros are really – it's borders on almost disrespect to left fielders and right fielders that they're just plunking these two guys out there going, Is it more underestimating the difficulty of those positions, Seth, or are they potentially overestimating the ability of Jose Altuve and Cam Smith to be fast studies, or does it all work out in the end? Who knows?
I think it's maybe a little bit. I don't think they're not going into it blind at all. I think it's the production at the plate trumps whatever weaknesses they might have as fielders.
Yeah.
And and it's important to remember that Kyle Tucker, I don't know what the hell happened to him in the last couple of years, but he went from being incredible in the field in 2022 to these last couple of years just kind of looked like he was taking his time getting over to where he might get over to, and he wasn't a plus outfielder in either of the last couple seasons. So, and I mean, in 2022 he was bad in the out. No, 23. So 23 he was bad. Last year he wasn't as bad. But, yeah, so it's not as much of a drop-off as maybe Kyle Tucker back when he looked like he cared about playing right field.
Yeah, 22, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Tucker was a Gold Glover.
22, he was really good. 23, he was – I had my math messed up because now they're showing 2025 stats here because they've already played a game in Japan.
Yeah. Japan games, yeah.
What is Kyle Tucker's – how many games did he play over there? Did they play two?
2 games. Okay. Yeah, he was 1 for 8.
So we get to start doing that. Now it's perfect because you get to see Cam Smith in right field versus field. And we'll be able to stack him up. Kyle Tucker's batting 125 right now. What a loser.
Right, 1 for 8.
What a loser.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I think the parallels with this deal that it's Cam Smith directly replacing Kyle Tucker. He's not replacing Kyle Tucker's bat. He's literally out there in right field where Kyle Tucker has patrolled for the last 5 seasons for the Astros, or 5 or 6 seasons full time. This is funny. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Jake Myers may have to pull a Kelly Leak and field every ball in the outfield this season. All right, for those who don't know the reference, Bad News Bears, Kelly Leak was the star of the team. He played center field. And at one point, he was on a team of a bunch of misfits and guys who weren't very good, particularly in left field and right field. At one point, by order of Walter Matthau, the manager of the Bad News Bears, who played Morris Buttermaker was the name of the character, he said, Kelly, you go get every ball out there. And he's literally running in front of guys to catch fly balls. That might be Jake Myers this year, man. You never know.
It's bad for team chemistry, though, man.
It is.
It's bad for team chemistry.
Got to win games, man, whatever wins.
R.I.P. Walter Matthau. He passed away 25 years ago. I wanted to see if he was still alive. Turns out he passed away some time ago.
Do you still have that page open right now?
Yeah.
What year was he born?
He was born in what just happened to me on my computer here.
Yeah.
What the hell?
I'm just curious. I'm just curious if there was any chance he should still be alive.
He was born in 1920. Yeah.
I mean, I guess
what? Betty White lived to 100. Did she not?
I'm guessing Walter Matthau might have lived a rougher life than Betty White. Just a hunch.
Yeah, Walter Matthau's liver definitely went through some hard times along the way.
Dude, I think the filming of Bad News Bears alone probably did a number on his liver if he was drinking all the Coors that they had out there. He
made it to 80. Yeah, that's pretty damn impressive.
It's a good run, man.
For a character actor. Average age of demise for a character actor has got to be way lower than your. Well, of course, the superstars they live hard lives too. Yeah,
it's a lot of stress though, because getting those character actor parts is a grind. It's a lot of. They're not. I mean, are they calling up character actors to say, "Hey, man, we need you for this"?
It's a grind to get a lead role. Like it's pretty cool when Walter Matthau. Had way more. He was actually a leading man in a lot of respects, grumpy old men and everything. But he was maybe one of the most successful character actors of all time, and that everything about him looked like a character actor, but he got leading roles. I think character actors, if they're known, especially they're usually probably pretty professional, I think they get pretty steady work.
Yeah.
I don't think they have to worry about getting the next job.
To me, the definition of a character actor is if you know who that is, but you don't know what his name is in real life. Oh, yeah, that guy. He's been in 10 different movies. Probably the most famous, what I would define as a character actor, would be Ron Howard's brother, Clint Howard, who who's never watched you watch all these movies or TV shows, he pops up in them oftentimes.
Yeah, I don't even know who you're talking about. Oh,
yeah, that guy, right? Isn't he?
Yeah, he makes me laugh. Yeah,
right. I'm in the neighborhood on this, right?
Or any of Bill Murray's brothers.
Yes, yeah.
Because Bill Murray's got a couple of his brothers that are in a lot of stuff.
Yep.
That you're like, and you would never think like, oh, that's Bill. Once you know he's Bill Murray's brother, it's obvious.
Yeah.
But they're in all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
I don't know if Walter Matthau might have been elevated into he's something above a character actor because he had some big he doesn't have leading man qualities, but he was the lead character in a lot of comedies and everything.
I like the guys I'm talking about are the guys where they don't have a gigantic mansion on the hills in Malibu or something like that. They're grinding it out.
Okay.
And they're grinding.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Yeah. They're kind of just hoping for the next paycheck.
But they're very recognizable, like you see them they pop up in a movie a year, and they're
Well, I remember Kylie Wong, my old teammate, his brother-in-law is Mario Lopez.
Yes.
And Mario Lopez, those kids that were on Saved by the Bell, they didn't make anything off of that. They didn't get residuals or anything like that. So now obviously Mario Lopez is in a different category. Yeah. But I remember Kylie talking about Mario, maybe in that first decade after Saved by the Bell was over, it was pretty stressful.
Yeah.
Because he got some good gigs, but it was hosting a show here and then doing a reality show there. Really genuinely don't know where your next paycheck's coming from.
And you're almost a little too famous from what you did to get leading. Like they think of you, he's AC Slater to everybody, and yet not getting the money off of being AC Slater in Saved by the Bell.
He's in a weird position where he really had to grind despite being really famous.
Yeah.
He was in a weird spot, and then obviously it worked out well for him. But he worked from to listen to Kylie talk about him, he worked his butt off.
Yeah.
Like he would really just take, I'll take it. I'm going to throw everything into it, even though it's only paying me such and such, and it worked out for him.
I'm doing an event on Friday with Sean Astin, who played Rudy in Stranger Things. He probably most famously was in Lord of the Rings, played a lead character in Lord of the Rings, several other things. And it's a charity event, and the interview is about mental health. He's a big advocate for mental health. His mom was Patty Duke, famous actress who was bipolar. And so the interview is about his career and mental health, but I've been watching a lot of interviews of him over the last couple days to prepare. And it was interesting. One of the interviews, the interviewer asked him, because it plays into what you and I are talking about here, which is completely unrelated to sports, but I'm enjoying this conversation. And they asked him, what's the biggest thing in your career that affects your mental health, like in a career of an actor? And he's kind of in that category of like Clint Howard, or he's closer to maybe a character actor than he is some Hollywood super duper star, because he's got to go get roles. And he said the hardest part, the most stressful part, getting work. Like even for him, like what's the next thing? Like, and I thought about that. I'm like, man, like you and I come in knowing what the next thing is every day. It's the next show. But when you're that endorphin hit from acting and being a star and whatnot, I'm like, yeah, that probably is super. Even though you live in a nice house and you got some money saved up and you got good benefits through the Screen Actors Guild, that's probably pretty stressful, I would imagine. I'm guessing
Walter Matthau must not have been considered a character actor because he's not on this list of the greatest character actors that I'm looking at.
Yeah.
So I think that that's the dream, is to elevate. You're so good as an actor. Like Paul Giamatti. There's no way he should be a leading man if you look at the conventional playbook, but he's ended up being the leading man in a lot of really good movies because he's such a good actor.
He is a character actor who got out of that muck and became a lead guy.
Steve Buscemi, likewise.
Yes. Yeah. Like, I think Giamatti's a great one, though, because you go back and you watch, God, what's the movie? My Best Friend's Wedding. Like, he's some bellhop who sits and has a cigarette in the hallway with Julia Roberts, and I'm like, this guy is excellent. And then you find out he's the son of the former commissioner of Major League Baseball. Not a Nepo baby, man. Didn't get into baseball, got into acting. Good for him.
I'll tell you what about Ron Howard, since you brought him up earlier, because he's a producer and whatever he is. He's
big time.
He calls the shots.
Yeah.
As an actor, he sucks. He's a horrible actor.
I think he knows that.
I hate when I see Arrested Development. One of the worst things they did when they redid it was Ron Howard, who used to just be the narrator, and he was funny in that role. He played himself, and I'm like, he's even bad at playing himself. I cannot handle it. He's ruining the show. Stop it.
You are not a fan of Richie Cunningham from back in the day.
No, because originally that show was supposed to be about Richie to realize, like, okay, this kid, this Fonzie character has got to be the guy. Yeah.
That's the one. It's like the Simpsons. They were originally supposed to be the Bart Simpson display, and then everybody realized, like, holy crap, Homer Simpson, way funnier character with way more layers than Bart. How the hell did we get here? Oh, yeah, Kelly Leak, Jake Myers being Kelly Leak.
Walter Matthau,
and Walter Matthau. That's how we got here.
Real quick, and two other guys that have elevated themselves above and beyond what you thought they would be.
Yeah.
Danny DeVito. I wouldn't call him a character actor, even though he is every bit the guy you would think is totally a character actor.
Yeah.
And then Christopher Walken. Christopher Walken's listed as a character actor, but I think he's a
deluxe character actor, I would say.
Yeah.
Like he's a character actor on steroids.
Mm-hmm.
If the character actors had an army, he would be the 5-star general of that army. I'm glad we had this talk.
We hashed it out.
We did, and we're getting a lot of people sending in character actor names now. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Shifting gears. From Cam Smith to Wade Smith. Wade Smith, our good friend, former Texans offensive lineman, had some really interesting thoughts on Texans All Access last week. He was on with Mark Vandermeer and John Harris. And the first one is this, comparing what he saw in the offensive line with the Texans last year. And the way Wade lays this out, you can kind of see why the Texans go in the direction they do with the offensive line this offseason, comparing the group last season to the group that he was a part of. 2012.
There was things that went on in the room last year, and not necessarily what happened in the room, but what was put on film by the offensive line group, that to me there has to be some things that get shaken up and changed in there, because there was too many things that I watched, whether it's live in person or on film or on TV, whatever it may be, where it's like this stuff is unacceptable and it's not reflective of what DeMeco Ryans is as a head coach. You look at that defense, and you look at DeMeco Ryans, his defense reflects him. They talk about swarm mentality. I didn't see that out of the offensive line group, and that's really disappointing to me, because that's what we were when we were there. When DeMeco was our captain of the team and he was the leader of the franchise, our offensive line was on that same wavelength of where we played the game with an edge. We played the game with that swarm mentality, quote unquote. And I didn't really see that last year. I saw a lot of stuff that was elementary stuff, where you're getting beat on TT games and you're getting beat on 3-man games and pick stunts, stuff that you can see right away, and just the sense of urgency and all those type of things. I just didn't see it there.
Yeah, there was a lot of everything that Wade just said, 100% correct. And I think it jibes with what you and I have talked about, and a lot of people had witnessed. With Laramie Tunsil, some of the glaring stuff, the most glaring example was when they were down on the goal line and their Tunsil decided to stop, stand erect, and become a spectator on a play before the whistle was blown.
Yeah.
And I believe it was as C.J. Stroud was getting bludgeoned, was it not? So, I mean, there were just so many things that it was hard to even pin down what you wanted to focus on, because they were screwing up so many basic things that Laramie Tunsil showed nothing on film. I don't care about locker room, anything, this or that. On film, you could watch Laramie Tunsil and say, oh, yeah, that's not the guy that's going to help lift them out of that. There's no point where you could point to go to the younger guys and point to Laramie and say, that's the way you need to play the game.
Yeah.
Now, you might point to him and say, that's a way to be really good at one thing and get paid if you want, but that's not the way you actually end up having a good offensive line.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they had to hit the reset button on the O-line. That's the word DeMeco used at the Combine. We got to hit the reset button.
And have they ever. I mean, when he said that, did you think it would be the teardown that it's been to this degree?
When your phone's not working and you suspect a couple issues, maybe you delete an app and then you shut your phone off. And then you hope when it comes back on that it starts working back to where it's supposed to.
Yeah, that's this.
They deleted the Laramie Tunsil app. They turned the phone off. And now they're hoping like hell that the Titus Howard app, the Jarrett Patterson and or Juice Scruggs app, they hope that those app lines of when you purchase them in the app
They
store.
hope that they're kind of thumbing through. You know when you click on the app icon there and you've got like 112 apps that need to be updated?
Yeah.
They're hoping that actually Titus Howard needs an update. Like,
it's sitting there. It's almost like it's a quarter of the way around right now as it's reloading the app.
Yeah.
It's only bright on down to the 3 o'clock mark.
Yes. Yeah. Oh God, please let the Juice Scruggs app be a better version of what this has been.
And if it doesn't work out this year, they got to hit the factory reset. That's the biggest thing.
They got to switch to an Android.
Go back to going back to the factory settings. That's what I was trying to think of.
That's right.
Nick Caley is the software update. Nick Caley is all right. I'm using whatever the hell they call this one.
Yeah. What would be the factory update?
Arctic Fox.
The factory settings hit would be like Cliff Kingsbury, right? Like you're just completely changing the entire offense.
That's changing to an Android or something.
Yeah. You're divorcing yourself of the world entirely that you've been in.
David Culley was a track phone,
dude. This is one of your greatest analogies ever. I just want to tell you that right now. It's interesting, hearing Wade, and we'll hear more from Wade here in just a second. Wade Smith, because he talks about Laramie directly. But listening to Wade and making the comparison of those Kubiak teams, once the Kubiak offense really got integrated and going and whatnot, I mean, you were a teammate with D'Amico early in his career during his rookie year, so you obviously got a glimpse of what he was about in 2006. I would love to see the group text of the guys who were with him when that group of players, their primes, that 2009, 2010, the teams Wade was part of. And I would imagine there's a group text that has Wade in there and Chris Myers and Andre Johnson, and maybe Eric Winston is in there. Maybe David Anderson is in there too. Guys that were part of that whole group of Texans. And maybe D'Amico's not in there because it's their group text to comment about the current team that D'Amico's coaching. I could see that group text existing. I would love to see what the comments were about that offensive line last year, especially from the O-linemen. Like, this is given that D'Amico Ryans is the head coach of that team, and that the defense looks exactly like what you would think a D'Amico Ryans defense would look like, at least from the swarminess aspect, and that on D'Amico's watch, that standing erect, as you would say, is even being allowed on a play down near the goal line without a complete undressing of somebody. You know what I mean?
Right. Like, what are we
is
even
going
doing
on?
here?
Yeah.
What are we doing here?
Yeah.
What's your deal, man? Yeah.
They recognized it. I mean, the behavior this offseason.
I'm just glad that it wasn't a lazy narrative on our part that the O-line had to be reset.
Me too.
That was I was questioning myself for a little while.
Very much.
I felt like I was being gaslit. Like, am I being lazy? I feel like, it was like when Chandler Rome called us lazy last week. I was like, am I lazy? I texted Chandler at 3 a.m. He wasn't awake yet. I don't know. I felt like that was I wake up at 3 a.m. every day.
Yeah.
I don't know.
He called the radio host industry lazy, basically, but we took it personal.
Oh, I did, yeah.
We took it personal.
Give me an opportunity to take it personal.
That's right.
I'll do it, man. That's how you make it in the radio business.
No, streaming business. Audio business. Here's Wade Smith talking about, hey, Laramie was the leader of this room, and when the leader of the room is the leader of a line like that, changes need to be made.
And, Laramie was the leader of that group, and if you're the leader of that group and that's what's put on tape, I don't know if it's necessarily such a great thing to be considered the leader of that group. And that's nothing against Laramie. That's nothing against those guys that are in that room. But there's certain things that are put on film that other teams and around the league look at and say, "Oh, we're going to take advantage of them there. We're going to beat them there. Oh, we got an easy win here." And I just didn't see very much of opponents making business decisions because of what might happen to them if they try to do certain things against our offensive line. They were just freewheeling, having a great time, hunting and believing they were going to get home. And too often they got home. And C.J. Stroud took way too many hits last year and stuff that was very preventable stuff. And so just from that mindset of I think a change had to be made in that room. There's coaching change that happened in that room. Personnel changes happened in that room. And so the guys that they bring in and the guys that are remaining from that, there's got to be a change in how they approach things in order for them to become and kind of embody that swarm mentality.
All right, I want to go back to the part, Seth, where he talked about opposing defensive lines looking at the Texans' offensive line on film. You're a former defensive line.
Yeah.
I want to go back to that because Wade is putting himself in the I want your opinion on what Wade said right there. If you were a defensive lineman in 2024 on a Texans opponent watching film of that O-line, how much salivation would have been going on?
It was almost, I tell you, like when I'm watching offensive line prospects in the draft, that's how I feel, because every single one of them, even if they're future all-pros, their college technique is not up to snuff yet because they haven't been tested yet. So every single offensive lineman, almost always, but usually, they've got to clean some things up. And when you watch those guys, you're like, oh my gosh, I'd love to just throw this guy out in the NFL field and play against him right now. Yeah. Even though, within a few weeks of training camp, he might be way better. But that's what the Texans' offensive line looked like at times. Like,
with veterans.
And now the funny thing over the last couple of years was you'd see a progression where, yes, the Texans would struggle with games and stunts and whatnot. But then after a while, you'd see defensive linemen say, why would we bother with games and stunts? Those take too long. Just get me one-on-one with these guys, and I'm going to destroy them. Yeah. And it was very much like that on the interior. I think to build off of something that Wade was saying, I think you look at that offensive line last year, and as a GM or as a head coach, you're thinking, this is the 5th highest paid offensive line in football. And they're doing stuff that if we just had 5 average guys in here playing their actual technique, playing at times high school level technique, that we'd be by all means, purge a guy who, as a leader of the group, isn't having any kind of a beneficial effect on anybody else, who himself at times is hurting the team by not run blocking with any conviction, by committing so many penalties, all of that. And you go back to that 2011 offensive line. Let's see, this was September 4th, 2011. So this is the group that opened up that year. Dwayne Brown, obviously, all-pro caliber left tackle. Yeah. But then you had Wade Smith, Chris Myers, Mike Breisel, and then Eric Winston at right tackle. There's a lot about that offensive line on paper that mirrors what the Texans' offensive line last year would have been, which is, all right, you had Laramie Tunsil, who's a consistent Pro Bowler, not as good an all-around player as Dwayne Brown, but a very good pass protector. Then you have 3 guys in the interior that are largely like the scouting report. Those guys played way above their scouting report. Mm-hmm. Whereas last year you had 3 guys that played way below their scouting report. And then you had Eric Winston at right tackle versus Titus Howard at right tackle. I would say the thing about Eric Winston compared to Titus Howard is that Eric Winston was a plus caliber offensive tackle who very much played the scheme as it was supposed to be played.
Yep.
And cared as much about run blocking as he did about pass protection. So you had a group that was just way more consistent across the board. Mm-hmm. And I think this year's offensive line could be, the difference would be at left tackle, but you could have a very similar one. And especially if you get the most out of Laramie Tunsil. Yeah. And hopefully a new offensive coordinator and a different offensive line coach.
Back in WEEKDAY operated. I mean, they were the offensive line for a top 5 offense at its peak. Yeah. Darian Foster and Andre Johnson, and they were a really good offensive line, and they got Pro Bowl accolades and everything else. If this offensive line can just get to near middle of the pack as a unit, then I think the offense as a whole has a chance to be, hovering around the top 10 somewhere.
Yeah, good offensive lines are almost universally greater than the sum of their parts.
Yeah.
The teamwork, the cohesion, the timing, all of that just matters so much. And whatever the opposite of that is what the Texans' offensive line was last year.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Speaking of the draft, speaking of the Texans, mock draft injection time. All right, USA Today had AI do its mock draft for them. Who does AI? This is a little different wrinkle. Who does AI?
Do we know which AI it is?
We do. We do. I forget off the top. Okay. It's not ChatGPT or Gemini. It's a different one.
Yeah, because they really suck at sports. Okay.
Yeah. This is a different one. I will have it for you. I'll know which one it is. I'll check it during the break. But how did AI do in drafting for the Texans and the league at large? We'll go through that coming up next. Daily in Black is what I want to tell you about right now. Daily in Black.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast. We're still getting texts from a character actor conversation we had. Keep sending those in, 713-572-4610. We'll hit some of your texts in a little bit. That's the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. So as we jump in here, mock draft injection time. For one day. We do this every day at 7:45. We take a look at a different mock draft and see what's happening. Turn that down a little bit, Byron. See who the mockers have the Texans taking with the 25th overall pick. Now, this is a bit of a different wrinkle today. USA Today has decided to, for this particular one, use artificial intelligence to lay out the first round of the NFL draft. So I'll have it for you here in just a minute or so as to who the Texans take. But just to preface this, because you asked this, Seth, when we teased it, they are using Microsoft Copilot AI chatbot to do the first round of the draft. So it's not Gemini, it's not ChatGPT, it's Microsoft Copilot AI chatbot.
I usually try to go into these blind, but I just saw who the Texans picked, which is a good enough selection, but the circumstances surrounding it. Now, maybe Copilot is an idiot. Maybe Copilot knows more than the humans do. Maybe we'll find out. We'll find out. This is curious.
Yeah. So here, just to further preface, Copilot wasn't. This is what the person writing the article said. Copilot wasn't quite up to the task of creating an entire first-round mock with the push of just one button. It was able to mock the top 10 selections, but after that, it kept struggling to stick to the draft order while also including players from the 2024 draft in its projections.
Yeah.
In parentheses, as much as the Cowboys might like to draft, not allowed.
This is what AI is so bad at with sports.
Yeah.
It mixes years and teams up ridiculously.
Yes.
And so this one, at the very least, okay, so again, when we announce the Texans pick, it's not the pick itself, it's the circumstances around it that are really interesting.
Yeah. Because once they saw how bad that this AI bot was, they just did it, like after the top 10, they just did it pick by pick. But they did it in such a way that they would actually be picking players in this draft. So let's do it. With the 25th pick in the AI Microsoft chatbot USAtoday.com draft, the Houston Texans select Luther Burden III, wide receiver.
Yes, good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, now that's a logical pick. The Texans need a wide receiver. Now, there's been some intel that's come out, rumors of Luther Burden and his inner circle maybe being a bit high maintenance, right?
High maintenance, that his mom might be overly intrusive or whatever it might be. I don't know. There was that same scuttlebutt about Derek Stingley and his dad.
Yeah.
You go through some of these old anonymous scout reports, and there were some anonymous scouts that were really down on Derek Stingley's dad. So far that seemingly has been more of an asset than a detriment to
Great way to
Derek
put it.
Stingley.
Yes. Yeah, great way to put it. Now, here's the thing about this Luther Burden III pick, and the thing about this particular AI bot that's doing this draft. For some reason, it's either ignoring or shares maybe some of the opinions of the scouts on the short arms of Will Campbell, the tackle out of LSU.
Yeah.
Now, to give you some context, because maybe some of you aren't following the mock drafts super close.
On average, he's getting drafted sixth. In
He's
the
a
various
top 10
mock
pick.
drafts.
Yeah.
And it's not one where feels like he's artificially elevated or something. In a year where there aren't a bunch of great offensive tackles in the draft, he's widely considered to be one of the best couple. This would be now either AI is, as it usually is, doing really dumb sports stuff, which makes our job safe for at least another 6 months until they figure it out.
Right.
Or it knows something we don't know.
Okay. So obviously, if Will Campbell is on the board at 20, that's one of those things that it feels like if Will Campbell were to drop all the way to 25, then I just let him keep going, because this is a guy who's been forecasted to be almost like Will Levis last year in a weird way, Seth, where it's like, hey, everybody thinks Will Levis is a top 10 pick, and then you get to the back of the first round, like, I ain't touching this guy.
It would have to be something like, no, it wasn't a gas mask bong. It was a gas mask crack pipe. It was. It would have to be way above and beyond even what happened to Laramie Tunsil right before the draft.
And to your point, he was selling it to little kids in the playground, too, something that extreme.
Yeah.
Now here's
did McMillan slide? I think McMillan's still available, too.
Is he still available there? Yeah.
Yeah, the wide receiver who slid in yesterday's draft.
From Arizona, yeah.
Yeah.
This is what's interesting about this one, Seth, is that the next two guys that get picked by AI in this draft after the Texans are two guys that I think if you were to ask Texan fans which offensive lineman they would want them to take, means he's going to be a Hall of Famer at guard for them. If Tyler Booker, that does feel like a guy, if he goes to the Ravens, he's going to be a 15-year offensive lineman for them. The very next pick at 26 is Kenneth Grant, guy that you like a lot. Your guy out of Michigan, the defensive tackle, who, again, is a guy that feels like if he gets to the Ravens, God, League, don't let Tyler Booker or Kenneth Grant get to the Ravens at 27. Don't do it.
I think those totally seem like guys that the Ravens would pick. And you might say, well, hey, I don't care who's on their depth chart right now or anything.
Yeah.
If a guy like that falls, they figure out a way to use the guy. As far as Luther Burden himself goes, aside from whatever, again, those anonymous scout reports, take them with a huge grain of salt. Sometimes they're on the nose, sometimes they're way off. I do think, and John Harris had pointed this out on footballtakeover.com. That's his website. For those of you who don't know, John Harris has a website, footballtakeover.com.
It's a bargain. It's a
scouting report. It's really cheap.
It's a subscription site, but it's only a few bucks a month. It is, this time of year, it is worth every penny.
I shouldn't say cheap. Affordable. Very affordable.
Affordable, yeah.
You get a lot of bang for your buck.
Inexpensive, yes.
And John points out that I think a lot of people are looking at Luther Burden as a slot receiver. Or no. He said that about, sorry, I'm mixing up Ibuka. Ibuka, that people say he's a slot receiver, where Ibuka is a more versatile guy. With Burden, I think like in the modern NFL, just as there's so many people that assume and still think that Tank Dell is a slot receiver. Tank plays on the outside more than he plays in the slot.
Yep.
Burden is easy to get excited about. He's just got that electric athleticism that looks like, all right, that's that little lanyap that makes a guy special. And he was a workhorse. The off-field stuff, I just trust the Texans to figure out whether that's genuine or whether that's just smoke.
How much does your take on receivers mirror D'Amico's take and what they look for in receivers when you're watching these guys? Burden and Golden, Matthew Golden from Texas, who they had their pro day yesterday, they seem to be guys that fit that get open, move the chains, twitchy, versus the McMillan kid we talked about yesterday, who's a bigger, bulkier guy, who's more of a go up and get it in traffic guy kind of
thing. I think it's always a balance of, all right, there's your ideal candidate, the guy that has all the traits that you like, but then there's guys that don't quite fit the mold, but that are so good that you just you can't help it.
Yeah.
And you know what? There was, when I was digging through the last decade and a half of anonymous scout reports, it was interesting to see Aaron Donald. Because Aaron Donald was short.
Undersized, yeah.
And they had a quote. Bob McGinn revealed this after the draft, that it was actually somebody from the Rams organization. That this guy from the Rams organization went to Pitt to watch the pro day. And this guy was like, I hate undersized defensive linemen or anybody in the front seven. I hate them. And I'm Aaron Donald. But I couldn't help it. You watch the film, you see him in person. He doesn't play anything like a smaller defensive tackle. And lo and behold, the Rams end up making a pretty good decision and getting Aaron Donald. So I think that for a guy like McMillan, he's a bigger guy. He's a contested catch hero and all of that. I think the Texans, if McMillan slid all the way to 25, I could very much say, okay, well, he doesn't separate the way that D'Amico really wants his guys to separate, but he does a lot of other things really, really well.
Yeah.
And you make exceptions where it's appropriate.
So our big takeaway from the AI mock draft via USA Today is that you and I, at least for the next several weeks, are not worried about AI taking our job. 6 months maybe,
The way I use AI, when I use it, a lot of it is for casual stuff like, world history type stuff and everything. I'm just curious. When I'm curious about something, I have a good, nice little conversation with Gemini.
I can see that.
I talked to him about space-time for like 2 hours the other night. It was really interesting.
Yeah.
We decided that I'm going to go back to school. And I got to retake calculus and finish it this time.
Oh, good.
And then move on. So we had a long conversation about space-time. But when it comes to sports, nope, doesn't know what he's talking about. So what you have to do is you got to feed articles into it and say, using this article alone, please bullet point the main stories and everything. And
So AI for sports, it's basically like sitting next to Eddie Murphy's character in Coming to America at a basketball game. Remember they went to, and he's like, yes, in the face. We went to a game, and the Giants of New York took on the Broncos of Denver. And boy,
it was almost like it was. You know what it is? It's it's Ted Lasso. It's Ted Lasso of sports.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, this thing is pretty intelligent and good at something, so let's just throw him into a brand new environment and see how he does. Yeah, old school Google is way better when you're looking for a stat or something, because it'll screw up the basic stuff.
Yeah.
It'll screw up the most basic stuff. So I use it as, I basically, when it comes to using it for my job, Gemini, I use it like an intern, and that like, hey, take this, just give me an outline of it, so I've got to help me organize my thoughts and everything, and then I can go through and be like, oh yeah, I want to talk about that, I want to talk about that.
That's good. That's a good way to use it. All right. Speaking of those scouting reports, Seth, do you have some of them handy here?
We're gonna play a game where you get to either showcase your vast knowledge, intelligence, or look like a complete moron.
I'm here for both.
Coming up next,
I'm here for both.
We're gonna guess who these anonymous scouting reports about Texans players from previous years. Which players are they?
Which players were they talking about? Okay, so we'll do that. We'll play that game and play along in your cars or your cubicle or your office. Coming up next, but West Point Lincoln is Sugarland. If you're in your car right now and you're like,
Sports Radio 610.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider at the 010. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, fear not, text page. We'll get to the Rockets. Not to change the subject, did you see Jalen Green's dunk last night? Disgusting. Yeah, we'll get to the Rockets in the next segment. That was a nice win.
Disgusting in a good way.
In a good way, yeah. The kind when the kids say it's sick. It's a good sick. It's a disgusing. But let's get into this.
Or bad.
Bad
at one
for
point
us,
in life.
Back in the day. Yeah. All right, so yesterday we were looking at some it was Luther, but stop humming. It was Luther Burden III.
Yeah.
His scouting report from Bob McGinn, or not Bob McGinn scout. Bob McGinn, former writer for the Milwaukee Sentinel Journal back in the day. He is really good at cobbling together opinions of anonymous scouts. He's really good at getting people to talk anonymously about future NFL players.
Going back a long time. So I went back to, I think 2014 was as long back as I went, Sean. And I found some choice anonymous scout quotes from Bob McGinn through a combination of the Milwaukee Journal Sentinel, the Athletic, and now Tyler Dunn's website, which is, what's it called?
GoLongTD.com.
GoLongTD.com. I renewed my subscription so I could get some of these. So I'm going to start off. Let's start you off good. Let's get you some confidence built.
Okay, so lay out what we're doing here. Yeah.
These are all either former or current Texans players, most, but one or two of which were not drafted by the Texans, but were prominent players with the Texans.
Okay.
I'll tell you what position they played.
Okay. Yeah, one hint helps. Okay, good.
Yeah. I'll give you one hint, and I'll start you off pretty easy.
Okay.
I think.
Okay.
I don't know.
We'll see. We'll see.
A 4.64 corner, his 40 time, that's hard to get over. He's one of those guys that knows he can't run, so he just grabs people. He gets downfield, he grabs all the time. More of a number 3 type zone underneath man talent. I like him, but that was a disaster. I wouldn't draft him until the 4th or 5th round. He's a good player, too.
Wow, okay. The tell in this one, to me, if I get it right, is the 4.64 40 for a cornerback.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say this is Kamari Lassiter last year.
You got it.
I got it. Okay, yeah.
I'll give you a ding myself,
Thank
too.
you. I appreciate it. Well,
so to follow it up, one of the positive quotes about Kamari Lassiter.
Yeah.
Love that kid, yet you'll say, well, he only ran this. He never gave up a touchdown. All the guy does is play football. He's going second round, slam dunk. He was 100% in the first round before he ran that 40.
I think it's an overestimation or maybe hyperbole to say this, but at least within the to use a magnificent Gladstone word, the ecosystem of the Texans, I kind of think Kamari Lassiter has done to 40 times what C.J. Stroud did to the S2 test, where at certain positions where I'm like, okay, if they draft a corner who ran a 4.6 40 again, Lassiter's film, cool. I mean, in a way. That was a glitch in the matrix that allowed the Texans to get Kamari. That's the only reason he fell to 42.
The S2 test really took a beating when it was almost hard to find some of the negative quotes about C.J. Stroud that weren't about his S2 cognition test.
Yeah.
And all of like the way people were misinterpreting it as like it's an IQ test or something, which it's not.
Yeah.
So okay, good job,
one.
Sean.
Thanks.
Good job.
Yeah.
1 for 1.
Okay.
So, and I'll tell you if they're a player who was drafted or not drafted by the Texans.
That's the only hint I need. That's the only hint. It's not. I know if it's the only hint I need. But that's the only one I want. Yeah.
In the position.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So this is a defensive back that was drafted by the Texans.
Okay.
Plays a lot of linebacker, but has good pedal and runs with backs and tight ends. Very athletic in his hip turn and coverage. A lot of people are going to go into taller slots that can run the seam and try to get matchups. He could handle that. I can't say he's going to be great against Cole Beasley. He will knock your socks off, always around the ball, captain and great leader.
Okay, and this is a player who was drafted by the Texans, you said?
Yes.
That is Jalen Petrie.
Yes, good job.
Okay. Yeah.
Good job.
Thank you. Yeah.
It
was the last part. Boy, the linebacker thing set me in a brain space where I was thinking about a bigger player than Petrie.
Yeah.
But then I remembered he hits the captain at the end was the giveaway for me.
That was kind of a good. I thought that's one's I think a really good synopsis of what he actually was. Yes. And a lot of Baylor people were saying, like, why don't you use him like they did at Baylor? Where he's at? And lo and behold, that ends up being his best deal. He's more of he is a nickel linebacker. Yeah. He's somewhere between a linebacker and a defensive back.
This is fun. I'm 2 for 2. All right, let's go.
And I said, instead of Cole Beasley, if they had said Devontae Adams, it would have been perfect.
Oh.
Like, you don't want him. The same thing we were saying during training camp. Like, all right, it's cool what they're doing with him, but they can't have him just like isolated against a guy like Devontae Adams, right?
Covering people. Yeah. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going.
Okay, a draft pick by the Texans who was an offensive lineman.
Okay.
I'm going to omit a couple of the school names here.
Okay, yeah.
So, he's a good athlete and has nice feet. They played a bigger school who had the third best D-line in the nation.
Okay.
He just wasn't very strong. I would certainly draft the guy in the 4th. I'd really like to work with him, but I don't understand why at a smaller school he's playing the right tackle and not left tackle.
Okay, well, he's a smaller school. I'm trying to think. Without dragging it out here and trying to go through every depth chart since 2014, I'm going to go with what I think is the obvious one and say that's Titus Howard.
Yes.
All right, Titus Howard. Good, yes.
That was a tough one because of the small school part.
Yeah, that made it easier. Who was the school you omitted that he played against?
Auburn.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That
was a tougher one. Let's see.
Yeah, pick a tough one for me.
This is a draft.
You want to stop giving me hints? If you want to just tell me if they were
not even tell you at all.
Drafted, let's drafted by the Texans. Let that be the one hint.
Okay, I'll tell you whether or not they were drafted by the Texans. Yeah. This one will be interesting. Okay. He could be gone by a certain pick based on need.
Okay.
Somebody's got to go, and if it's not going to be anybody, it's probably going to be him because he's the most steady. I'd really have a hard time taking any defensive back in the first round. Okay. Very good technique, awareness, instinct, and ball skills, all that good stuff. But he's not a burner, and he's thin. Just a good, solid, all-around corner.
Okay, well, is that Kalen Bullock?
No! Ding this memo! Yeah.
I got caught up in his skinny little chicken legs. He's
Kevin Johnson.
Oh!
Yeah. And good.
And you said corner, and then I'm thinking to myself, well, they probably played Kalen Bullock at a little bit of corner at USC at some point.
Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah. Okay, I was going to, if I had said defensive back, obviously you still wouldn't have gotten it.
You said defensive back.
I know. Oh, I did. Okay, good.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Let's see. Okay, I think this is medium toughness.
Okay.
I put this at a 5.
Okay. I'm still having fun, by the way. I'm enjoying
this. This is a Texans draft pick.
Okay.
Quick feet in pass set, just average strength and sustain in the run game. More raw, probably comes in as a swing tackle who is putting it together. He'll be a starter at the end of the day.
Okay, they haven't drafted many tackles. Is it Blake Fisher?
Yeah, that's
good. Blake Fisher. Okay.
Like lineman instead of tackle.
Yeah, whatever you want to do, whatever liberties you want to take with the scouting report to make it more difficult without denigrating the integrity of it, that is fine.
No, I'm not opposed to you getting almost all of them correct because if there's one thing I know about taking tests online, I'm a sucker for the ones where it's really easy.
Yeah.
Where they're like, especially if they do something like 99% of people couldn't score a 90 on this test, and you get it, and you're like, oh, I'm so smart.
Yeah.
I'm so smart. Yeah. And you realize, oh, they gamed me. And then all of a sudden you're buying insurance from that company. One of the positive reports about Blake Fisher, he's got the least play strength of the top guys, particularly in his lower body. That said, he's light on his feet, flexible. You put him at guard, he's got elite pass pro skills. He's more raw, but his physical upside is at least more than Fuaga's. Talent-wise, he should be a left tackle, and Alt should be the right tackle.
That's one of the things I'm anxious next week, Seth. We're going to have Nick Caserio on. We should mention this. We're going to have him on a week from tomorrow. On Thursday, April the 3rd. After the league meetings are next week. He gets back from that. We're going to have him on right after that. That is one player's offseason who I am anxious to hear how it's going. In the weight room, putting some bulk on. Like if Blake Fisher's able to bulk up to where he addresses what's in that scouting report and what we saw on film last year, I think there's a good chance he's the starting right tackle for this team this year. He's got a good fighting shot at it. All right, do you have any more here?
Okay. Yeah, oh, yeah. No, I've got 27 more.
We're going to play this all week. 8 o'clock tomorrow.
Okay. Texans draft pick. Anonymous scout.
Yeah.
He's immature. That shows up on his film, too. When he gets hard coaching from guys that make him grow up and be a man, it'll show up on the field as well. You'll see some athletic ability, nimble, quick, but a non-explosive guy. He just gets beat up inside. I don't think he's very tough or competitive, just a flash gap penetrating guy.
Okay, so this is somebody on the defensive side of the ball. It's not, Is that what you said? Okay, so this is somebody, it sounds like, who plays up front on the defensive side of the ball. And this is somebody who was drafted by the Texans? Or,
yes.
Okay,
yes.
Drafted by the Texans along the defensive line. Oh, boy. I don't know, Lewis Nix.
Buzzer. That's a good guess. It's a good guess. Plus, I planted that seed in your mind before the show.
If you hadn't planted that seed, I would have had nobody.
This was the guy who was supposed to be an easy slam dunk, really good replacement caliber player for DeAndre Hopkins for years to come. Ross Blacklock.
Okay.
Remember when the Texans PR put out that report that hey, everybody's talking about how they only got a second-round pick, but they're going to draft a guy with that second-round pick who's going to be awesome for years and years and years.
Right. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
What I forgot? One of the positives about him that his dad was a Harlem Globetrotter, said one scout.
Really?
Great home life. Best football is ahead of him. He's got feet, eyes, understands how to use his hands, has a feel for the game, has quickness and burst. All his is upside. I do see him as a first-rounder, according to one anonymous scout.
Oh, boy. That did not work out for that anonymous scout. That assessment did not work out.
Okay, this is a guy who was not drafted by the Texans, but was a prominent player for the Texans, and I'm just doing this out of pettiness. Good athlete with strong hands, a little bit of a finesse guy. They, at his school, are almost like the Oregon teams now. They're really not physical players. He doesn't play with the same edge as another prospect, and that's why I prefer the other guy. Tunsil, damn it. This guy is technically very good and is a nice athlete, but you want to see that nasty streak. Yeah.
I'm going to say Brandon Cooks.
Yeah, it was Larry Tunsil, as I said in the actual report. Damn it.
You'd be a horrible game show host.
No, the finesse, a finesse guy, you want to see that nasty streak. Yeah, that's the thing that's not swarm. That ended up being completely true. Larry Tunsil is a finesse player. He's not a nasty dude at all.
That's really interesting. Now that and they get more interesting to me, Seth. The ones that you did get more interesting to me the longer ago the player was drafted. Because you're right, like that's something, that scouting report was from before Laramie Tunsil was even picked, and that's proven to be true over the course of 9 years. Like he's never addressed that. He's always still been. That's something that, I don't know, maybe that's, to me, that feels like stuff that's like really fixable. Like just play harder. But to Ted Johnson's point, if they don't bite his puppy.
Seemed to me like a guy who just finished his doctoral thesis in advanced comparative literature, and you plunk him down on an oil rig that do you expect me to wear that? I don't think so.
Those are awfully baggy around the calves, okay?
I just, the cleanliness around here is not up to my standards. I'll just say that much.
Dude.
All right. Texans draft pick.
Okay,
this is the anonymous scout before the draft.
Okay.
I like the guy, but there's nothing special with the guy at all.
Okay.
Not a true edge burst athlete. Most of his production comes from that stunting stuff they do in his hustle. The run stuff is hit or miss.
Okay.
Sometimes he can get his length on guys, but he gets washed out a lot. Not great in space. Not a silky athlete with a lot of range.
Okay.
He's nowhere close to that kind of a player, comparing him to another really good player.
Yeah.
I'll leave it at that.
Okay, so this is somebody who sounds like an edge rusher to me. Clearly not Jadeveon Clowney, because they were not saying those things about Clowney. I don't think.
Yeah. Well, there were people that were down on Clowney. The vast majority. He was a consensus guy.
You just got a look on your face where I'm like, oh, it might be Clowney. I don't know. Boy, is it Jonathan Grenard?
No.
Okay.
It's one Will Anderson.
I was about to say that can't be Will Anderson, but again, yeah, Will. It's crazy to think this because Will has become such an impact player in his first 2 seasons. I mean, not a huge surprise, but you're right. Like you and I, the week before the draft, were more hot on Tyree Wilson than we were on.
Yeah, I got bailed out of the I had having a really bad Tyree Wilson take because Tyree Wilson had more of the athletic traits, like the overall athletic traits of a defensive end.
Yeah.
But the Will, all of that stuff. I think a lot of that stuff is accurate, but that quote is just way too down on the sum total of what Will Anderson did. And a lot of it really is because of them changing the way they used him in his final year at Alabama.
Yeah.
It made it look like he wasn't as good as the year before when, in fact, they just weren't letting him use all those traits.
Yeah.
So there was a Trayvon Walker comparison that I think the positive one that I found for Will Anderson, I mean, there were plenty of positives.
Yeah.
This kid's got impeccable intangibles. He might be one of the greatest kids ever. His family and everything. You want to adopt him for your son. He's an All-American kid.
That's clearly what the Texans were. They were looking at that part of Will Anderson huge. I mean, you don't give up what they gave up to go get him if the intangibles aren't off the charts, along with all the physical stuff. Yeah, and Grenard. I don't think it was a horrible guess, other than why would Bob McGinn be going and getting scouting reports on Jonathan Grenard? Grenard was a third-round pick who may have gotten overdrafted, you know?
Yeah, I think what would have been off with Grenard is Grenard was really technically sound in a lot of ways, above and beyond what a lot of when it came to reading the run and everything. I was really intrigued by Grenard, and he was coached by Todd Grantham, who was my defensive line coach at one time, and Grantham loved him.
And I was wondering, too, you mentioned long arms. That's where I'm like, okay, I don't remember. If Grenard had long arms, he would have been a first-round pick. Grenard. That was fun, though. You still got a bunch of them? Can we play this again later this week?
Yeah, we can play it later.
Can we play it again, Dad? Can we play it again?
Yeah.
Okay, good. That was fun. Text in. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, if you enjoyed the little quiz show we just did. All right, the Rockets.
Or if you hated it.
Yeah, either way. If you didn't like it, let us know.
We need feedback.
We need clear feedback.
Do you prefer that segment or us going off on a character actor power ranking for 10 minutes like we did earlier in the show?
Or both. Yeah. All right, Rockets. Rockets get a win last night. The matchups that we can start to kind of see how the playoffs are coming together. There's 9 possible teams the Rockets could play in the postseason. I've got them power ranked based on how much fun they would be to play and cover that series. We'll do that coming up next. But I want to get you guys 2020.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland. On the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. The Rockets win last night. They beat the Hawks. So a new winning streak has started, we hope. Coming off of just a disappointing loss to Denver on Sunday. They recovered nicely. No Amen Thompson last night. He was dealing with some ankle soreness, as Vanessa Richardson told us at the beginning of the broadcast. Here was Vanessa catching up with Amen Thompson earlier. The rest of the season could play out. And Amen Thompson saying there is no matchup out there that scares the Houston Rockets.
How important do you think the defense that you are fostering, but also Dylan and the other guys on this team that are strong defensively, how important will that be in the playoffs in a league where defense isn't exactly always a strong point?
Yeah, I mean, playoffs is when everything, defense really matters, obviously. Defense wins championships. We got me, Dylan, Tari, like the focal point defenders, but everybody out here is really bought into the defensive end. So there's no matchup I feel like I'm not confident in. You know what I mean?
That's pretty bold talk for a young player on a team that hasn't been to the playoffs in a bunch of years. But I do feel.
And then he said, "I poke bears."
Yeah. And Dylan Brooks looked over and was like, "Yeah, fist bump." I do feel. He named specifically Amen did himself and Tari and Dylan, and those are probably their best defensive players. I do feel like the guys who aren't generally considered good or elite defensive players on this team have at least bought in from an energy standpoint defensively into what Ime Udoka is saying. So I feel good about that part of it heading into the postseason for sure.
Well, if we go over the lull that they had before this recent winning streak and stretch, the fact that Udoka himself was pointing to the back-to-backs and some of the scheduling stuff, I was okay with that as an explanation, only because it was Udoka saying that. If it were some other coach, I would be Udoka is the least soft coach in the NBA.
Yeah,
he is as close to an old school coach, the guy that coached you in high school, whatever it might be, as there is. So you look at it, and it probably, Udoka probably hates saying stuff like that even though he feels that it's genuinely the case. I think that whatever it took, either from learning to handle adversity and learning to handle some of the tougher scheduling elements, and then having a softer stretch on their schedule, you're able to see much more of the good elements of the Rockets right now. You look around the power rankings in the league, and they've caught up even from last week or so, and the Rockets on a bunch of different power rankings are fourth in the league right now.
Yep.
So they're the second seed in the West. The one thing you keep in mind is, man, they haven't beat a team with a winning record in over a month.
That's wild.
They've been playing really good and consistently their brand of basketball, but they've been doing it versus a softer stretch of schedule. So there's still a huge X factor of, all right, you give Udoka credit for knowing how to coach in the playoffs and getting the most out of his teams with what he did with the Celtics already, but all right, just how far can you go when you can't shoot the ball, no matter how scrappy you are? And just how scrappy and tenacious do you have to be on defense to overcome that?
Right.
That's the huge unknown. And I think a lot of people, like the Charles Barkleys of the world and what have you, we know with Barkley especially, not that I'm trying to pick on him or focus on him, but if it doesn't look and smell like your traditional championship, you really tend to put it at a lower ranking. The way Barkley did with the Warriors.
Yeah.
Because, jump shooting teams don't win championships,
That's right? Yep.
That's what Barkley's famous phrase was before they went on to win 17 championships.
That's right. So
in a row, it felt like.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it did feel like that. So I actually just did a little bit of recalculating while we were doing this segment here because I remembered how the play-in worked. The Rockets are the 2 seed right now. So if the season ended today, they would play the winner of the 7 versus 8 game in the play-in. That's the way the play-in works. 7 through 10 are in a play-in. 7 plays 8, 9 plays 10, and then the loser of the 7-8 game plays the winner of the 9-10 game to get the final seed. So the Rockets would know they would play the winner of the 7 versus 8 game, which as of the standings today would be the Clippers and the Minnesota Timberwolves. So the Rockets' pool of teams they could play in the postseason basically are 6 teams.
Yeah.
The Denver Nuggets, the Lakers, the Grizzlies, the Warriors, the Clippers, and the Minnesota Timberwolves. Seth, I've power ranked these. I'm going to rapid fire these, and you tell me as I'm rapid firing these to you if I'm off base on any of these in terms of your excitement level to play. This is based purely on excitement level, not matchups. Okay, this is based purely on radio friendliness, not matchups. Minnesota is the bottom of this list. They're 6th. They have Anthony Edwards, and that's cool. It would be fun to humble him, but it's Minnesota. There's not a lot of sizzle to that for me.
There's no sizzle in this matchup.
I need sizzle, yeah.
Don't disrespect me with because the Rockets are going to have times and everything to begin with. Yeah. Give me something that's sizzle-worthy, damn it.
Sizzle. Number 5, Memphis. And now we're getting this. These are all fun. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
It's a playoff. It's going to be great being back in the playoffs. It was a fun series with Ja Morant versus the Rockets.
I like the fact though too that the Rockets have been very gritty versus Memphis this year, and the last one that they dropped was after they'd gotten screwed over by whatever the scheduling issue was there.
Yeah.
Just kind of plunked it down in the middle of, oh, by the way, here, this will be your 4th game in, 7 days or whatever,
crazy.
or 6 days on the road. So, yeah, no, I want that more maybe than the other ones.
Than the other ones?
I got it against, I don't know, I've got a long-standing, maybe it's because they're in Tennessee, my second least favorite state in the union.
That's a great point. Number 4, the Denver Nuggets. They just won the title 2 years ago. That part of it would be fun, going up against Jokic, who is...
And give me all the one thing that they bring up in all these power rankings, like, oh, they couldn't even beat the Nuggets without Jokic on the floor.
Yeah.
No, do it with Jokic.
That's right. Number 3, again, we're power ranking possible opponents based on entertainment and fun value. Number 3, the Lakers are number 3 for me. Even with Luka there, even with LeBron, even with 7 games worth of poking fun at the Bronny James dynamic, and I'll acknowledge that Bronny James has played a little better of late. Yeah. It sounds weird to say, but the greatest player of the last 20 years doesn't crack the top 2 on this list. Although a Lakers-Rockets 7-game series would be phenomenal for, I think, tickets.
Estimating your capacity to develop a deep and unabiding hatred of J.J. Redick. So that's the one thing.
Yeah,
I need podium clips of J.J. Redick acting like the smartest guy in all of sports, and explaining about how it either was or wasn't their fault, or that they got screwed, or that in the grand scheme of things, any of that. Yeah.
Would you then flip-flop my number 2, which is the Golden State Warriors? Would you flip-flop the Lakers and Golden State on your list? Or would you push the Lakers, and I'll get to number 1 in a second, but would you push the Lakers all the way up to number 1 on your list?
I don't know if I'd push the Lakers up to 1. The Warriors, I thought for a team that is built on defense, there would be something just kind of gratifying. Not that Steph Curry is, the same. This isn't the same Warriors team that kept the Rockets multiple times from going to a championship.
Yeah.
I would love to have them have their best defensive display and be all dialed in and firing on all cylinders versus the Warriors. I think I'd put them below the Lakers just because it's the Lakers.
Yeah. No, that makes perfect sense. And I think the Rockets beating the Warriors would be a little like the Jake Paul Mike Tyson fight. It's Mike Tyson. But it's Mike Tyson, probably who takes a lot of old man medication for a lot of things and whatnot. That's what the Warriors are kind of that for me right now. Number 1 on this list, and I think this would just, for the circle of life aspect of this, and again, this team would need to win a play-in as of, they need to win that 7-8 game right now to see the Rockets in the first round. But I just think with James Harden and the Clippers, the circle of life aspect of this whole rebuild starting with James Harden sitting down at a podium, fat as could be, saying that we're just not very good, and it's just not really going to work out here. And for it to, especially Seth, for it to be the circle of life with the Rockets as the 2 seed and the Clippers 3 teams removed from his time with the Rockets, mind you. He's been in several different orphanages now, James Harden. He's been passed from foster home to foster home in the NBA.
Sean, I think I'm in the same boat as a lot of Rockets fans in that I've got a complicated relationship with my ex, okay? I feel like I'm like one of those couples where you're divorced, you're cordial with your ex, you've got a good relationship with the kids where you just kind of do your thing and she does her thing. And there was a lot of stuff that led to the divorce, but I can't get all hung up and caught up in that and still do right by my kids. That's where I am with James Harden. Okay. I don't have it in him to get vicious in a custody battle.
Yeah.
I don't want to have a viral video of me demanding that she get the kids out for my visit at this time or whatever.
Yeah.
I can't go there. I can't actively hate James Harden and forget all the good times we had.
Yeah.
Remember that time we went to Niagara Falls and we sat and and watched the falls came down and it felt like it was going to be you and me.
This is where we realize.
Sounds like you're a little bit more. But you have actually having gone through a divorce.
Thank you. That's what I was about to say. Yeah, yeah. This is a clear image of the 2 hosts. One's been in a happy marriage for it'll be 3 decades before we know it, and
It's a lot easier to pretend you'd be noble after a divorce if you've never been through a divorce before,
right.
I guess. Yeah. I like to think of myself as biting my tongue and being the noble one, yes, and do right by the kids.
I hope you never have to find out. Let me first say that. And number two, I will say I have a much better relationship with my ex-wife than I do James Harden right now.
The same way you're so critical of people's parenting until you become a parenting.
Yes.
Until you become a parent, excuse me.
Yeah. All right, that was fun. Do people agree with me? Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Is James Harden and the Lakers, Clippers, are they at the top of are the Lakers at the top of your list, it sounds like, Seth, between LeBron and J.J. Redick especially?
Yeah.
Okay, so they're at the top of yours. Yeah.
I don't have any history. I don't have any romantic history with J.J. Redick.
No, you can just hate him from afar, and you get to maybe spoil his postseason. Either way, just reading that list of teams, like they're in a single team on there where it doesn't get me pretty pumped up about the first round of the NBA playoffs. I will say that. All right, Stephon Diggs is now a New England Patriot. He's off the market. We're going to sift through the bargain DVD bin that's left over. Are there any of these guys on the scrap heap that Nick Caserio and the Texans should be chasing? We'll get to Cam Smith making the Astros roster at the top of the hour as well. Stay there.
Left tackle Cam Robinson.
We're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
It's interesting. You know, a couple hour and a half later, you can tell the people that are listening on the Odyssey app on Rewind, because we're getting random texts about their opinion on the Astros taking Cam Smith and putting the news that he was making the team, him getting that news along with his family, putting it up on social media. We'll talk about that at the top of the Astros. That's the big story of the day. Free agency. Stephon Diggs gets 3 years, $69 million, including $26 million guaranteed from the New England Patriots. There's not any part of that contract, Seth, and really the guaranteed money is the part, it's really the only part that matters in the whole thing. But including the guaranteed money, if it's truly $26 million guaranteed, and I know sometimes there's guaranteed for injury, there's guarantees, there's a lower guarantee for performance, whatever. Any guarantee with Stephon Diggs coming off an ACL, I view as whatever that number is, that's the
right.
Even if it's for injury, he's a guy who just got injured and had ACL surgery. I don't think any part of the numbers involved in that deal were remotely close to a neighborhood the Texans are playing in free agency this offseason.
No, and I don't think they should be before the draft, especially. That there's still a wide open possibility and scenario where the Texans draft a wide receiver in the draft. And then that at that point, even with injuries and everything else that happens, you're pretty loaded to bring in have a Stephon Diggs plus a rookie wide receiver plus Nico Collins. Yes, some of those guys will get injured throughout the season, but just even in getting the reps and getting the rookie ingrained and everything, it doesn't make a lot of sense to spend that big right now. So for me, Stephon Diggs, if the Texans signed him, it would have been sometime in July after he was further along in his rehab and everything else, and that at a reasonable price tag. This would have put me out of my comfort zone.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
I'm totally cool with this.
You know what's interesting about this? I'm looking at the NFL.com best available free agents. They have the top 101. Best available free agent right now is Amari Cooper. He was 11th on the original list. Keenan Allen is also on this list. You know, and I feel like Keenan Allen and Amari Cooper and Stephon Diggs all sort of live in the same neighborhood as far as
they were veteran dudes that were out there and available for either trade or whatever. Yeah, all of them got traded. Yeah, all
about the same age. Right, last year, Cooper during the season, and they all in their 30s, all drafted about the same time. You know the 2015 area right there. I do wonder, I wonder if Keenan Allen and Amari Cooper are looking at the deal that Diggs got, and they're like, I'm going to wait even longer now. I mean, I don't think either of them are getting 3 years, $69 million.
Yeah.
But I just wonder what Diggs' contract that he got from the Patriots, if in this miniature world of veteran wide receivers that are out there, if that's viewed as a major overspend by other teams that might be kicking tires on guys like Amari Cooper and Keenan Allen.
I think they probably look at it as it's an overspend, but the Patriots are in a mode where they want to establish a culture. They want to be more competitive than they were last year. They've got the cap room to spend, so it makes sense for them. Yeah. If he had gone to the Commanders, I think that, even though the Commanders have already made a move at wide receiver, I think that would have made sense. I think the biggest concern I would have with Stephon Diggs up in up in New England, is that in previous instances when he's had issues with the way he's being used, it's when he was clearly the best guy on the field, and he felt, either for selfish or team reasons, he felt that he should be getting the ball more. Yeah. Last year, it was a much different situation. It wasn't him versus Gabe Davis or something. It was him. No, and Gabe Davis wasn't there in Buffalo in his final season, right? It was
no, I don't think
because he had gone to Jackson. Whatever.
I can't remember.
So it was like last year, it was very clear that there were other options. Nico Collins predominantly, but also Tank Dell. And it's a lot easier in that environment to kind of, to take the noble route and know that, we got to get the whole thing going. We got to spread the ball around. It makes sense. In New England, with a young quarterback who had pass protection issues last year, just like C.J. Stroud did, it's a little harder, I think, to not demand the ball if you're Stephon Diggs. So that'll be the interesting thing to watch.
There's some interesting names still out in the marketplace. Asante Samuel Jr. is still out there. He's only 25 years old. I mean, he's not perfect, obviously. He's not a great tackler, and press coverage is a problem and things. He was the 21st ranked wide receiver, or 21st ranked free agent on the top 101. Aaron Rodgers obviously is a different story. He's 25. I'm just kind of thumbing down the list
Well,
here.
Asante Samuel is interesting. If you start looking at the category of guys that, wow, they're out there, they're available, they're only 25 years old.
Yep.
Because Elijah Moore, the wide receiver from Cleveland, he's another one that's intriguing, except that, and if Christian Kirk hadn't been traded for, I might be more really interested in Elijah Moore, but I think a lot of personnel people probably look at him as a guy that's got a lot of upside, and he's still very young. He'd be another one where I think the Texans, if they sign him, would be after the draft, and if the price tag
gets open, he's been on some really bad teams. Like it would be interesting. If you've got a personnel department that's really good at projecting what guys who get open would look like in your system, or with a good quarterback, or with just a better offense overall, like Elijah Moore, that feels like a guy like if the Kansas City Chiefs could get him on like a 1-year, $7 million deal, I feel like he might be able to get 70 catches in Kansas City.
If I were to go to the other end of the spectrum, a guy who's old as dirt.
Yeah.
Calais Campbell.
I was going to ask you about him.
Because I like Greg Rosenthal's right up here. Because it's true. He says this may seem like a high ranking for a year-to-year guy who turns 39 in September, but Campbell is consistently one of the best players on every team he joins. I'm sick of constantly ranking him too low.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like back when I used to say, don't worry, the Spurs will get old. They're going to get, no, next year is the year they get old. And they didn't get old. They outlived their life expectancy by like 10 years.
He feels like the player version of the thing you and I talk about sometimes. Like, if you get to 58 years old without any major health issues, you're probably going to live to be 80,
Right,
He feels like a guy like, you know what? He's still really performing at a high level at 35. He'll probably perform at a high level till he decides to stop playing football,
Yeah, and depending on what team he goes to, as long as they're cool with him not, they only want him for 10, 15, 20 snaps in a game, he can provide exactly what you want with him. And he's just got he's got this deep, gravelly voice that makes him feel like he might be just a wise old grandpa sitting in a rocking chair doling out wisdom to everybody.
Swarmy grandpa is what he is. He is a swarmy grandpa. We need a.
He's not definitely on the HOA.
We need that's right. We need an elderly person in that D line. Actually,
I could totally see D'Amico though being intrigued by having Calais Campbell in the room.
100%.
Especially if they draft. Okay, if they end up drafting Kenneth Grant, be on the lookout for a Calais Campbell signing.
Oh, it's like almost a Crash Davis kind of thing, huh?
Yeah. Well, think about with Will Anderson. They surrounded Will with guys in their 30s. They brought Jerry Hughes back. They signed Danico Autry. They bring Daniil Hunter in. They've got all these old heads out there who are technicians and can kind of take the young guy under their wing. So if you draft a defensive tackle in the first round, bring in a couple of elders like Calais Campbell.
Yeah,
I'm cool with that.
I'm cool with that, too. People are generally, Seth, on the Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line, generally very cool with the segment we did earlier in the hour at 8 o'clock. At 8 o'clock, Seth took old anonymous scouting reports on either current Texans or recent Texans, and I had to guess who the scouting report was about. You did a really good job of giving hints, too, I think, along the way. Text message, that was a great segment. Text message, awesome segment. Text message, that was fun. I played along as well. Okay, here's one that has a suggestion.
Okay.
That was a good segment, guys. The only thing I would say to polish, try and make it a little easier for the people in the car playing. I was getting them at the beginning, but had no idea at the end, was really into the fact that I was able to job guys. Overall, I liked the segment. Yeah.
That was a little bit, I tried to structure it a little bit like they do on a lot of standardized tests where you start off easy and then they get tougher. Maybe I'll sprinkle in I got to throw at least a couple in that are almost impossible.
Maybe.
Otherwise, it doesn't feel. How do you identify the 1th percentile? If you don't have a few in there that are impossible.
I would say maybe we'll do what we did like 5 in the segment because you and I ended up talking for a little bit after each one, and I like the way you mixed in the other comments about the players we talked about too. So maybe we're the opposite of what.
Yeah.
That was really good. Maybe we just do it where it's like 3 or 4 that are at a normal person driving in the car level, but then there's one at the end that's like the $64,000 question kind of thing.
Yeah,
you have to pay me $64,000 if I get it right.
It sent me off into thinking about like how hard tests can be.
Yeah.
And I remember when I realized there was a whole different level of intelligence in this world that I wasn't that I wasn't ready for. My chemistry class I took in college, it was one of those weed out classes, to identify so there would be this, it was a class of 500. I think it was one of the chemistries. I can't remember which one. It was a big class, like 500 people in it.
Yep.
And the curve for the class, you'd take these tests, and there were only like 3 tests in the entire term. And the bell curve, it would be a 125-point test. So 5 questions, each worth 25 points.
Ooh.
The bell curve looked like a normal curve from 0 through 100.
Mm-hmm.
And then the people like 125 points on the test.
Yeah.
So it was just like in those words, it was like the 5th question that I remember reading the 5th question on this test. And I'm like, none of this looks familiar to me.
Yeah.
What the hell are you even talking about? So there was like, that test was designed almost to just show okay, these are the superstars in this class.
Yeah, if you weren't getting 100, you were dropping that class early.
It looked like it was crazy. So you could, but it was very humbling.
Yeah.
Because you'd be like, you look at the first point, the first curve, and you're like, oh, I'm pretty bright. And then you look at that thing that skyrockets up to 125. I'm like,
you look over the
I'm
hill.
just a normal jamoke.
You get to the top of the hill and you're like, crap, it's another hill.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you make it over your first hill in the Rockies on the wagon train. You're like, you're reaching the pinnacle of the first mountain. You're like, I'll probably be able to see the Pacific on the other side.
God's like, no.
No, you didn't know Ross Blacklock was going to be a question on this test.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you, boy. We'll get to this after the top of it. A lot of people agreeing with your take on James Harden, Seth. There are a lot of people
conflicted feelings about him.
Yeah, very conflicted. Very good. We'll get to that, but we'll get to Cam Smith, too. How did Cam Smith feel? How emotional was it for him, not only making the roster, but his family was in town for the news? We'll discuss that heading into the 9 o'clock hour. We'll do that coming up next. Daly and Black, the law offices of Daly and Black.
AM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Seth, in this fourth and final hour of the show, we're going to talk about Cam Smith here. We're going to talk about Cam Ward later in the hour. I promise not to bring up Cam Robinson and all this.
It's tough because Cam Smith is also from Florida.
Yeah.
So as we demonstrated earlier this week, if you're a school in Florida, you might be Miami. I'm going to say Florida State, or I might say, oh, that game in Gainesville. They're like, no, Seth, that was actually Central Florida. Yeah. It doesn't matter. It's all one big dangling peninsula.
That's right. That's right. So Cam Smith is a Houston Astro. It is official. He's made the team. He will start in right field on opening day. One thing we have not talked about, Zach DeZenzo made the final roster as well.
Right. Yeah. That was one of my other, when I was trying way too hard to overthink things. Yeah. I thought, all right, well, DeZenzo and Cam Smith, they're both going to need playing time. Espada really wants them to get playing time. And I was still looking at it through the filter of maybe that I didn't really want to believe or realize that the team felt as good about these guys in their spring training performances.
Yeah.
Because you're trying to be crusty old baseball guy. But don't read too much into spring training.
Yep.
Like, all right, man, Espada and Dana Brown don't seem to have any reservations about gushing about spring training performances.
No.
So, DeZenzo was a guy last year that, in that wave of young guys that played on the Major League roster last year, it was hard to keep straight even from one moment to the next sometimes, whatever it might be.
Yeah.
But this feels very appropriate this year.
Yeah. What that tells me, if DeZenzo's on the roster, is that there is a lot of fluidity going on right now with the Jose Altuve experiment in left field. That the possibility of him winding up back at second base is a distinct possibility, and then you've got DeZenzo in left field and Cam Smith in right field. Cam Smith will be in the everyday lineup, in that I'm very confident. DeZenzo had a spring training that would dictate that he should have a much more than just a pinch hitting role on this team. So that's the tell for me, that DeZenzo and Cam Smith. And again, the one thing Dana Brown has said publicly is that those guys need to play a majority of both DeZenzo and Cam Smith were stated guys as they must play a majority of the time. They can't be part-time players. That tells me, if he's true to that, if he's being honest about that, that tells me that there's still a very good chance that Jose Altuve winds up back at second base at some point.
Well, and I'll tell you, too, I think for people that get agitated about frequent changes in the lineup, brace yourself, because there's going to be a lot of changes that they're going to – I think with Altuve alone – they're going to have to get their computer scientists on the task to figure out exactly when he's playing second, when he's playing left field, when he's DH, when he's playing at all. They wanted to load manage Altuve more last year than they were able to, but the injuries were so bad that they just couldn't. And Altuve dropped off some and looked like a guy who was aging last year, but they couldn't really manage him the way that everybody's going to be all over the place. I
think the only guys right now in their everyday lineup that are entrenched in their position, assuming health, Christian Walker at first base. He'll be the everyday first baseman. Jeremy Pena will be the everyday shortstop. Jake Myers, as of right now, is going to be the everyday center fielder, especially if they feel any trepidation, as they should, about the defensive abilities of the two guys that are flanking him on either side.
Yeah.
I think Paredes is the everyday third baseman, but where I'm going with this is, and this is a good thing, they've got a lot of positional versatility on the team. Paredes can play third. He's at least been discussed as a guy who could play second or first for the team, or even outfield for the team. Cam Smith obviously has third base, outfield. At least they're viewing him as being versatile that way. Even Yainer Diaz can play first base in a pinch if you needed him to. He did last year. So can Caratini. Both their catchers have positional versatility. If a Christian Walker injury pops up, then that's a significant thing. I think there's a handful of guys that are going to occupy the DH spot. I think it'll be Yordan most of the time, but I think they're going to use Altuve there strategically. I think there's going to be times where if you're trying to get all your best bats in the lineup, that you could have Caratini catching, Yiner at DH, and Jordan in the outfield, Altuve at second base, that kind of thing. You're absolutely right. Like this, every day is going to be some sort of form of like a Sudoku or a Jenga or something like that.
Honestly, it's going to be like modern basketball. It's
positionless baseball.
It's positionless baseball.
Yes.
You're just, hey, we're going to get that. It's, you know what it is? It's the Texans' offensive line. Usually annoying. When I get the best players on the field.
That's kind of what they're doing,
It's
though.
a better version of the Texans' offensive line.
It better be, boy.
All right?
It better be, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the only explanation for putting Altuve in left field. Is we're trying to get our best.
You're trying to get our best. That's like moving Titus Howard to left guard.
100%.
All right, we're trying to get our best players out there.
Yes.
And it's not ideal and it doesn't look perfect, but we got to get our best players on the field.
Yeah, man.
I think the Astros are treating the defensive positions the way you treat positions in basketball anymore. You know, like, I don't know, is he a small forward? Is he a shooting guard? I don't know.
Here's Cam Smith yesterday, after he had found out he'd made the team. If you haven't seen the video yet, go out of your way to find it. They put a video out, the Astros did, from the clubhouse of Cam Smith, it being announced from Joe Espada that he made the team and his family happened to be in town. And they got to share that moment with him, which I'd imagine is something he'll never forget. Here was Cam Smith after that meeting with the media. And if you listen to this, and it gets a little choppy in the middle, and you can even hear one of the reporters say, I know this is emotional. Cam Smith even apologizes in the middle of this clip for kind of tearing up and welling up. It's really good audio. Take a listen.
Yeah, I always thought it was possible. I think I had a great group of guys around me to help me out to get here today. So I always saw it as a possibility, for it to happen. And, we're here today talking about it now. So I'm very blessed.
I know this is very emotional for you, but just the special nature of having your mom. Can you just take us through the idea that she would be the one, after all she did for you, to tell you that you made the major leagues?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
At one point it was just me and her in the house. She struggled to take me to baseball games and practice, and I'm just happy to do it for her.
It's really good. I'm listening to that, Seth, and I'm thinking we've been talking a ton of football today as well. Cam Smith, it's almost like it's like a C.J. Stroud meets Will Anderson kind of thing in this respect. Like Cam Smith's background has some C.J. Stroud similarities, with tough upbringing, single mom. CJ's it's different. CJ's dad has been in prison for a number of years, but there was a struggle to the upbringing that involved a deep relationship with his mother.
Yeah.
Like CJ. The similarity to Will Anderson is the physical one, where they call Cam Smith the aircraft carrier on the Astros. Like there's an element of a wow factor when you see the guy physically.
Yeah.
That's a lot like Will Anderson. That's as I'm listening to that audio, I'm like, man, this is almost a lot like the two foundational guys for the Texans. Their stories and their physical traits kind of meeting in a strange kind of way.
Yeah, and I think with Cam Smith, the biggest and the most entertaining part of spring training, which is like has this been the most intriguing spring since 2015?
It's not even close for me.
And I'm not even saying anything spectacular happened in 2015 other than they made the playoffs.
Yeah.
There have been various prospects you're excited about seeing and everything. Cam Smith out of nowhere really bursting out and showing you, oh boy, the payoff on this Kyle Tucker trade might actually be way better than what we even thought. Because we intellectually knew that Cam Smith was considered a really good prospect, but to see it in person was really cool. And then Jose Altuve playing left field at all was such a novelty and such a story that it really, for anybody that tries to say I don't pay attention to spring training, you don't learn anything there. Yeah, listen, I promise you, if Cam Smith had gone 0 for 30 in spring training, He wouldn't be on the opening day roster.
Yeah.
Spring training does matter.
It does.
It doesn't matter all the time. And bad performances by veterans, yeah, you don't pay attention to that at all.
Yeah.
But when the young guys come up, and DeZenzo as well, the fact that both DeZenzo and Cam Smith are on the roster has everything to do with the way they played in spring training.
1,000%, especially Cam Smith. But both of them, I agree with you on that. Yeah, to answer your question, yeah, look, for me personally, this is the first spring training that I've been upset that I can't watch all the games on TV. And I know there's a streaming element where you can watch the games from, kind of a camera angle in the stadium kind of thing. I want my Todd Callis and my Jeff Blum and whoever else they have on the broadcast, my Julia Morales. To me, it's spring training for the spectators and the home viewers like me. I want to be in shape for tomorrow as I get ready to watch the Astros on television. And legitimately, there wasn't a single day where the Astros were playing in spring training where I didn't want to at least stay in tune with what was going on. I was box score checking during spring training this year, right? I mean, we never do that. And so this is, I would say definitely the most intriguing spring training since they last won their World Series. And for me, it's the most intriguing spring training since this run started back in 2015.
It's been kind of refreshing for me, too, because you always wonder, all right, like after when a team is winning so much, and then if they start to hit a little bit of a downturn or a lull or a reset or whatever it might be, is the interest going to wane? Yeah. And I think, if anything, this year, the interest during spring training, at least, has been way more than I thought it would. If you had told me 3 years ago, hey, the Astros are going to have they're going to start to go on a downturn. They're going to have a year where they lose in the ALCS, but didn't even really look like they should have been in the ALCS. And then the next year, they just get disposed of in the playoffs. Yeah. What do you think the intrigue level be in spring training in 2025? I would not have thought it was going to be what it was this year.
Yeah.
So it's like that part of it's been exciting, or been fun at least.
Yeah, it's been fun. I'll be interested to see if what you're talking about translates at the ballpark outside of opening day. Like opening day, you got to pay $200 a ticket to get in. I'm telling you right now, if you want to go to an Astros game if you want to go during the week, if you just want to go out to Dyken Park and see what this new team looks like, it ain't that expensive to get into the ballpark right now.
It's very affordable right now.
Yeah, so I'll be curious because I feel the same intrigue in spring training that you and I do, or I feel that you're talking about. I feel that same intrigue that you're talking about amongst fans. I guess my only question would be, do you and I swim in a pool, being in radio and being on social media, where we're just amongst the fans that are super interested and they only represent a small percentage of those of the casual Astros fans out there,
Right? Yeah, we're not. It's not a normal cross section of everybody that's at the ballpark.
Cam Smith helps though. The Cam Smith story is something that if I were a casual fan, I would want to go see this guy play, or at least I'd be peeping in on TV for the first several games to see what he's all about.
I'm on Game Time right now.
Okay.
And the lower level, where do you want to sit, Sean?
Which game are we talking about?
Day 2.
Day 2. Okay, so the
day
Mets.
Day 2, not opening day, but versus the Mets.
I like to sit, tell me what it is to sit midway up the 100s down there. Like not behind.
Do you want to be like on the first baseline?
Yeah, I want to be on the first baseline. Yeah, like
midway up.
$150. Okay, that's still pretty pricey. Now go check if you can do it quick.
Yeah.
Go check I think they play the Giants on Tuesday or something like that.
Okay.
Like during the week against an NL team, that kind of thing, and tell me.
The Giants on Tuesday, or let's go to. Yeah, we'll do Tuesday, not Monday. What's going to be cheaper? Let's go to Tuesday.
Well, Tuesday's Dollar Dog Night, so that might be more popular.
You can get in.
There you go. You're sitting way up.
Now, you could sit midway up on the first baseline in the 100s for $66.
That's really good. I mean, if I'm telling you, somebody who's on the ticket apps all season long going to games, that if the Astros are good, you will not be able to do that come May and June. You
can sit behind home plate. Does the Diamond Club go all the way up in Section 1, or is it just the lower,
just the lower
20 rows?
Yeah, below that little catwalk right there.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not in the Diamond Club.
Okay.
But you can sit 5 rows above the Diamond Club for $126.
That's not horrible
in that game.
I mean, those are good seats, man.
$8 to get in the building. Yeah.
Yeah.
The best deal is in the third level there. $9 to sit behind home plate there on the third level.
Up way in the 400s behind home plate.
The 300s. No, in the 300s.
300s. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's that life hack sometimes that Amy and I use is just buy the really inexpensive seats and go sit at the bar in the outfield and just hang out with Astro fans.
So on that,
it's like an $8 cover charge.
That Giants game, you can sit just past first base midway through in section 127 for $39.
Yeah, I'm telling you, like that's the part where you and I are sitting here talking about the enthusiasm behind spring training, which I'm feeling the same thing you are, but you go and look at the actual market and supply and demand, and it's not saying that the interest level is at that level right now overall, but we'll see.
Crawford box is $39.
We got to go to a game, man. We got to go. You and I.
The parade hitter, yeah. Get yourself a Paredes home run.
That's it, man. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. All right, Puka Nacua said something this week, wide receiver for the Rams. Do we hear more players doing this moving forward, considering how much money is involved in the NFL? Do you have any concern level that any Texan player, foundational, would say what Puka Nacua said? We'll let you hear it coming up next.
Hey, I'd like to have a little bit more money to go to a baseball game. I'd like to have a little bit more money to retire early, but you know what hurts you sometimes? Property taxes. Unfair.
take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
This is interesting. Puka Nacua was on a podcast recently, and Puka Nacua, 2 years in, heading into his third year, he's one of the best wide receivers in football. Had a killer rookie year, had some injuries last year, but when he's on the field, he's excellent. And I would imagine he's somebody the Rams are looking to sign to a second contract after he finishes his third. If he has as good a third season as he's had his first couple seasons, he's someone they'll want to keep around, I would imagine. And he along with Davante Adams, that's a nice pair they've got there in L.A. with the Rams. Puka Nacua, though, it's interesting, as he's paired up with a guy who's 32 years old now in Davante Adams. He dropped this little nugget on a podcast. He wants to retire at age 30.
I want to retire at the age of 30. I'm 23 right now. I'm going into year 3. I think of Aaron Donald like, man, like to go out at the top, I think it would be super cool. But then also be like, yo, like I want to have a big family. Just like I want to have at least a starting 5. I'm like I can't from a big family. So boys, 5 boys for sure. That's cool. But also being like, man, I want to be able to like be a part of their lives and like be as active as I can with them. So I'm like, I don't want to be. The injuries are something that you can't control part of the game. So, like, oh, man, like, you never know. Hopefully, like, the rest of your career go healthy. But, like, man, you have shoulder surgery, you have knee surgery, you have ankle. And be like, yo, like, by the time my kids could be 18, I'm like, I could be barely walking if if you play the game and, like, you sustain all the injuries.
Okay, we'll get into the number of kids he wants to have in a second. Wants to retire at age 30, obviously citing a lot of the physical stuff as the reason why. The money's never been bigger, Seth, especially for a guy like Puka Nacua, who's probably going to get a $30 million a year contract when the time comes. He's excellent. Yeah. He's really good. He's really good at a position whose ceiling continues to go up and up and up at the wide receiver position. Do you think we start to see, I mean, he's openly stating it, but do you think we start to see more guys, or there's more guys thinking the way Puka is, which is, man, if I get $100 million in the bank, what am I doing here at age 30? Sustaining all this punishment, you know?
I could see him. It's a lot easier. It's an easy plan to have when you're a young man, where you lay everything out and you feel like, oh yeah, I'll totally be ready to step away from it. But it all comes down to just emotionally how you feel at the point. I think the biggest thing that I see guys doing, it's one thing if you're worried about head injuries, I get that, and there's a lot of unknowns still with all of that. But it doesn't seem like he's talking about that. He's talking about orthopedic stuff.
Yes.
The thing is, for the most part, as long as you rehab them properly, and as long as you, especially when you're done playing, if you kind of continue to do post-career rehab on stuff to get your body actually right, you don't have to be tottering around like some of these old guys at the Hall of Fame who played in an era when if you tore an ACL, they just didn't fix it. It was just different. It was way different. Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe we'll see. Sean, I'm old enough to remember when J.J. Watt just casually made some mention in an interview on Sports Radio 610 about how he doesn't want to be one of these guys who's struggling and hanging on for dear life at the end of his career. He wrote it. He was on with Nick Wright and John Lopez.
Okay.
Whatever quote got picked up basically got run with by all of the aggregators and everything in such a way that it was a huge headline story in the offseason.
Interesting.
And people were mad at us like we were the ones that were blowing it up out of proportion or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe we were. I don't think we were. It was just and he didn't even put a timeline on it necessarily, but it was a huge deal. And it just ended up being, all right, JJ ended up having a lot of injuries, and he still did try to play a few years into after he had all those injuries.
Yeah.
In a way that I think maybe when he was a younger player, he wouldn't have thought he was going to do that.
Yeah.
You know? So people are going to blow this up a lot, and it's almost kind of like asking a kid at 12 what he's going to be when he's going to grow, what he wants to be when he grows up.
Yeah.
If you to class, Jimmy down the street wants to be a YouTuber. Oh my God!
Yeah.
I'm like, all right, great. Yeah,
I do think this is probably for players that teams are planning their future around. Like if you trade up to get Will Anderson, I think if you're the Texans, your hope is that he doesn't have a shelf life or an expiration date on how long he wants to play football. If you're especially if you're drafting a quarterback, because that's the one position that we do see guys playing well into their mid-30s. If you had a quarterback, honestly, if you were looking at drafting if one of these quarterbacks, let's pretend that these quarterbacks, Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders, were both elite prospects. And they're not. They're going to get drafted high, but they're not viewed in the same light as some of the elite guys, but they're going to get drafted high. And one of them says, I want to retire when I'm 30, and the other one says, I want to play for as long as I can play. That's the tiebreaker for me. I would take the guy with a little bit lesser talent who has no end date or no view of what. This goes back to what you talk about with quarterbacks, Seth, all the time, is like there's no quarterback who has the level of delusion or lack of touch with reality that you talk, in a good way that you talk about, that's saying I want to retire at age 30. They're maniacal about football, and they don't care how long they play.
Yeah, I don't know. You know what, though? This goes back to, I remember talking to somebody, a really smart baseball person, about his reservations about Garrett Cole, because Garrett Cole had said that he wasn't sure he wanted to play anymore once he left the Astros. And
Garrett Cole or Charlie Morton?
Excuse me, Charlie Morton. Charlie Morton, yeah, obviously. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank God this wasn't a solo show. And multiple other reasons, Sean. You bring other stuff to the table other than being my immediate fact checker.
I appreciate
it. I think guys are just kind of thinking out loud in an interview.
Yeah.
And it doesn't necessarily mean that they don't love the game or anything. It's just that it is what it is. I wouldn't read it too much. So that baseball person was really giving the side eye to Charlie Morton about the fact that he said he might not want to play again. Like, I don't know, why would you bring a guy like that back?
Yeah.
And then Charlie Morton goes on to play however many more years.
Still playing.
Since he thought, how long has it been? Was that the 2017 World Series?
It's been 7 years.
So 8 years later, Charlie Morton is still playing. I think about it in some ways, sometimes the guys who work the hardest are the guys who feel that way, that I don't know if I want to be playing too long, because it's a huge emotional and investment. It's a huge investment of energy that they envision, like, am I going to be able to keep this up?
Mm-hmm.
So the guys that care a lot might be the ones. I mean, and I think J.J. Watt, if it hadn't been for injuries, I think he probably would have played until he was 35 or 40.
Yeah.
That's to J.J.'s credit. In 2016, when that interview was, and it got all blown up out of proportion, J.J. tweeted out, "Off-season, slow news day, words taken out of context. Listen to the interview if you'd like the real scoop." And then he linked to the Sports Radio 610 interview.
That's nice of him.
Yeah.
So that was on In the Loop with Nick Wright and John Lopez. That was not on the Triple Threat nor nor Mad Radio.
Just sum up. I guess he didn't link to it. Sorry, Jay, but he did say listen to the whole interview.
Yeah.
He did exonerate Nick Wright and John Lopez, I think. But it was a slow news day. JJ talked about maybe I don't want to necessarily play all that long, and then it immediately got blown up to, you guys gave this guy this huge contract and now he wants to quit.
Yeah. We interviewed JJ, I think that same offseason. In 2016 on the Triple Threat on the afternoon show. And the big revelation on that show was when we asked him about the injuries, because he won Defensive Player of the Year in 2015, but remember, he was banged up. He had a shoulder. He had the club on his hand at the end of the year. And he ended up having to be helped off the field in the playoffs because his groin got ripped off of his pelvis in the playoff game against the Chiefs. And I remember we asked him about that, and he mentioned a back injury in all that. We're like, hold on a second. There was no back injury that we heard of. And lo and behold, what ends his season a few months later in 2016? Back injury.
Yeah, that was a classic one of those situations where, too, he could have had the surgery, but he didn't. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to recover and be at his peak. So in the offseason, he made the decision not to have the surgery. Back surgery is always dicey anyways. The success rate on some of them is just... it's
a gateway to more surgeries.
Yeah. On some of them. I'm not trying to be a back expert here, back doctors out there. You know what I'm talking about.
Few texts on here from some topics a little earlier in the show, a little earlier this hour. I mentioned this earlier, Seth. I had the Clippers at the top of my list of desirable teams for the Rockets to play, purely from a fun standpoint. Harden the Rockets. You said you'd have a hard time with that because your relationship with Harden is a little complicated.
I have a hard time hating Harden.
Hating him, yeah.
I can't latch on to it.
To me, it's not even as much hate. It's a little bit of hate. I'm not going to lie. But it's just, I think I think the storyline is great. I think it's a really cool storyline of him going against his former team. text message. I'd be okay with playing anyone but the Warriors. I can't handle the idea of the Warriors turning it on in the first round and beating us. That's from Brian in Magnolia. The people who can't. Where are the people who? Here we go. Nah, I don't want to see Harden like that. I still have love for him. I want the Lakers or Golden State.
Yeah, I don't need to tidy up loose ends or anything, or have some closure on the whole deal. I just let's be our own group of young guys that you love and not have to worry about any baggage from Harden.
Seth, I feel the same. LOL. I want to hate him, but I can't.
I can't
hate him.
Look at him.
I can't hate him. All right. Final segment coming up.
He's the Michael Jackson of the NBA.
Okay. Leave that little.
I know I should despise him, but my God,
his songs are so good.
It's like, yeah,
man. His gather step's like Thriller. It's amazing. All right, final segment coming up. We'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop today. Cam Ward had his pro day earlier this week. He's now getting a private workout with the Tennessee Titans. I'm taking a look back at when C.J. Stroud came into the division and what the division looked like then. Could Cam Ward have a C.J. Stroud effect on the AFC South? We will discuss.
I'll give you
U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Cam Ward it looks like is going to be in the Texans division next year. The Titans have the number one pick. Boy, it sure does feel like the AFC South gets the number one pick a lot more than other
does.
divisions.
It makes it for interesting the journeys to watch. Guys like Anthony Richardson, we can watch him, see if he can break the 50% completion barrier this year.
Yeah, it's good stuff. So it looks like Cam Ward it's headed that direction. He had his pro day a couple days ago. It was reported yesterday. Schefter reports that the Titans are expected to hold an individual private workout with Cam Ward. Here was Cam Ward after his workout at his pro day, in which reportedly he turned to the Titans, kind of looked at them and said, I'm solidifying. Something like, he'll tell you what he said, something about solidifying his position. This interview is with Brian Baldinger and Cameron Wolfe. Here is Cam Ward on his interaction with the Titans.
There's a throw that you did on the roll, on the run, where you hit a dime, and it looked like you turned to the Titans brass, Chad Brinker and Mike Gorzanzi, and said something to him.
Yeah,
what did you say to him?
I said, I'm solidifying it today.
You solidified it today.
Locking it up.
They heard you? They laughed
I made sure they heard me.
So I guess off that tip, the Titans obviously have the number one overall pick. They like you. They've had you in the building. What did you want to show them today?
I say not only showing them, but every other team just throwing on rhythm. Whether it's 3 steps on rhythm, 5 steps on rhythm for under in the gun, heavy play action, gun 5 with movement outside the pocket. Just showing them all, under center stuff that I didn't get to show as much during the season. Let them know that I'm capable of it. Because at the end of the day, the NFL is not playing under center all the time. They're in the gun, but you got to be able to do it. And so that was the main focus for me. And then other than that, it was just making it all about my receivers, trying to throw them catchable balls, make sure not have balls hit the ground. We had a couple. But at the end of the day, you ain't going to be perfect. You always got stuff to get better at.
Okay, so it's interesting that he focused mostly on the throwing and rhythm. And I don't think his pro day was necessarily any different than a lot of pro days. But one of the concerns about him was that he seems a little too willing to work out of structure and play hero ball. Maybe make some throws that even though he's got a talented arm, he's writing a check that his arm can't cash.
Yeah.
Those types of things. That's why I get excited about him being in the division. That, if he's throwing on time and in rhythm and everything, he could do some really good things.
That secondary?
Against that secondary that was second in the CJ Gardner-Johnson to it, and with that pass rush, I'd be excited to face a guy that plays that way.
Yeah.
The big question is just whether at Tennessee they could take him and really, without taking away the improvisational ability, just getting him to play within the structure and within the scheme. That's the biggest concern that teams have about him. One of the biggest concerns.
No, Cam Ward is going to probably go number one in the draft. But I think from everything I've been reading, and if I were to go compare it to all the anonymous scouts and so forth, Seth, that we were talking about earlier, he's not viewed as, even though he's going number one in his draft class and CJ went number 2 in his, I think CJ coming in was viewed as the higher level prospect between these two guys, right? I mean, CJ was elite with accuracy and ball placement, like elite coming into the league. And we saw it play out with CJ. I'm looking right now, Seth, at the odds for winning the AFC South heading into 2023. So heading into CJ's rookie year, it was the Jags. Remember back in the day when the Jags were minus 150 to win the division before the year? Wow. Man, it wasn't all that long ago, man, after they won that playoff game the year before. Jags minus 150, Tennessee 4-1, Indianapolis 5-1, Texans were 7-1. And that whole thing basically got flipped on its head. The Jags were still 9-8 that year, but the Texans ended up winning the division. The Jags missed the playoffs, and then Tennessee and Indianapolis are bottom feeding that year. This year, it is kind of flipped on its head. The division, bet 100, you win 100. Colts are 3-1, Jags are 3-1, Titans are 8-1. So the Titans are in almost an identical situation in 2025 that the Texans were in 2023.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think there is any chance that Cam Ward and the Titans are able to pull off what CJ and the Texans did 2 years ago?
I do think, for one, with Cam Ward, you can see the upside. It's there. And I think with the Titans, they've got the potential to be a good defense. I mean, a very good defense, really. I think last year the thing with the Titans was that their defense was way better than the statistics would suggest. It was a classic case where you got this good defense. They got better as the year went along, but they also just were getting no help from the offense. So the question is, all right, Brian Callahan, and with his dad, who's the O-line coach, I think that's a big deal. And they've over the last 2 years, the Titans have really tried to bolster their offensive line.
Yeah.
If they get the best out of Cam Ward, I think they could be one of the Cinderella teams this year.
Yeah.
So I'm not as excited as I am about the prospect of Cam Ward throwing a bunch of interceptions to the Texans defense. I do see the upside in the threat, and that what we still don't know about the Titans really is what do they have in Brian Callahan, their head coach. Offensive-minded guy, but he got a good performance out of the defense last year. If he gets the right quarterback, if he gets anybody other than Will Levis in there, for instance, they might actually be all right.
Which of the other AFC South teams' quarterback situations do you find the most compelling? The quarterback battle between Daniel Jones and Anthony Richardson, or the possibility of Liam Cohen rehabilitating Trevor Lawrence's career in Jacksonville?
I guess the most intriguing is always going to be Anthony Richardson for me, because it's fun to watch somebody you hate get in a car crash over and over and over again. A really bloody car crash. But I think the one that intrigues me the most in a bad way, or that could end up being a headache, is if Liam Cohen is the guy that can unlock whatever Trevor Lawrence has. And because Trevor Lawrence, I mean, he's had those stretches where he looks really, really good, but he really hasn't progressed beyond the Clemson level. And to a large degree, he's a guy that, came from a college offense where they get rid of the ball quickly, doesn't have to do a lot mentally, and it looks like he still operates best when they don't ask him to do a lot mentally.
Yeah.
If I had to do the IQ rankings of the AFC South quarterbacks, Trevor Lawrence, even with Cam Ward, a complete rookie in there, by the end of the year, he still might have the lowest football IQ of anybody in the NFL.
Are you counting?
Wait, no. I forgot.
Daniel Jones is in the division now. I'm reminding you of that.
Boy, it's a low IQ division, man.
It's low IQ.
Will Levis, I don't think, is very football smart.
No, low IQ with low IQ faces in the division. You know, like Daniel Jones looks dumb, and he went to
Will
Duke.
Will Levis might be smart, book smart, but he's street stupid.
Poor decision maker.
The way he'll willingly take a hit.
Yeah.
Scrambles and tries to get an extra 3 yards past the line of scrimmage by getting hit.
Yes.
You know, like these really, really stupid things. And I don't know how he hasn't really shown great evidence of intelligence like in any other part of the game either. Yeah.
I would choose Will Levis to take my SAT for me. I wouldn't choose him as my designated driver.
I think Trevor Lawrence might just be a bimbo.
Yeah.
I think he's got a little bit of the Tim Tebow in him. That he's got all the likable traits and everything. And dadgummit, he'll work real hard. But I just think he might just not have a really good football IQ at the NFL level.
You know what would have really impressed me about Cam Ward is if he had tailored his message to the GM, to whichever team had the first overall pick. Like he was screaming at whoever the GM is now in Tennessee, like, I'm solidifying my spot. But if the magnificent Gladstone had the first overall pick and he screamed to him something like, I'm making unprecedented progress in my modes of operation to securing a spot in your ecosystem.
Yeah.
That would have been good. Like, that would have shown me a lot of a good salesperson, you know?
No, it would have been like when Russell Wilson made the Walmart people go all gaga in Denver, because Russell Wilson's the perfect guy that comes in, and to the owners in Denver who are new to the sporting arena and all dialed in on corporate buzz speak.
Yes.
Russell Wilson probably came in and just rehashed the latest TED Talk he'd watched or something.
Smitten.
And they thought, wow, this guy is a professional.
Dude.
This guy knows what it takes to succeed in business and possibly football. I don't know. Yes.
Russell Wilson, quarterback. I had forgotten about that. The owner of the guy was like, what about Saquon? That guy's got Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston as his quarterbacks now. And Tommy Cutlets, Tommy DeVito. That's the quarterback room in New York right now with them signing. And they signed Russell Wilson. Not a big deal, But a big enough deal to where he's not the backup there. Like, he's 1 year, $21 million. I mean, I suppose he could be. Russell, that would be the circle of life thing. If Russell Wilson got signed to a deal, we're like, wow, that's pretty good money for him to be kind of a bridge starter. And then they draft a guy and he never sees the field, because that's how Russell Wilson got on the field.
Right.
And they signed Matt Flynn in Seattle. Russell Wilson, 13 years later, getting a taste of his own medicine. That would be fun.
Gladstone. Boy, I hope Gladstone's a GM that's out there all the time. Like, really available.
Oh.
And I know they're doing a lot of PR stuff right now, but I hope he's got a weekly show. I hope I hope he really gives us a lot of sound bites.
This is my prediction. He, like Ryan Poles, because Gladstone seems like just a shameless self-promoter.
Yeah.
He, like Ryan Poles, will be out there plenty until they start the year 1-6.
And he'll get, but
and he'll be up in
like
his
Ryan Poles, I hope he's one of these guys like Ryan Poles who the media, because they get invited as embedded journalists, they will still gush about him because they respect the process and everything, despite any actual success on the field. Because then we'll just it'll encourage the Gladstone behavior.
I hope so. I'm with you, man. Man, I can't wait for that pre-draft press conference. It's going to be great. You're listening to Crosstalk, sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing, and look who's back.
Who?
Look who's back.
Yeah,
Reginald Atatula.
Oh, yeah.
Are you okay?
I think so.
Were these planned days off?
These were planned days off.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Well, did you
I probably got an email about it, but you know my policy about emails.
Not checking. Yeah.
Sean will tell me when there's one that's important.
If it's important, yeah. Did you have a good couple days off, Reggie?
Yeah, a good couple days.
That's good.
Little recharge reset.
That's good.
And we're back.
Did you? Did you spend an entire day going through old anonymous scout reports of various current NFL players? The way I almost took a personal day today because I got down this rabbit hole, Reginald, where I was going over these old Bob McGinn anonymous scout quotes. Oh my gosh, it's just fascinating.
Fun, man.
It's so much fun. Yeah.
That it is something I very much love about you and the way that you conduct your business. That is your idea of fun.
It's fun, man.
Because it comes through. It comes through in the unending amount of knowledge that you're able to give.
Yeah.
I wish I could harness it better. That's where Sean doesn't do a good job sometimes, is making me act like an adult. A lot of times I'll go down these rabbit holes and actually produce nothing from it other than like a weird reference 7 years from now.
But that's worth it. That's worth it.
We've stumbled on something. I don't know if you guys heard it. We played like a quiz game with this today, where Seth read the anonymous quotes about either a current or former Texan, how they were being talked about coming into the league.
Yeah.
And I had to guess which one he was talking about.
Oh, I love that.
That sounds fun.
It was fun, and the listeners really liked it too.
And I'll give you guys one just for fun. This is just out of being petty.
Please.
This was an easy one, but it was just fun. This was about a player who wasn't drafted by the Texans but played for the Texans. He's an offensive lineman. Blank is a good athlete with strong hands. A little bit of a finesse guy. Ole Miss, are almost like the Oregon teams now. They're really not physical players. He's technically very good, and he's a nice athlete, but you want to see that nasty streak.
I wonder who that might be.
Ooh, man, that's tough. That's tough to swallow on the back end. Yeah, that is Laramie Tunsil.
Pretty accurate too.
And
right?
if you added has an incredibly rich and vast social media team, I would know exactly who.
Oh
that is.
yeah, for sure.
Well, I mean, on draft night, it felt a little bit. He didn't have a strong.
That's true. They didn't mention any of that.
It'd be awesome if that was if it was a current day report on somebody, but you could identify that it was a Texans by the anonymous quote saying he ain't swarm.
Oh yeah. So that was fun. Cam Smith. Is that?
Did I miss something?
Is that the big story of the day?
Catch me up. What happened?
Hey, what did you think of the video? The Astros
Incredible.
put in a video. You liked it a lot.
Oh, incredible! Because a lot of those are contrived.
Yeah.
That didn't seem contrived.
Definitely not contrived.
Yeah, and when they feel like that, I kind of go, well, okay, I get what they're trying to do, but it's not hitting.
Yep.
This one hit.
Well, I had to remind myself that Joe Espada is a baseball manager and not an actor or a creator of these moments.
Content coordinator.
Yeah, the way that it came, he was like, I'm going to call someone, and then I was like, come on, dude, we gotta hit this a little cleaner now. Don't we?
Like a number who if they answer or something like that.
Yeah.
And that's where this is the one complaint I have about it is that I wish the applause would have started immediately, and I think Espada or somebody else in the room could have, like, instead of it having to be such a long, drawn-out, like, dead silence of Cam Smith crying and his mom walking towards him, that I felt like I was watching something I shouldn't be watching.
Yeah.
And I think because it's not a normal thing that you see in baseball a lot. It's not like the players were primed the way they are when a guy gets a scholarship on a college football team. The players weren't really all primed. I don't think they knew what was going on.
Exactly.
They might have thought that somebody was coming in to tell them that a family member had died or something.
Right.
I don't know.
Right. That's fair.
Yeah, usually the call up for the guy is like with himself and the manager or with like the AAA club or what have you. Yeah, I thought that was interesting. And I wonder how many of those guys actually knew that was Cam Smith's mom. It's like, all right, some woman's here. All right,
we would have known. Seth and I, we met her down in West Palm Beach.
Oh, you sure did?
Yeah, man. We feel like we're living this story. I basically feel like Seth and I were the fourth and fifth person in that 3-person hug.
Honorary uncles.
We were like Force ghosts there from Star Wars.
Imagine if we had been. That would make it really awkward.
Too?
Cam was like, "Oh, okay, guys, thanks."
Hey, Cam. And Seth's like, "Hey, Cam, I'm the one that told your mom to F Twitter." When I saw
yeah, that's right. I did. I forgot that part.
Yeah.
I said. I used the actual F word. I said F Twitter.
You did, yeah. Seth's like, well, where are you hearing all these negatives? Because she was concerned. She was hearing a lot of negative things about her son. I think it was more like people just liked Kyle Tucker.
Yeah.
And it's like, where have you heard these things? She goes, Twitter. F Twitter.
Bleep Twitter.
Yeah. That was great. It was a moment, man. That was fun.
I would have loved to have seen you two guys there, just like next in line.
Just walking up. Yeah, just arms around.
Do I know you?
I think it would have been better if they had smartened the players up a little bit beforehand. Like, don't tell Cam, but this is going to happen. Because then I think there wouldn't have been that awkward silence that Seth was talking about.
I thought it was awesome.
I still, it was cool. Yeah. Like, the moment itself, the emotion with Cam Smith and his family is 0% artificial, which is the important thing. Yeah. It's just the players not knowing what to do, and that this wasn't a normal thing. I've never seen this before in baseball.
I thought the key thing was the player in front, and I don't remember who it was, but he kept kind of like turning his head and looking like, what's going on?
Yes.
Yeah. This is where I am with the whole thing about crying, too, because it has zero to do with sexism or anything else like that. I cry at various moments, right? Like, I'm a human being. But much like being naked, I don't want me crying or being naked all over the internet. Right. It's just, so I feel there's almost like it feels like a moment that maybe the guy doesn't want to be on camera. That's the part where I get a little uncomfortable.
Yeah. Also, hipping the rest of the clubhouse to what's happening. I do wonder if they would have gone like scholarship, where they're like, "Hey," and that's not the emotion that he had in that moment. His emotion was a lot more. It was a lot more tender. Yeah. And it'd be weird to have these guys all like jubilant, and he's like tears down his face because he's
hugging his mom,
right?
And his grandmother.
They're pouring beer on her.
Yeah, they should have.
She's like that.
That's true. Like a baseball clubhouse is the only only room you can walk into where if there's a bunch of plastic laid out, you don't think you're about to get whacked. Yeah. It's actually a good thing.
Yes.
If they had it all set up and ready for a celebration.
No blood.
Or you have bed bugs. Something to that.
Yeah, that too. All right. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and 29 more anonymous scouting reports to you tomorrow.
8 o'clock tomorrow. I am playing this game again.
That was going back in.
You know who's a big fan of that game, Seth? Check your phone. John Harris loved that.
Yeah, John loved it. Yeah.
He loved that game.
Well, of course you love games where you have a leg up.
Get everything right.
Yeah.
Well, no, but John, like many people that have been doing this a long time, John will be the first to tell you, like, yeah, you whiff a lot. Right. It's a dicey thing trying to predict these guys.
But I bet he guessed every single one of the players.
And he's like, I read that one for sure. Yeah. I talked to that guy.
I wrote that one.
We should just, all right, I won't do this to John, but let's go back and find all John's old scouting.
Yes. Yes.
All right, we are done. We are out of time. You're listening to KLT AM, KILT FM, HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Reggie Atatula is back. John Lopez is here. Figgy Fig in the house as well. You were listening to Crosstalk, sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. Yes! They're in the loop, and they start now.
He's so excited about auto leasing. All right.
This is only the second time I've gotten the read twice. Gotten it once a few times. Got it twice.
Appreciation.
Did you guys enjoy Crosstalk, sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing?
It was great. That made it even better. All right. Let's get going on a Wednesday in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. You see John Lopez. You know Figgy Fig. Apologies, because I am back. My name is Reginald Atatula.
Apology.
I don't know. I just always want to be careful just in case.
Hey, I thought you was gone for good, man.
Hey.
No, don't do that.
Hey,
don't do that. Do we have to address that right now?
Yeah, speaking of crosstalk, it looked like you was doing a little crosstalk up.
We can address it.
45.
We can address it a little bit right now, but stay tuned for confessions.
Okay, I'll get my comeuppance and confessions.
How'd you enjoy relaxing?
I relaxed quite a bit.
Did you?
Yeah.
Got in your car, drove to a studio. That's relaxing.
I mean, I was in a studio for a period of time. Sure.
Yeah. An hour, right?
Man, we was getting word on the street that you left.
Yeah.
Y'all wildin'.
You were in there in an hour.
But you know
huh?
what? I was anticipating this jumping that was coming. I'm prepared for it.
Yeah, we ain't gonna jump you, man. Come on outside.
What did he say? Yeah, I'm gonna go hang out with my friends and my guys up in Dallas. Just chill a little bit. Spends an hour in the studio.
Yeah, someone was getting married. Someone was getting married.
Yeah.
And I went to the wedding. Yeah. And then at the wedding, I saw some people, and I went over and I said, "What's up?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Went to the job.
I wasn't working. I'll tell you that for them. Sure. All right. Well, that's neither here nor there. We'll talk about that at some point. Hey, some people are actually happy to see me.
How about that? We're happy to see you.
Not as I imagine that none of you guys are as happy to see me as you were to see Cam Smith's name on the opening day roster for the Houston Astros. I win this back because I can't win because comparing myself to literally the most exciting kind of person in the Houston sports landscape right now in Cam Smith, right? Like I'm not going to compare at all, am I?
No, you're not going to compare even in the same hemisphere. Sorry,
shouldn't.
Love you, love to have you back, love having you back. But this guy. This guy,
you did it, Lopez.
What's that?
You tried to speak this into existence long ago.
I did, didn't I?
Early on.
Where's all the thank you Johns? Thank you Lopez. Thank you OGs.
See how you take it too far.
That's why.
See how you take it too far.
That's why there's not any. But here, okay. So where do we begin with this? We'll talk about the roster, but let's not bury the lead. This is probably the most anticipated. Opening day roster, I guess, addition since when? Since Kyle Tucker? Jordan? Bregman? I mean, well, Bregman wasn't an opening day roster. Remember we had that whole discussion?
Yeah.
It's an incredible story, and I think what it comes down to, and I'm not, in all seriousness, I'm not going to try to, take any bows here. All I ever said is, he's earning it. The whole idea is there's competition open in the outfield, and he is earning it. Why were people immediately saying, "Oh no, not going to happen"? Because that's what sports is about. You earn your place on the team, and it incredible Dana Brown and Joe Espada, because they got that. And it's hard to fathom. In today's baseball world where every dollar counts and taxes and everything else, that they gave up a year of control.
That's right.
They gave up a year of control because he earned it. And that was, to me, what it was all about.
Yeah.
And they deserve a lot of respect.
Yeah, he forced their hand. And I mean, we've seen all of the lofty aspirations that people have for him, right? Yeah. Joe Espada has said that that's the type of player that eventually can carry a team. I know Jose Altuve was at this weekend or earlier this week said that, this guy's going to be a superstar. Now, he said that about Jeremy Pena, and Jeremy Pena has been a good player, but not a superstar yet. But, I mean, you trust the baseball acumen and the baseball eye of Jose Altuve. There's a lot of expectations on this dude, but like you said, he forced their hands. He played so well. And I've been thinking about that year of control, right? There's a typical MO for organizations that you go, all right, best practice is to maximize your opportunity for a player of that caliber.
Yeah.
But I feel like we kind of have to put this thing in line with the where this Astros team is in their lifespan, and they're trying to pry open a contention window.
Yeah.
I want that kind of caliber of player here sooner rather than later, right?
Yes and yes.
And look, this is not the this is not the way I should talk about this, and so apologies if this comes off as negative. However, in that year 6 or year 7 of Cam Smith,
what are they going to be?
That's the question.
Yeah.
Right? What are they going to be? And what is the likelihood? Like, if I had you give me a percentage on the Jim Allen, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610.
The Texas Hammer.
What's happening, Jim? I missed you.
Yeah.
If I had you give percentage on what kind of contender or whether or not they would be a contender, the Astros, in 6 years from now.
Yeah.
I don't know what those percentages look like, but I have a strong feeling they don't look like what they've been over the last
or
5,
even
6 years, or even what it looks like right now. So get it while you can, right?
Yeah.
Like, get it while you can, especially when he has demonstrated that he is the caliber of player mentally. Like, he seems to have the right makeup, and he is actually swinging the bat in a way that you kind of need right now. You need those bats right now. I think yesterday, he was batting 5th, right?
Yeah, and I think that's where he's going to end up being, at least for now, depending on what happens with Walker. But that's neither here nor there. We'll give you the lineups tomorrow, and we'll get them during our show because it's a 3:10 first pitch. But those two things that you said are absolute factors. Number one, that they are a contender now, and there is an opportunity now. Maybe not for a World Series championship or even an American League championship.
Hey man, just get into
but
the
you're giving yourself a better opportunity with that player there. And so you do sort of weigh that and say, you know what, we'll go ahead and sacrifice that 7th year, and because we think he's going to help us get better this year. And then the other thing is,
can I put something in there?
Yeah.
Like, it's not entirely we lost that year, we lost any value of it.
Well, it's when
because baseball put in that was it the PPI, right? The incentive structure, manipulate service time to try and get them up to the majors when they are ready, when they force your hand. And so he is going to, barring injury, play enough or be up at the major league level long enough to where if he wins Rookie of the Year, you'll get another first-round pick. Like, you'll have another opportunity to add to your farm system, add a caliber of player that you will need in the future. And look, when it comes to the odds, which again, odds makers,
second right
he
now?
is currently second.
Yeah.
In odds for Rookie of the Year, and none of the guys out there for Rookie of the Year like scare me. Like, there's no. Well,
number one is that Jason
Dominguez of the Yankees. Like, none of these guys are ones that you go, oh man, well, go ahead and put his name on the plaque right now.
Yeah.
So it feels like you have given yourself an opportunity, one, to have a great bat in your lineup, right, that you need, but then also to maybe even add more to the farm, add more to a farm that is ranked 29th. Of 30, according to The Athletic, right? Yeah. No, I think that this was the smart move. Okay, so that's one thing on the opening day roster, the thing that we've been watching a lot. Was there anything else on the opening day roster that you thought was interesting? Because I've kind of liked the idea that they have 5 outfielders,
and they need them. I would say. I'll say this too, and I mean, I'm just all about it right now with these Astros. I couldn't have been more impressed with how they handled the Cam Smith thing, and Dana Brown probably should be looked at a lot differently today. Than a lot of people in this town, including myself, looked at him before. When you consider where they were just a couple months ago, okay? Oh, my gosh, who's going to play third base? Boy, this outfield is awful. Is Lance McCullers ever going to be back? What's the bullpen? This is just 2 months ago. We were asking these questions. When you consider where they were 2 months ago, they filled the need at both third base and first base. I'm not saying they're replacing Alex Bregman, but they filled the need.
Hey man, you saw the Crawford boxes get hot, didn't you?
Yeah. Oh yeah, right out.
What's happening, Isaac Paredes? What's happening, baby? Like,
yeah.
That is. In fact, you look at StatCast, which thank God, man, I couldn't wait for them to get back to the big league ballpark so I could actually see some of these analytics, baby. That the StatCast says that home run that Isaac Paredes hit is a home run in 12 of 30 ballparks.
Yeah.
That's one of the things that was like the impetus for bringing him here, is that we can squeeze out some more slugging, some more big power out of this guy in this ballpark, and you were already seeing it. So you might be able to replace the Bregman production.
But that's what I'm saying. So 2 months ago we're sitting here wringing our hands, so to speak. They filled the need at third base. They filled the need at first base. They solidified the middle infield, because I think Brendan Rodgers is going to be your second baseman. He's a terrific fielding second baseman.
Oh, so you really on this? Mauricio Dubon need to be a utility guy.
Well, I'll get there, because I've been saying it for over a week. Remember, we started seeing those lineups that I kept thinking this could be sort of the dry run of the opening day lineup. Brendan Rodgers was at second base in all those. Brendan Rodgers was at second base. Was it yesterday? Day before yesterday in the game against Sugarland. So they solidified the middle infield. I think he's going to be the second baseman. Maybe not the offense. They kept Mazin in his best role. or at least by and large, he'll be the utility guy.
I think he's the second baseman right now. Man.
No, I think it's going to be Rogers.
Okay, fair enough.
I think Rogers probably going to play about 100 games at second base if I had to guess. They rewarded young talent, and I'm not just talking about Cam Smith. Zach DeZenzo is going to be on the big club as well.
Now, that was the question that I had, though, because the reporting that we had was that both Cam Smith and DeZenzo were in a place where they would be, get this opportunity if they had the opportunity to play every day, right? Yeah. If they had an opportunity to have every day at bats. And with Cam Smith, the path there is very clear. He's going to be in right field. Maybe he'll do a little third base things if you have, opportunities to move your lineup around and you need somebody to sit there. Zach DeZenzo, I don't really see it there for him, right? Either. Like he's played the corner outfield spots, which I do think is a nice fallback plan, though. If the Altuve thing becomes entirely
that's
untenable,
why he's here.
Right? He could play in left field.
Yeah,
right?
I think that's why he's here.
But also, he's your backup first baseman with John Singleton, with you saying goodbye to John Singleton, which honestly I kind of feel okay about because John Singleton was not lighting it up with his bat, even though he was out here cut up looking like a pack of ground beef with just lines everywhere, right? Like, that was cool, but however, you need to translate that into production at the plate. So I like the utility that he brings, but I just do wonder, is he going to be able to get the at-bats that they clearly wanted for him in order to put him in this place?
I think that's the answer. You kind of mentioned it in your question. Altuve left, and an opportunity at first base is going to give him maybe not every day at-bats, but a lot more at-bats there. And then the other things they did, I mean, think about this. They found a few answers in middle relief, at least in spring training, and they kept the back end of the bullpen upper tier. Like 2 months ago, we didn't know about any of these things. And the opening day roster and how they've performed and the moves that they've made have given the Astros their best chance to certainly win the division and maybe make even more problems for other teams. The only question that remains, Jose Altuve in left field. And that's not going anywhere.
No. In fact, Espada has talked glowingly. He anticipates him playing good well. I kind of want to bring you to Dana Brown, who is the general manager of this team, and he is the architect of this team that we've seen, and obviously he's put this roster together. This is per Chandler Rome of Dana Brown talking yesterday about this team, about this outfield, specifically defensively. Quote, "Worst comes to worst, I think Altuve will be average. We know Myers is going to be really good, and I think Cam Smith is going to be strong, average to above average. I think the outfield is going to be pretty good when push comes to shove," close quote.
All right, well, that's a tease for tomorrow's buy or sell as well.
Does he know what worst comes to worst is?
Does he know how to say it? And that's just me being a grammar geek. It's worst. No, it's worse.
Worst come to worst. Yeah.
Not worse comes to worse.
And not to knock a
but I'm parsing.
Not to knock a very good journalist in Chandler Rome who covers this team for The Athletic. That might have been a transcription type thing.
Sure. But he said, I think he used the word average. He said he thought Jose Altuve would be average. He also said the outfield is going to be pretty good. Well, that's not exactly selling tickets now, is it? He'll be average. He'll be pretty good. But, I mean, at least he's being honest. And we'll see.
Well, you say he's being honest. I think this is the thing is we might be doing a little hope merchant here in the outfield. In fact, we probably are doing a lot of hope merchant. And one of the things that I said about the Texans offensive line, I probably need to translate here as well. Are we clamoring for best case scenario here? Because I think Altuve being average, like that's a win. That's a win. But you can't say that that's the worst case scenario with Altuve. No, he could be atrocious in left field. Like, if we're going to be honest.
Oh, yeah.
Because he's talking about this as, well, worst case scenario. No, that is not worst case scenario is that Altuve is average. And I don't think that you're going to hit worst case scenario.
No, that's more than fair.
But I was like, hey, man, are we serious about worst come to worst there? No, man, worst comes to worst. That dude is they're scoring runs on him and running on him consistently, and he's not able to, like, fully grasp the way to, play left field in a way that is tenable to keep his bat in the lineup. But it does feel like, as we mentioned, there's some things that you have as backups there. But I do feel good about the idea of Cam Smith being strong, being average, being strong there, especially just because of his capability to run around, like his athleticism helping you out there. But yeah, I found that to be interesting. I was like, Dana, word? Like, I feel like we might be leaving some things out there, and maybe we come back around, at the All-Star break. and we're, damn, Dane's right again.
Or
right?
it's like, well, it wasn't worse. It could get worse. It could have gotten worse.
Right. But yeah, man, I really like what this opening day roster looks like. And of course, as we know, the opening day roster is not what it's going to be the whole way. It is a marathon, not a sprint.
There we go.
It is. But I think I like where we're going, and we're just one day away, one sleep away from opening day, from real life Astros baseball taking place versus the Mets. That happens tomorrow. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, just getting going on a Wednesday. Coming up next, all right, Stephon Diggs officially off the market. Was that the Texans' last shot at a free agent wide receiver, or maybe a free agent in general? We'll talk about it next.
All right, guys, Driftwood Shores at
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Peggy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Happy Wednesday to you. You're in the loop on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez. I'm Reggie. Get involved with the program as you always do on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. 713-572-4610. Also, appreciation to the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers for the live streams.
We keep it 100
on Twitch and on YouTube. More where I guess with great power comes great responsibility. Lopez.
Yes.
As does with great salary cap space comes the ability to money whip the hell out of a player. Because, yeah, man, yesterday we found out that the New England Patriots, they had some hard time getting people to take their money. Not Stephon Diggs, though.
Mm-hmm. I'll take your money.
Yeah, he will absolutely take the money. 3 years, up to $69 million deal for Stephon Diggs. He will be a New England Patriot this year and presumably, possibly for a couple of years after that as well. So yeah, salute to that man.
It's like I eat some of that clam chowder.
Yeah, brother. Yeah, brother.
Hey, this ain't bad at all.
Yeah, I mean, well, the thing that might be a little less bad is the Vistas.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But you know what?
Yeah.
That's what a very nice salary will do for you. Very nice contract. But yeah, Stephon Diggs. He is off the table as a free agent before the draft, mind you. That was one of the things that we were wondering about.
Yeah.
But yeah, he finds a place to land. And first and foremost, I think this is going to be really good for Drake May, right? Like, I think that you see teams go and get Stephon Diggs for what he provides to a quarterback, right? He gives the quarterback an easy target. He gets open so smooth, right? And that makes sense. We saw what he did. Emmanuel Sanders probably more so, but him as well, unlocked Josh Allen and his capability in a way, like being able to throw into that intermediate space in the field. We saw for, 7+ games him with CJ, where it felt like he was one of them. He immediately became really comfortable with CJ in a year that it felt like CJ didn't find a lot of comfort with a lot of his receivers, weirdly enough. And you imagine that that's what they're looking for there in New England, right?
Look, a lot of things about this deal. I believe you texted it to me, a couple of other people before I saw it. And my first inclination was like that. No, that's not right.
23 a year, baby.
23 a year, 26 guaranteed.
Yeah, like that. And that's the funny part of it. It's up to $69 million, which again is nice. But when you actually look at it, $26 million is guaranteed, which I imagine factors of that is, again, he's coming off of an ACL, and that's going to be a part of that. However, like that, just the idea that $23 million. Especially coming off of a year where he did get that ACL tear, and he only had, I mean, it wasn't an incredible year. Yeah, 7 games.
The whole, all the noise we made, all the optimism and everything we had with Stephon Diggs, 5-headed monster, and Diggs, coming down here, played 7 games. So I kind of feel bad for him, not because he's making a lot of money. Salute to him on that. I mean, that's fantastic.
Yeah, feeling bad for him.
But
yeah, I'm interested to see why you feel bad, because he in the range of Calvin Ridley money. Calvin Ridley got 23 a year. Michael Pittman money seemed all that insane, but we just saw we've seen guys get in that general range.
Here's why I don't know Stephon Diggs other than maybe an interview or two we've had with him. He's not a friend of mine. I feel like he had a great situation in Houston and could sort of reset the narrative around him.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's going out the window. That's going out the window. Keep in mind, New England is in Buffalo's division. They know and they've heard all these stories about diva and a problem child and doesn't get along with the quarterbacks and all that. That wasn't the case here. And I thought, it was always unfair. I always defended Stephon for that reason. I always thought it was unfair that he was portrayed that way. Well, they know that narrative and those stories in New England, and it's going to come right back up.
I feel like that's kind of the back burner now. Now I feel like he's fighting Father Time. Like, is he still a legit receiver?
And that's my second reason. That's my second reason. Not only is he coming off an ACL, they were wondering before the ACL what he had left.
Yeah, but I think what we saw was a route tree that he does not need a crazy amount of explosion for, right? Like, we saw him move into the slot and do damage there and become that kind of guy where it's just a route technician and finding space. And those are the things that are more IQ levels of football as opposed to
but you know how it goes in the league.
Pure speed. No, I feel you.
Yeah.
I feel you, but like those are the things that allow you to have a longer career. I mean, I will compare it to basketball where, the thing they say is the shot is the last thing to go, right?
Yeah.
If you have certain things, you can morph your playing 20-something seasons in the league, and we saw him be like half man, half amazing, where he's jumping over things young. When he gets older, he's still jumping over things because for some reason he's a freak. But like he becomes a little bit of a specialist, a little bit of a shooter, finding those spaces. It feels like Diggs has the opportunity to do that, and he's done some level of that. And so I think that's why I have a little bit of comfort with him coming off of an ACL injury, is that those are the types of things he's doing rather than being the explosive wide receiver that I imagine people might have once expected from him. However, okay, that's $23 million average annual value. There's no way the Texans would have done that, right?
Well, that's the other thing. I mean, you could throw that out the window. All these discussions we had, hey, do they maybe bring Stephon Diggs? That was never going to happen. That was never, ever going to happen because the market was there.
Yeah, see, I thought it was a possibility because I thought he was probably going to get like a 1-year deal, maybe $11 million.
Me too.
Something like that, and maybe that's his way to kind of bounce back. I didn't know it was going to be a sucker out there to give him this money.
Hey, the Texans may well have offered something like that. But, there go the New England Patriots doing what franchises that aren't nearly as revered as the Patriots do, bidding against themselves. I mean, who else could have offered anything in that neighborhood?
Well, you say bidding against themselves. Well, like in some ways they are bidding against themselves, and that themselves being that they're not a good football team, right? Stephon Diggs, I imagine he wants to play somewhere that he has an opportunity to win. You can't say that about the Patriots right now. However, you can say that you get paid $23 million a year, right? Like I think that's
so they found a sucker
coming off of an ACL injury, or still on this ACL injury. I don't know if he's going to be healthy at the beginning of the year,
if he's even going to be in training camp or full participant, to be honest. But hey, even the Patriots, they kind of found a sucker there, and he got his money. Good for him.
I keep calling this man a sucker, and I'm like, man, he should be. I hope
not him, them.
I'm talking about the Patriots.
That's what I'm saying.
I didn't think he was going to get that much from anybody.
But they needed to get someone in. Like I think
he did what was right.
In fact, you were talking about, and Robert on the YouTube says that Diggs used the Texans to get his contract changed. What a joke! No, that was a mutually beneficial situation. Although one of the things that isn't nice because of the contract change, he was a non-compensatory free agent, so you're not going to get a compensatory pick for him going somewhere else. So that does stink a little bit. However, that had to be understood going into that situation. The idea was to put him on a deal, right? On a contract year, and that's what you did. And he was still a very good player for you in the short period of time that he played. But then, more importantly, I think Albert Breer was writing about this recently. He was a model citizen, right? And I saw Ocho on the text line saying that I hope his selfishness doesn't stunt Drake May. I think
Bingo. That's what I was talking about.
I think that's a big thing that has been kind of wiped. I think that you find here.
I think in New England that you're gonna that text right there. I bet you've seen dozens of them up in New England.
Sure, but I think that the people in football, and Albert Breer asked not just people around the Texans, but people around in general that have kind of worked with him. What is he like? And everybody says that they bleeping love him. One of the quotes was specifically, "I effing love him." Yeah. Right. And that, I guess the idea is that his competitive nature, because he's so strong, sometimes will get you into a bad way if things are not going well. I think that a lot of his here in Houston adds to that kind of narrative. So I mean, more power to him. However, now you're in a place where he's gone. I don't think there's not another free agent. Like I think that was the last option for the Texans if they were going to go the free agent route to add as a wide receiver, right?
I don't know if it was the last option. It was the last maybe significant ad they could bring in. I mean,
last realistic option.
Last realistic maybe. I feel as if that there might be a receiver out there. If worst comes to worst.
Well, is it like a top-notch receiver or somebody on a smaller level?
Well, I mean, where's Keenan Allen right now?
So Keenan Allen is still a free agent.
There we go. I like him.
Amari Cooper is still a free agent. An interesting one at that, because I know Amari Cooper was highly rated when we got into these free agency lists or free agent lists. And I think I just personally am looking at that year last year with the Bills, and I'm like, yeah, this might be waning for him where he doesn't have as much. Tyler Lockett and Robert Woods, all still available. And I don't know that any of those guys are ones that you add and you go, all right, that's definitely, maybe you feel differently than I do about Amari Cooper, and you want to go there. Maybe you want to get into the Tyler Lockett business. That's a possibility. But it just feels like, I don't know if any of those guys really fit the same idea that.
But those are legitimate. They would, like, if they bring in Keenan Allen, I think we'd all be going, okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. That's a good fit,
especially at a manageable deal. And maybe all these guys being out there lowers the price. However, again, I imagine that the price also gets raised for those types of guys, possibly with 23 going to 23 a year going to Stephon Diggs. But it does feel like just a receiver in the draft, and then you're off to the races like that.
Yeah.
All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610 from the 713. Are you going to mention the second round pick the Texans gave up for Diggs? Yeah, I mean, that was the cost of acquiring him. No, absolutely. And that I think we've talked a little bit about that, like how much does that value hurt when you lost him for the season, for sure. But I mean, that was part of changing the contract. Like you changed the contract knowing that he was going to be open to going somewhere else and that was going to be a possibility. I think that was always a consideration that you had to have had.
Was that like a money thing too? Because like if let's say they did keep him on that current contract, would that have some effects this season as far as what they're doing right now? Because otherwise, I can understand why they ripped up that contract and gave him pretty much a 1 year deal.
You're talking about Autry?
No, no, I'm talking about Diggs.
Okay, because Danico Autry, they redid his deal.
Yeah, I think they got like $1.5 million of space.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about Diggs because they, I was kind of confused why they just made it a 1 year deal, but maybe if it was a money thing where they knew, it might have some effects or what they trying to do this season.
I think it might have been like operating in some level of good faith because Diggs wanted an opportunity to get back to the table in some ways. And I don't know, like I still wonder sometimes if that was the right thing to do, right? You have that contract, but one of the things that it seems like, especially when you look at the 3 year deals that Nick Cassero, it seems like that he's been doing, seems like the Texans are trying very hard to make sure that they are viewed in a favorable way with the players, especially when it comes to these contracts, right? That they're not being out of their players in contract negotiations, and you find that you get a little bit of cooperation in that, I imagine.
Could be.
So, I mean, there's a level of, politicking that always is involved with talent acquisition. And the Patriots acquired Stephon Diggs for a 3 year, $69 million deal. All right, you're in the loop. Coming up next, let's get into the question of the day. What's your biggest obsession and how bad did it get? And especially if you want to get into gaming or gambling, because there's a couple of folks that in the sports that really got into the nitty gritty. 713-572-4610. We'll do that next on Sports Radio 610.
The Texans sign.
hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Let's do our question of the day. What was your biggest gaming obsession and how bad did it get? 713-572-4610. You can get into just your biggest obsession if you really want to, because there's a couple of guys in sports that apparently are huge gamers, and to a point that feels sick, if I'm completely honest.
Yeah, it is sick.
Yeah, which I guess, look, I'm going to do the thing.
We've all been sick like that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We're all sickos in some way, shape, or form. This is why we have questions of the day to come together and realize that we're not as sick as we thought. Everybody else is sick together. But I'm going to do the thing where I make it abundantly clear that I'm a young guy talking to a moment. How much gaming have you done?
A lot.
Okay. Are we talking about
now? What kind of game?
Yeah, we talking about Pong on Atari or
Super
Mario.
I'll give you the background. I haven't played like Madden or anything like that in probably 15, 20 years. You know, I haven't been gaming at all in the last 20 years. Just haven't had the urge. But for a while there, I mean, you mentioned you laugh about Pong. I remember getting my first Pong set. You plugged it into the TV, and it was just the little white dot going back and forth, and I thought it was the baddest thing ever. I thought it was so...
And you bought it with your tax return check?
Probably. Probably. Actually, I was a kid. It came out when I was a kid. But anyway, the two games that I was, like, obsessed, sick. One was a stand-up arcade game. I need some help from our listeners because I don't even remember the proper name.
Oh, see, going to the arcade is probably like the fun version of the sickness.
I can't tell you how many quarters. It got to the point where, okay, so it was the baseball game. Remember when the baseball game that had that little roller and you would hit? Maybe you guys don't even remember that.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. That makes me think, though, of like
the
Golden Tee.
Yeah, they got golf.
It was like Golden Tee. It was the same premise. The ball, the roller ball, but it was a baseball game. And it was electronic, and it was a stand-up arcade game. Help me out, 713-572-4610. It got to the point where, like, when I was working at the Chronicle, so, this was, early 90s, into the 2000s. Like, I would babysit my oldest son for a couple of hours when I start my day.
I was about to say babysit your oldest son.
So you were being a father then?
Well, watch, whatever you want to say.
Look at this deadbeat dad over here babysitting his son.
I didn't have to start
How dare you go to work? I got to take care of this kid.
I didn't have to start, working on columns and stuff until like 9 or 10 a.m. So I would take him to whatever it was, school, early childhood, whatever, about 9 o'clock.
You don't even know what school his son go to.
Well, it's different ones.
He was just dropping his kid off somewhere. He's like, this is a school, right?
Yeah.
What is this?
It was different ones.
Y'all gonna watch him, though, right?
I had to drop this little twerp off somewhere.
I was talking in a general sense until like 9 a.m. So I'd get up, get him all taken care of. She'd go to work. And from about 7:30 a.m. till about 9:30 a.m., I'd literally take the stroller to the stop and go and play that game.
Oh, yeah.
And he'd be right next to me, and I'd be playing the baseball game. I probably spent thousands, not hundreds, probably thousands of dollars playing. I was just obsessed. And then I got busted a couple of times, so it didn't end well. Like the neighbor would, what are you doing? And then she'd go and tell like somebody's wife up the street, go and tell my wife, he had that baby. He had that baby and stop and go for 2 hours.
Well, I mean, you were in the stop portion of stop, and then you would go later. Yeah. Come on now.
So that was a bad one.
All right, so how would you compare that sickness with this one? LeBron James apparently is insane at Madden. Mm-hmm. The Sporting News did a whole little profile. Or actually, it's kind of investigative reporting. Maybe I'd call this lowercase j journalism in a way. But, man, apparently LeBron James is incredible at Madden. He is ranked in the world.
Top 1,000 million people play.
To the point where, like, other people in sports play him at Madden, and they believe him to be cheating.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, my takeaway from that story was that, so LeBron definitely ain't reading none of those books.
Yeah,
there's no way. There's no way that you spend time reading books and are a top 1,000 player or top 1,000 in anything else. Like it just feels like there's so much time dedicated for either of those things that I can't imagine.
Mm-hmm. But that blew me away. Frankly, just being honest, I didn't know he was that good at Madden. I never heard.
I knew he was that good, but I didn't think he was ranked in the world, like in the thousands, in this whole whole world.
But that one didn't surprise me the most, ironically. Interestingly enough. Dale Earnhardt Jr., of all people, apparently wakes up and goes to bed.
Raise hell, praise Dale.
Yeah. Playing, what is it, NCAA football?
Yes.
NCAA
yes.
College football.
One of us. In fact, this is how sick it gets for Dale Earnhardt Jr.
So I don't know if everybody can see this, but this is my gift from Charlotte, the 49ers, UNCC. I started as a 1-star with Charlotte and recruited them up to a 4.5-star and beat Michigan, who's a buddy of mine. He was my best man. He's the best man at my wedding, TJ Majors. Jukes.
You lose it to Michigan.
Jukes
Charlotte.
Well, I recruited, worked hard. This is my iPad, my own personal iPad, right? So I have a spreadsheet on my dynasty. This is my offense.
Like this is your depth chart?
Yeah, yes, depth chart. Red is color.
This is a Connor Stallions manifesto.
Yeah. That is my depth chart. So this is my playbook. These are all run plays. These are pass plays, RPOs, screens. I will then rank them in their ability to gain yards, and then I will customize my playbook.
Confirm college football sicko.
It's fun.
This is a athlete who is spending his free time cosplaying as a college football coach. And I have to say, done it before. Been there. I didn't have, because he wasn't talking about in the game. He has a separate spreadsheet that he's
on
working
the
off
iPad.
of.
Yeah.
But I've been there, right? You talk about how bad has it gotten? College football 14 before, right? Before we got college football back, like it got down to the point where you like practice your speech to the kids that you about to go recruit as if you're actually talking to these kids. Like, in fact, there was a point in time where a friend of mine, shout out to Scott, we created UT Arlington, my alma mater, and he'd be the offense coordinator, I'd be the defense coordinator, and we played football games together and we'd act like we were clocking into work, spend 8 hours at a time playing games. And I'm like, this is why I didn't get the new college football game. Yeah. Because I know the last time I had
you know yourself.
I was like, there's no way that I can do this and still like live a reasonable life.
Man, so mine, I got one specifically. It's not even a video game. I forgot where I was at. I was at some type of I don't know if it's like Great Wolf Lodge, or I think at the time it was Great Bear Lodge. And they have other games where you hit the stop button and then land on whatever prize.
Yeah.
And the very top, I think it was the very top one, you can win a PSP. Remember the little hand PSP?
Yeah.
Had one of those.
So I kept getting right to the number before it. Where I'm like, oh, almost had it. So people start gathering around, and I start spending more money. Like I got to the point I went to my bank account.
Oh yeah.
I took the card out and went to the ATM machine. And I'm like, man, I gotta get this PSP, man. Never got it, man.
Yeah.
And that moment right there is the reason why I don't gamble.
Oh, because you saw it come out of you.
Yeah. It came out of me from that.
You pulled the card out.
Yeah, I pulled the card out,
like
man.
I did in New Orleans.
Yeah. Hey, I damn near had the young ladies right next to me at the ATM machine. Like, yeah, let's go to the ATM. That's the reason why I don't gamble, man. I don't really do that.
The best thing about the Dale Earnhardt Jr., like, not just the crazy obsession, but the accent. Like, he's just sitting there in his trailer, or, now we know what he does, when they're sitting in their trailers on the infield, he's playing NCAA football the whole time.
And see, people like that is the reason why I don't really get into the Maddens and the NCAA football. I don't really get into. They are so smart and good at it.
Against.
Yeah, that's why I'm playing. Yeah, that's why I would never play online.
You've got no shot
at all. because I got that game, and I went through the recruiting process and all that stuff. Man, let's get to the field, man. Like all this recruiting and all. Man, it was too much for me, man.
Well, shout out to 713 who says they run a company, they're writing a book, and they're a top Destiny player. Okay, look at you having time to get in your bag. Shout out to you. Somebody said their arcade game was Tempest Damien. Not familiar.
I got to remember the name of that baseball game. Man, that thing ate up so much of our money.
Toby on the YouTube said his jam was Stargate Defender. Okay, all right. And shout out to Ocho who said his gambling, but he gambles with a budget. Which, God bless, because I feel like
we all say that.
No, but apparently he's actually very strict with his budget. From the 281, Black Ops 2, Zombies,
3,500 hours in Destiny 2 that the 713 has logged. 3,500 hours.
Rainbow Six. Oh yeah. That's a fun game.
Oh, you getting into the games.
And they said they played it on the PC. So yeah.
No. I respect to the PC gamers.
All
man.
the people that play on you can be telling me you play Rocket League. You play it on the PC. I'm like, okay, you do this for real.
Yeah.
And then shout out to this person from 346. Not video games, but just obsessed with Godzilla. Just Godzilla movies.
That's fair.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Appreciate you guys getting involved in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where the Titans are really laying it on thick when it comes to this Cam Ward thing. Is there any possibility it could be a front? We'll talk about it next.
All right. Just want to remind you.
sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style. Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let us go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Shout out to all the people who are various gamers or obsessed with various things. Someone said they're obsessed with collecting every single achievement. So it's not just beating the game; they're the completionists.
Oh yeah, I'm not doing that.
People that are like, I want to find every Easter egg and go through every nook and cranny of the game.
I just beat a game. I want to say this weekend is a game Mafia 2. Yeah. I just beat that. Man, I got like one achievement. I'm like, man, I'm like, I ain't cheating none of this crap.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm cool. The good thing about beating the game too, man, is just sitting back watching the credits roll. Mm-hmm. I would sit there I've sat there for like 20 minutes just watching all the credits.
Sense of accomplishment.
Yeah, I was sitting there with my hands on my hip, like, yeah,
got that dopamine.
Look what I did. I just beat this game.
And I bet she's looking at you like, you could clean the gutters right now. Like you accomplished something for real.
You would have thought I built the house. I'm like, look,
I did that.
Yeah, that's my work. That. That's my work right there.
She's like, I've been asking you to clean the garage for no, I'm just playing. From the 281, and shout out to the 281. 131 hours on NCAA football. They took Texas State to the national championship and now working on Bowling Green, building programs out there.
Hey, salute the Bowling Green, man.
Yeah. All right. How about this? What is happening with the program of the New York Football Giants? Russell Wilson, Mr. Unlimited himself, signs a 1-year, $10.5 million to ostensibly, I imagine, be the starting quarterback now, which makes that quarterback room.
I think
Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston, and Tommy DeVito.
Dude.
And that's got to be the most prayerful quarterback room that I've ever seen. Like, those prayers are probably hilarious.
It's different type of prayers, too.
Yeah.
Like, hey, these are different churches. This ain't even the same church. This one is a Baptist church, one is a non-denominational.
Yeah.
And then what kind of
personalities is it for me?
What kind of Christianity is Tommy DeVito bringing to the table? I don't want to get it stereotyped.
Italian, might be Catholic.
Might be Catholic. He in here like, why we taking so long? Let's go.
No communion.
He's in there in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy.
All right, let's get to
Jameis Winston and God and
God. But I mean, think about the reality show that's right there on a tee. It's right on a tee.
Yeah, shout out the New York Giants. They have a great opportunity with their social media team. Mm-hmm. They need to be doing, how we had the Iron Sharpens Iron, series that the Texans media did. New York Giants media better post up in that quarterback room. I need to hear all of those things.
And you got DeVito's agent with the hat and on all that stuff.
Looking like Inspector Gadget. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And Jameis doing weird stuff, walking the streets, I'm sure.
Walking the streets is insane. What are you doing?
Doing his social media
you got him out here like a homeless person walking around Manhattan.
Well, here's the thing. He's going to do a video eating pizza or a hot dog, walking the
Certainly. Back quarterback, man. Like, you don't got much to do.
Yeah. And then you got Russell Wilson, which is a reality show into itself. This is gold. That quarterback room is gold.
I am interested, though. Like, Russell Wilson, do we think this works there? Like, Malik Neighbors is there. I don't know. Russell Wilson now, he feels like he's very much like a chuck it up there merchant.
Yeah.
And I don't know that this team, I know they brought back Slayton. Mm-hmm. And I think that that's like he's been a very good wide receiver for them, better than they've even given him credit for. But I don't know that, like, I love this as a fit for them. Like, are you interested in the way that this actually goes? And did they just like spaz out? Because they're out of the Rodgers sweepstakes now.
Well, that's part of the reason. Or that's the reason.
At this point, you talk about the Giants.
Yeah,
I'm wondering if they out of the drafting the quarterback business.
Maybe
because
not.
I thought they was trying to draft the quarterback.
If they don't recall, they have the number 3 overall pick, and a lot of people have mocked quarterbacks there. Although some people had started, with the scuttlebutt of Lions season when it comes to the draft. People talked about Sanders maybe falling, the teams didn't like him or what have you, so maybe that factors in. But also, Josina Anderson, amongst others, have kind of started reporting that it seems like the Cleveland Browns might be very willing to trade back, and I do wonder if this was a reaction to that, where they go, quarterbacks in 1 and 2, and we might not even have an opportunity to get to one, so we might just need to go ahead and accept the idea of Russell Wilson as our starting quarterback.
No, I think that's a factor, but they're going to have their shot at Probably Travis Hunter or Abdul Carter. And maybe they start building that Giants defense around that.
That's good up there, Travis Hunter.
Yeah, for sure. You know how I feel about him, and that's no slight at Abdul Carter. I mean, their history with rush ends and outside linebackers.
Oh, you're putting him in the legacy of
Michael
Strahan.
They will.
And
you don't think the New York media will? 100%. 100%.
I'm of two minds because there's the possibility of, okay, if you're hyping him up, putting him into that legacy. We did here. I still remember when Dwight Howard came in and we were doing like the legacy of big man. And we were talking about
Shaq and Kobe.
We were talking about all these and how did that go? However, maybe you go that way, but also it's New York media. I can easily see them taking a guy who is legitimately one of the few blue chips in this draft and going, well, he's no Lawrence Taylor.
I think it's going to go the other way. It'll start out the other way. Then he'll be torn down and then he'll be built back up. That's what New York does. They put him on a pedestal, then they pick him apart, and then they love the underdog story coming back.
But do you feel like that's a Travis Hunter thing, though?
No, I think that's an Abdul Carter thing.
Oh, the idea of if these things go where quarterback 1 and 2, and then they're sitting with the two blue chip guys there, who are they willing to go for? Is that the question you're asking?
They should go for Travis Hunter, and that, again, no slight at all on Carter, but I bet you they end up. You know how they are, man.
I could see them going Abdul Carter, pair him with Kayvon Thibodeau and Feast. Like I could kind of see them going to that place.
Yeah.
But I wonder if they looking at like, hey, this Travis Hunter can be our Sauce Gardner.
Sure.
The guy that just man on the Giants type.
It's going to be very interesting, but getting back to the quarterback room, somebody's still got to score some points. I'll bet you Jameis Winston starts at least 7-8 games.
Yeah, that's the thing is
I'll bet you anything.
With Russell Wilson there, I don't know that I'm in a place where I absolutely believe that he will start all the games. Not even for just because he's not that great of a quarterback now. In particular, like he's very particular in his skill set, and I don't know that that's something that's going to be incredible.
Yeah.
But one thing I will say, and I know some people will be mad for me for bringing it up, and I apologize ahead of time. The Giants with a largely black quarterback room, huh? Like, I remember the time where literally they put Geno Smith, like, Ben McAdoo lost his job because he tried to start Geno Smith. Now, of course, the Eli Manning factor of this mattered, right? Because Eli Manning had started all his game. But we're not going to lie about, like, the Giants and that fan base and not being, comfortable with the notion of a black quarterback. And all of a sudden, they're like, here's two of them for you. They're not that good either.
I don't think they ever had a black quarterback start a season.
No, they did not. And, did they actually get Geno a start? I'm trying to remember if he actually got a start there because that was the first one. Like, that was the first black quarterback start within the last, what was that, couple decade?
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's that's wild. And more power to them. Like, they might be ruining black quarterbacks for the entirety of the rest of the Giants. Like, see, we gave you a chance. It's like, it's Russell Wilson and Jameis. All right, as we continue around the NFL, how about this for a black quarterback? Cam Ward. Who at his pro day at Miami, there were some other things that were funny at the pro day at Miami we could talk about, but at his pro day at Miami, he thoroughly impressed a large contingent.
Seven
Titans brass who went out to see
Cam
Ward.
Field trip.
They had everybody out there,
and they still didn't see enough because now they're bringing them in for another day.
Yes, and this is where I was
into Nashville.
The Titans plan to hold an additional private workout and throwing session with Ward, and they've been increasingly impressed with, which that is understandable. I don't think that they're the only ones. All of the NFL people have basically seen this as there is one quarterback at the top, and it's Cam Ward, and then after that, you can get to the Shedeur Sanders, and maybe, depending on how you feel, like the Jackson Dart, some of those other folks in the space. But, man, this feels like they're laying it on really thick in a way that almost makes me
too obvious.
Right, it's lion season, ain't it? And tell me if I am being the person who is just trying to outsmart themselves. Is it possible that they're doing all of this to raise the price on trading up to 1?
100%. Because, what else do they need to know? They had their general manager, head coach, and offensive coordinator all day in Miami. You know what? Come on down to Nashville, too. We got some more people we want you to meet. Some of the cafeteria people, some of the training staff, it's so obvious that it's almost too obvious. I don't disagree. I think they could be like, hey, we're serious now. We're really going to draft him.
But
look, we have an envelope with his name on it.
I mean, but do all of this make sense to do? Because I feel like if it was the Browns or the Giants, whoever, they would have had those conversations if they really wanted Cam Ward, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like if I was the Browns or the Giants about to pick them, let's try to trade. Let's try to see so they don't get them.
But I think general managers are having they're wondering that same thing. Are they really serious? You know what? Let me call them. You know, are they really just absolutely no holds barred, gonna draft Cam Ward? Let me make sure. Let me call him. And then that conversation starts, and you never know what happens.
Now, of course, this is just a hypothesis out there. It does feel like this is a team that wants Cam Ward. And 832 on the Jim Out of the Texas Hammer text line probably gets to something that is fair, right? They're picking Cam Ward. The private workout is to let him run specific stuff from the team, right? You can almost begin installing and start getting a feel for it. Yeah, quite possibly, right? That's where they go, especially when we talk about the level of investment that they've had on the offensive line, how, already they're in that place. It felt like they were coming into this draft with that particular, perspective in mind. I know that we were kind of texting yesterday about the idea of a stud in this draft, and I don't know that you're absolutely going to have a quarterback stud in this draft, and I think there's also always space to acknowledge that maybe there isn't one and you don't force yourself into that space, but they do have the opportunity to just go ahead and take a dude, especially if they feel comfortable that he will be starting caliber or what have you.
Or a star. It really doesn't matter what you think or I think. Does the general manager and does the head coach think that guy's going to be a star? And I thought Sean put it very, very well this morning. Sean Pendergast, the Titans are almost in the identical situation as the Texans were when they drafted. He's going to be a franchise quarterback. Boy, he's got some, next level, characteristics, but I don't know. Like, that's Cam Ward. Cam Ward is what C.J. Stroud was going into the draft. How did that work out? Because the Texans believed that he was going to be the guy, and he is that guy.
Yeah, because I think a lot of people wanted to pass up on wait till next year to get the quarterback.
Yeah.
And I felt like the Houston D'Amico and Nick said, "Hey, we could work with him." This is our guy right here.
Yeah. So it doesn't really matter what you're.
Give a damn what everybody else is saying.
Exactly.
We could work with this.
And then the rest of the team is kind of similar to the Texans as well. They built up their offensive line with the hopes of this guy being the guy. See, that's the biggest tell of all. Getting Dan Moore Jr. and Zeitler on the offensive line. That's the biggest tell, more so than all these meetings they're having. They're going to draft Cam Ward. Because that's not fake. That's real money they're paying those dudes. That's not for Will Levis. That's
right. And the Zeitler is a 1-year deal, right? That's not. Hey, we got a line that eventually, when we get one, you get one now. The question and maybe we'll examine this another time, is just this is not expected to be like a high ceiling draft for quarterbacks, and so how high, or how low of a ceiling do you have to go and draft a guy with these kind of premium levels of picks? But it seems like the Titans are going to try and figure out in some ways with Cam Ward, Houston guy. Yeah, I heard y'all guys talking about his path, Incarnate Word,
University,
State, and then Miami, and it seems like his next stop is Nashville. Best of luck to you. Here comes a little bit of Will Anderson Jr., Daniil Hunter at you. How about that?
Via West Columbia, right? Wasn't he from West Columbia?
Yes, sir. One said that Ward has a feel of Jaden Daniels. They think he'll be sneaky good. We'll see. And the good thing about it is that you're well equipped for a sneaky good quarterback, because you've got a not very sneaky, a very evidently good secondary to deal with that, and of course a pass rush to boot. All right, some things before we move it along around the NFL. I think that this might be a tangible benefit of the UFL, the spring league that was actually a merger of the USFL and the XFL. The NFL is assigning 4 officials to work UFL games this year. A couple of them were first-year officials, and then a couple of them were officials that did not make the playoff rotation. They will join together and make a single 4-man crew that will do 5 of the 10 games this year. And I know that, me personally, I kind of poo-poo the spring league. People talk about the idea of using it as some level of developmental league, and I'm like, very, very rarely are you talking about the same caliber of talent, maybe around the edges of the NFL?
Yeah.
And I don't know how beneficial that actually is. But this feels like something that's very beneficial, especially if you're not going to pay your officials full time and continue to get them better. Maybe you could use this as an opportunity for them to go and get more reps and hopefully get better at what they do, so that when you get to the NFL, you're getting the best level product you could possibly get.
It's one crew basically, right? Yeah, it's just going to be one crew. It's interesting. Because I think that crew, you said it, I think that crew is going to have real game experience with professional athletes and get it done. I've always kind of not criticized or doubted, but I don't feel like officials go to training camps and they're in their shorts and they're just kind of standing on the sideline, kind of half-assing things. I mean, that's not the kind of work that they're really just there to explain rules and calls and that stuff. But these are games, so I think that'll help.
Yeah, and I mean, as with anything, more iteration, you would hope helps better what you're doing, right? Practice makes perfect type beat.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe that is. Well, actually, not even maybe. I feel like that's going to be helpful. How helpful, I think, remains to be seen. But the NFL UFO relationship, at the very least, I think we're starting to see some things that could be helpful.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, is this possibly enough to take a potential draft prospect off of your big board? A little bit of reporting came through, and I want to get into that, and it has relations to your Texans. We'll do it next.
All right, let's talk about DNA.
ESPN's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Look at you playing the songs of John's youth.
Hey, you're not
Doors.
Kidding. You're not kidding.
Love me some Doors.
Figgy is a sneaky Doors fan.
I am.
Yeah.
Did you see the recent news about Jim Morrison?
No.
What about it?
I saw this random article that said Jim Morrison is alive.
Oh,
All
get
right.
out of here.
Okay.
I've been to his grave.
I'm gonna send y'all the article.
I saw,
but I saw all type of conspiracies and all that stuff. That's the first time I ever seen this one.
Why did I think you were about to tell me something like legitimate?
Yeah.
I'll show y'all the article.
He's buried at some famous cemetery in Paris.
Or is he?
Well,
all right.
I saw some dude smoking weed at it next to his tomb, sitting down next to his tombstone.
Was that him? Was that Jim Morrison?
No, just some dude wanted to smoke weed with Jim Morrison.
Okay.
That's a true story.
All right. I appreciate that. I imagine I'm looking forward to the mixtape because I'm guessing that's where we're going to learn about Jim Morrison.
I should bring it up.
Yeah.
Look, that's
the
place for all things fun happening in the world. Mixtape, 1:20 p.m. right here on Sports Radio 610. All right. Is this enough to change or take a prospect off of your big board? 713-572-4610. We've seen a lot of the Texans tied to a few different offensive linemen, especially tackles once Laramie Tunsil got traded away from this team. And one of those names has been Josh Simmons. Figgy, you're familiar with Josh Simmons, right? Like,
yeah.
Tackle played at Ohio State.
OH.
I-O is what they say.
I guess we have to say that.
I just didn't want to leave you
We can't leave you hanging.
Hey, shout out to my Ohio State people out there.
You know, like if you just spelled OH and we just left it there, I feel like it was going to be a problem. But yeah, he played at Ohio State. And there's a few things that, there's one thing that I know that Seth has talked about and that, has been out there, which is him dealing with the patellar tendon tear. And that's one of those things that's not an easy injury to recover from. So I know that that's been like a real concern. I know that I've heard, not that I have a lot of sources, but I have heard that there's at least one, maybe two teams that are like, he's going to be fine. He might not be back for mini camp, but training camp he'll be back for. Now, of course, not every team's medicals are 100%, and like teams view, read things differently and view things differently. But I know at least one team doctor's like, yo, not a problem. So I was like, all right, cool. I'm in on the Josh Simmons portion of this. And then we got this from Tyler Dunn of the Go Long. He does the Go Long Substack, and he's very good, right? He does very good work, long form work. And it really is cool to see somebody in the football space. Well, I mean, not only one, but one of these people out there being able to support the work outside of like the major kind of areas. Well, one of the things that in an excerpt of his latest piece about just kind of tackles, he has this excerpt here that reads as follows: he was removed from consideration by one team for makeup issues. Another team expressed serious reservations, saying, quote, kind of a F, said about a fourth scout rather said, his issues are more football character. He has a complete BS sense of urgency, like a total finesse player. Mental is an issue, lacks power, struggles to anchor, fundamentals are poor, plays like a guy that was at a JUCO and just came here.
Yeah.
Close quote. Is that enough to take him smooth off the board, particularly for a Texans team that is swarming, and then also like for a team that let Will Wade, I did it again. Will Wade is the coach at NC State. Well, he was the basketball coach at McNeese State this tournament. He just got the job at NC State. And for some reason, because he got Wade in his name, I keep confusing him with clearly, a Texans offensive line legend, Wade Smith. And that's on me. And I'll put money in the helmet behind that one because that's a bad mess up. But Wade Smith, who was on Texans All Access last week, and this is what Wade was talking about when it comes to like what this team is trying to build offensively, like what the mentality has to be in the offensive line.
There was things that went on in the room last year, and not necessarily what happened in the room, but what was put on film by the offensive line group, that to me, there has to be some things that get shaken up and changed in there, because there was too many things that I watched, whether it's live in person or on film or on TV, whatever it may be, where it's like, this stuff is unacceptable and it's not reflective of what is as a coach. You look at that defense, and you look at D'Amico Ryan's, his defense reflects him. They talk about swarm mentality. I didn't see that out of the offensive line group, and that's really disappointing to me, because that's what we were when we were there, when D'Amico was our captain of the team and he was the leader of the franchise, our offensive line was on that same wavelength of where we played the game with an edge. We played the game with that swarm mentality, quote unquote. And I didn't really see that last year. I saw a lot of stuff that was elementary stuff where you're getting beat on TT games and you're getting beat on 3-man games and pick stunts, stuff that you can see right away, and just the sense of urgency and all those type of things. I just didn't see it there.
I'm glad Wade Smith put that.
Not Will Wade.
Not Will Wade. Wade Smith put it in that way. That's
not Wade Phillips. that's who we usually get confused with.
Yeah.
Text in all your Wades, 713-572-46.
Because I think Seth one time tried to text Wade Smith, but he texted Wade Phillips.
Oh. Well, that's not the worst mix-up.
It was kind of funny. I think he had some fun with it, too.
I could see that. But I'm glad he put it that way, because Wade Smith, when he was here with the offensive line, Chris Myers, we know the whole group, that is what they were. And so I say that because, this whole swarm mentality thing, D'Amico didn't invent that. He just put a nice, catchy, cool name to it and commands it from his defense. So, I totally, to answer your question, Texans board, if that's the information they're getting. But it's not just the Texans. I think he's probably cratering in several boards. This isn't unique to the Texans, their approach, with the offensive line and what they want out of them. So, if it's true, he'd be off my board compared to all the other options you might have there.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that then takes me to a place where I start looking at who are the other guys in that general range who you might be looking at if. Josh Simmons is now, who, again, he's been mocked to this team a lot. Mm-hmm. But especially when you look at this team and the way that this offensive line is constructed right now, the questions that we've had about the way that they're building it, and it feels like you're going to have a lot of pressure on the, whoever you draft, whether it's first round, second round, whatever, the offensive lineman that you draft to come in and be a tentpole some way. Like, you have some veterans, but your veterans are there as competition. They're there to try and, find a way to play together, but they're not like the raw talent. Like the potential studs that you're going to have on this offensive line is, one, maybe Titus Howard if he's putting it all back together, and then two, the young talented offensive lineman that you draft to plop in there. Mm-hmm. And so I think that would be a lot to ask for a guy who had those kind of descriptions. Obviously, he doesn't fit the swarm generally, but also it'd be a lot to ask somebody who has those types of things and drop them in and then ask them, hey, with all these guys who are your senior, you now also have to be one of the better, if not the best, on this offensive line as well.
They want a certain type, and he's not their type. I mean, you know who he sounds like? He sounds like kind of a poor man's Laramie Tunsil. Really good, physical specimen, and quick and fast and strong and hands and all the things that you always hear about from John Harris and everybody else, but maybe not the makeup to be good in the room. So I would say, yes, that probably is enough to knock him down. Let's not say take him off, but knock him down on the Texans' boards. So
because that's the thing is if you
don't take him off,
if he falls far, well, you might.
Yeah,
like
you might.
Teams, there are some guys that teams go under no circumstances. Mm-hmm. Yes, he's a first round talent. If we get him in the third round, even still, because we're not willing to do it. I guess as a secondary, I do want to ask that. Like, would you get to a place where you would absolutely be like straight off the board? Like, he has the talent because. Mm-hmm. In fact, allow me to play Todd McShay here. This is Todd McShay from a podcast of his. I think he did this a couple weeks ago, talking about Josh Simmons.
Are you getting a guy who's mature enough to come in and handle his business? And there's concerns about that. Just going to be up front and straight, and that's what I'm hearing. And I don't like sharing, but there's some concern with that stuff. Okay, that's number one. Number two is he had this great stretch run early on in the season that got everyone worked up. Everyone worked up about him as a first-round pick. And he's got first-round talent. Who was that against?
Well, he did Mike Green, but he didn't get much reps. They played Marshall early in the year.
I get it. I'm glad you brought that up. Two reps. Snaps. Mm-hmm. 2 reps against Mike Green.
All right. Thanks, McShay, and thanks for talking over your guest. But I wanted to focus on first-round talent, right? Right, he has that board, all those things that were said entirely, or is this like, hey, if you find him falling to the third round, one of those third round picks, go ahead and select him?
I'd take him on a flyer in the third round. And I'm not one of those coaches that, everybody thinks I'll fix.
You don't believe in the swarm, ladies and gentlemen?
Well, the third round, the risk reward is less. Less risk, more reward. And so, but the Texans might take him off. Just because, like I said, he sounds an awful lot like a poor man's Laremy Tunsil, and they just got rid of that dude. So,
but it's a little better if he ain't making that Laremy Tunsil
well, that's what
money.
I'm saying. Like a third round. All right, we might kick the tires a little bit here.
I think the big deal was Laremy Tunsil making all that money and doing this.
Yeah,
that's a part of it. But if you're building this roster moving forward, or this offensive line in particular moving forward, I think right now is going to be really huge in trying to set the tone for what you're doing going forward.
But he's a rookie, not the veteran, and that's a big difference. Yeah. Like if you build the room in your image, so to speak. That you want, and you're D'Amico Ryans and Cole Popovich, it's a lot easier to whip that guy into shape than to expect to whip 10-year veteran or 11-year veteran. You know what I mean?
You could work with a rookie. You could maybe say, "Hey, I think I can fit some."
Come here, young fella. That's not how we do things.
Yeah, rather than
you can't do that with Laremy Tunsil.
You can't do it with an old dog.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I hear you on that, but I think that works if you have somebody who is the leader in the clubhouse, so to say.
Sure.
Who is that now? Is it Titus? Is it everybody's falling in behind? Titus Branson, who don't you have him on a 1-year deal?
No, I get it, but I mean the room is going to be the room is going to be those guys this year for 9 months or whatever it is that they're working together. It can happen, and that's what they want. That's what the Texans want. They want that swarm offensive line that Wade Smith just talked about.
Not Wade Wilson or Will Wade, or anything like that. But yeah, I think I'd take him off the board, honestly, smooth off the board, because especially with what you're done for this year. Obviously, it's tough, but then also you're not just the Laremy Tunsil move wasn't just for this year. It's also for the next few years. You want to build this offensive line room in a way that it fits the larger mentality of what you're trying to build, and you're going to have strong staples. This is the time to add strong staples to then build around. This is the time to add a foundation to your offensive line room that you make better.
Yeah.
And everything that's described there, if true, of course, wanted to put that caveat, is going away from the mentality
it's getting a lot of run now.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including Luis Garcia, apparently not good news on the elbow. We'll tell you what that is and more next.
Cam Smith has made the
812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio in the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here in the Loop on this Wednesday. Let's start with the bad. I'm just going to get it out of the way. Matt Kawahara of the Houston Chronicle covers the Astros. Put this up, I think this was maybe last night. Luis Garcia, who is a pitcher for the Astros, and we were having hopes that he would join Lance McCullers in having a solid recovery in this spring training this offseason and, work his way back to early on in the season, rejoining the club. This latest news, first of all, he got shut down due to a little bit of elbow soreness. So it was like, oh, that's not good.
Yeah.
This is not going to make it
That's
any better.
never good.
Yeah, this is not going to make it any better. Luis Garcia and the team are apparently going to seek a second opinion when it comes to his sore elbow. And generally, Lopez, when you're seeking a second opinion, what does that mean about the first opinion?
It wasn't great because, the first opinion might be, man, your elbow looks strong as can be. I start throwing tomorrow.
And you'd be like,
you know what? I think I want a second opinion on that. Yeah.
Although to be like, that's jokey. Like sometimes if the player is like, no, this feels like it's more than what you're saying, they will get a second opinion in that case. However, more often than not, if you have a good first report, we're working with that, right? That's the optimism that you try and work with.
Unless you don't feel good.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This is not that. Like this is, and either way, we're in a place where either he feels bad enough where he needs a second opinion, or the first opinion was bad enough where they need a second opinion to see if they can find more optimism. Either way, this seems to me in a Luis Garcia light.
I think fair. It's more than a fair hypothesis.
I think you slide him now to behind Christian Javier when it comes to potential reinforcements for this Astro season. Right?
I'll take it. I'll take the reckless speculation a little further.
We're not going to really get into a lot of hypotheticals and a lot of speculation.
Hey, you shut up.
Yes, we are, Nick. We absolutely are. Nick. I didn't mean to be. This is my hypothetical and speculation that I'm getting into. The first, I guess, diagnosis. It is probably really bad. Not what you want to hear. They're probably saying things like shut down, maybe surgery, maybe whatever it may be. Because if it's just one like, hey, we see something in there, but you'll be fine. Just follow this regimen or whatever. Then you might not get a second opinion. I'd get a second opinion if they said, no, we got to operate. I'm like, oh hell, I need to see if that's true. Reckless speculation, but that's what I feel.
Yeah. So there you go. Luis Garcia is going to be in that space. Reggie, can someone explain why the Astros let Urquidy go? Solid starter. You have any feelings on that?
On letting who go?
Urquidy.
Oh,
Jose Urquidy.
That was never going to work here. That was the answer there. Plus, they have confidence in what's coming up.
Yeah, a lot of young guys.
Yeah.
Obviously, Brown has grabbed a spot. Arrighetti is looking solid, like he's going to have a spot. And then
Urquidy had his share injuries too. So
yeah, they've had some trouble keeping pitchers healthy, man. So that's going to be something that is clearly there to watch this season. Early on with Lance McCullers, wherever Javi hoping to return. About midway through the season as well. Like those are the things that you're really looking for in trying to find a successful season. In fact, I think we'll talk about that tomorrow, like the keys to seeing an Astros successful season. But this is not one of the things that you were hoping to get, right? This is not positive, and this is why you can't necessarily.
You're batting 50% on the ones that you thought might, between McCullers and Garcia.
As of right now, right? And so these are the things that. This is why you can't depend on best case scenario, because best case scenario is simply that, right? There's a likelihood that bad things happen within that, and it seems like the Luis Garcia elbow is falling into there.
Yeah.
All right. Some other things that are popping, I guess this is a little negative too. Amen Thompson was a very late scratch for the game last night. Rockets hosted the Atlanta Hawks. They got a victory, mind you, which was nice to see. 121-114, although they did allow 40 whole points from the Hawks late. A little sloppy at times as well. I think they had something like 16 turnovers in this thing, which is not what you want in a game. But ultimately, they got a victory, and they now have a 2-game lead for second place in the West. But yeah, Amen Thompson, a very late scratch in this one. That's probably the big thing that I personally took away. Ime Udoka said that Amen was warming up and had some stiffness, and quote, we didn't want to push him if he wasn't confident in it. Close quote. That make you feel any better about it?
It doesn't make me feel any better, but I feel like it's the right path to take at this point in the season. I mean, this is a squad that is in, as you mentioned, a number 2 seed, and they're in a good spot to be playing at home no matter what at this point with what's behind them. I mean, obviously they're not catching Oklahoma City, but they're in a good spot to play at home no matter what. Yesterday's game I had a weird vibe with that game from the very start. I mean, they're in control. We're not going to necessarily dig in a lot, but it was just they're in a place where they're in good position, but there's still a couple things that definitely need to be ironed out.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Like I don't want you to play down to an Atlanta Hawks team. There.
Exactly, and give full disclosure. I flipped. They were up 20 going into the fourth quarter. I'm out. And all of a sudden, I'm following it on my phone. I'm like, whoops. Uh-oh. What's going on? It's down to 4.
And I asked you, do you feel better about it with the Ime Udoka quote? And I do. I do, actually. It feels like operating in abundance of caution for a guy who's had a little bit of injury.
That's what I'm saying. That's the path to take at this point.
I think that, yeah.
You're in a good spot in the standings.
Yeah.
You want him healthy. We're good.
Yeah. So I do feel good about that. I did not love that particular thing, like continue getting sloppy in those moments. Just Jalen Green having to just kind of.
But they made free throws.
They did make free throws. Jalen Green kind of had to carry you over the threshold, and I did like that. It seems like they're able to. They have some curveballs in there, like they're throwing specific kind of variations of zones at teams when needed to get some things done. And I did like seeing that because that seems like they're getting ready for playoff basketball. So yeah, shout out to the Rockets for getting a victory. They'll be back in action tomorrow evening, won't they? And yeah, we'll get some more Rockets basketball there as they will take on the Utah Jazz in Utah, which again should be an easy win. But we'll see what it looks like when you 10 games off of the end of the season, if memory serves. Like you're really quickly getting to that place. All right. Some other things that are popping. There's some things we could talk about. However, I think that you got really excited when you saw this. Apparently today is Jersey Mike's Day of Giving.
Well, the news is the couple pieces of news here. Jersey Mike's is replacing Subway as an NFL sponsor.
That's true.
That's big.
That's a big deal.
That's a big deal.
I honestly had forgotten that Subway was the sponsor of the NFL.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest.
So Danny DeVito, you're gonna see a lot more of him. And so that's the kind of sports tie-in here. But I gotta share a story with you guys. So I was still drinking my coffee. I mean, I was still in my gym shorts and a T-shirt. Just got up.
Is it the coffee that you bought or the one that you?
This is the one that I make. Yeah,
okay.
No, not the one.
Not the one you still at the gas station.
You guys know better than that, but maybe you don't. So I'm still just in my shorts and T-shirt, drinking my coffee. It's like 5:45 in the morning. My wife comes out and she says, "What do you want from Jersey Mike's for dinner?" And I'm like, "What?"
So you in the doghouse? She's like, "You can have a sandwich for dinner."
Yeah.
What? I forgot. Today is Jersey Mike's Day of Giving. And I wanted to mention the NFL tie-in, but also one of the local organizations is benefiting. If you eat, 100% of the proceeds from Jersey Mike's today goes to local charities. One of them is one that I'm affiliated with very closely, Carry the Load. Remember that Memorial Day walk I do every year? And it's for it benefits.
It's a nice little walk too, man.
It's a nice little walk.
Yeah.
Figgy was there.
Yeah, this dude said, "Oh, be about a mile." Man, it was like 3 miles. Like, damn.
Yeah. So Carry the Load is benefiting from the Jersey Mike's. 100% of their proceeds are going to those charities. So I guess we should all pick up some Jersey Mike's today.
Yeah.
I
mean,
that was funny. What do you want for dinner? I'm like, what? I mean, drinking my coffee. I haven't even had breakfast yet.
I was like, all right. The NFL was like, we got to upgrade this Subway thing. Jersey Mike's. All right, let's go to Jersey Mike's. So yeah, salute there.
I'm gonna have to stop there.
Yeah,
now,
I do like Jersey Mike's. They really are good.
I think my go-to there is the Philly. I think I usually go there.
Philly or the Italian sub.
Okay.
Quality stuff.
Very good. Other things that are popping. This popped up earlier today, and I found this just really interesting because of the nature of how close it was to another injury of a similar type. Damian Lillard of the Milwaukee Bucks they announced it yesterday. I think it was Chris Haynes of Yahoo Sports announced that he is out indefinitely with a blood clot in his right calf. And if you remember, just a month ago, Victor Wembanyama was shut down for the remainder of the season with a blood clot. It was in his shoulder. Like the lower extremities is more common where those blood clots will happen. Wemby's was a little bit uncommon, being above the midway point. However, Damian Lillard out indefinitely with this blood clot, which is kind of wise. And the reason why the deep vein thrombosis takes players out is because in order to resolve it, they have to take blood thinners, I imagine, to then move that clot along. And if you're on a blood thinner and you're doing an activity or something, have an opportunity of getting a cut, that could really, you could bleed out in a way.
You could, yeah.
But man, I was like, that's really wild. But what I think that does is that takes another team. I don't know how strongly you felt about the Bucks, but that feels like that fully takes them out of the opportunity of really contending, and maybe even takes them out of like a contending window going forward, because it feels like that, man, they're really on the backside of being a level of contender in the league.
Yeah, no, I think exactly the same thing. They're like a 4 or 5 seed in that area right now, and no Lillard, no chance.
Now, this is the roundabout way that I would like to tie it back to the Houston Rockets. This Rockets team in the offseason, you expect them to do what? Probably add a star, right?
Yeah.
Who are the stars that are available to be had? It feels like we've been largely talking about Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
Are there any other ones that we've been kind of looking at?
Well, Booker's off the table.
Booker seems like he's off the table if you listen directly to the Suns. And then they've had a little bit of a resurgence. They're in the 10 seed. The Suns are. So maybe they'll be able to, maybe they'll feel better about trying to continue to do things in the season, after the season, if they're able to be a little bit competitive. But Giannis Antetokounmpo, he's been talked about as a guy who could possibly move on from Milwaukee. And if that team is starting to find a place where they can't find success, could he then become available? And would that be a player that you would like to add to this Rockets team?
I think you're silly to kick tires on that. I don't care what where you are with the players you got. Yes, short answer, yes, you'd be interested. I still think Durant probably is the more likely, to happen. But if he's on the table, if he's available, you look at it.
Yeah, the thing about it is like playing a Giannis next to Alperen Şengün. Like I keep thinking, how does that work, especially with spacing? But the way that they've been able to kind of make the two big lineup work,
look at what they're doing right now,
has made me a little bit more amenable to the idea of possibly actually adding Giannis, even though like the spacing would be tough on a general basis.
But we're talking about one of their paths to success lately, and maybe in the postseason has been this double bigs that everybody's talking about. It's been working. And the other thing is you're putting Jabari. That's the other observation I would put from the game last night, which is not unique to last night's game. Jabari at the 3, I like that. I like that. So you got the double bigs in him. Yeah, slide in old Giannis instead of Steven Adams or something like that.
That would be fun.
That would be fun.
So that's what's popping here in the loop on this Wednesday. Coming up next, when was the last time you were this excited to see an Astros prospect? And does Cam Smith have something that Jose, Jordan, and Jeremy Pena don't? We'll talk about that next.
The OG has thoughts on the Sports Radio 610 on eSports Station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Lopez is having a blast today.
Hey, man, AC/DC. Who doesn't like AC/DC?
I'm sure there's someone. But they're not in the majority. I'll tell you that for damn
That's
sure.
right.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I imagine the majority of folks are excited about what the 26 for the Astros look like headed into their opener on opening day tomorrow with the Mets. And, of course, it is headlined by number 11 himself, Cameron Smith, your right fielder for tomorrow. I imagine that he's going to look real spiffy in that Astros jersey. And, yeah, man, I don't know. When was the last time that you were this excited to see an Astros prospect? Because you probably have to go back to one of his outfield mates, right? Maybe are you going as far as Jose Altuve, or has there been one more recently?
When was Kyle Tucker called up? Was he early season? Did he start the season with him as a rookie?
Oh, so you want somebody like at the outset of the season, not even one that you were just like, hey, whenever he gets here. Just
no, I think both. But I mean, in terms of like apples to apples, like just a prospect that you were this excited to see. Bregman?
I mean, were y'all like this as far as like
Jordan?
As far as like spring training? Because we were covering spring training
big time
as far as like Cam Smith, because usually you kind of be like, oh yeah, he looked good, but you know for damn sure he ain't making the team right now.
And he did his part by just ripping the cover off the ball. And I don't know if any of these prospects, which we were
debut, by the way.
Okay. But regardless, even whether it's summer or start, I was just saying, like, were we this excited back then? Because the thing about spring training is like everybody watches it a lot closer than you would the minor leagues.
Sure.
You know?
Yeah.
And so Tucker might have been just crushing it, and, you know, certain pockets of Astros fans, you know, were excited and all that, but not like the city.
No, we were like, we got behind him as far as like he need to be on the squad.
Yeah, yes.
Like it went from he having a good spring training to he might make the team.
Yeah, and that was.
I don't remember nobody like that.
I don't either. Help us out, 713-572-4610. An incredible story. I think I saw either the third or fourth fastest player, to get to the major leagues from college. Fewest games, fewest amount of time, but well-deserved, well-earned. We talked about it. I mean, there was an opportunity, and boy, did he take advantage of it. And I want to just credit, Dana Brown and Joe Espada again for having the guts to do it, sacrificing a certain amount of potential control. So it was awesome. And then how they did it was next level.
Yeah, you speak of how they did it. Here's a little bit of audio. It's going to be a little tough to hear or make out what's happening. The guys are all convened in the clubhouse, and Joe Espada, obviously in front, just addressing the team. This is him, and then eventually you will hear him welcome in Cam Smith's mom and stepdad in to basically make.
One day I became a major league manager. I wanted to make this special for someone, and I'm about to do that. I always said, like, if someone tells me, Joe, you're going to the big leagues, who will be the first person you will call? Who will be the first person you will call? I say my mom, my dad, my family, right? Because I think you want to share with someone who's been there for you from day one. Little league, travel ball, good days, bad days. So we're about to do that right now. So I'm going to make a phone call to someone, and that someone's going to come out here. It's got a special announcement to do, okay? Hello? Are you here? Oh, my God. Thank you, Joe. You got it. Hey, thank you. Thank you to these guys right here, man. We're believing in you, boss. You're part of this. Thank you.
Very emotional.
Well edited, too. I appreciate it.
Well edited.
You're welcome.
But, I mean, he lost it, as you would probably suspect. His mom, stepdad, and grandmother came in. And it was just so well done. I get you can maybe it loses something in translation with audio, but to see it was pretty good. And even to the point where the players had like, okay, is he talking about what's going on here kind of thing? They were looking around. Just awesome. Just awesome to look at. And I think even better when the media got him in the dugout later, and he was still very emotional, still very much speaking through tears about just what it meant and all that. It was pretty cool for a great story.
Yeah, this is Cam talking a little bit about about his mom breaking the news that he was going to be a major leaguer.
I mean, I'm sorry. It's okay.
You know, at one point it was just me and her in the house. She struggled to take me to baseball games and practice, and I'm just happy to do it for her.
And the thing about it, that just adds to, how we started this, the excitement level to see this guy.
How much you're rooting for him.
You're pulling for him.
Yeah, man.
You're pulling for him. I think he's engaging. He's got the type of makeup and personality that fans are going to gravitate to. I mean, he could well have one of the more popular jersey sales, if not the most popular this year.
Yeah, I've seen people already say that they're going to go pick up that number 11, particularly at City Connect, which.
Okay, number 77 then.
Yeah, this is. Can I complain a little bit? I said that I really liked the City Connect jerseys, which is not abnormal. It seems like most everyone really likes these new City Connect jerseys, except the font. And I'm seeing one of the reasons why. The one is weirdly shaped. They tried to do this little angular thing, and it looks like a little 7. So his 11 in that particular jersey, I mean, obviously in the normal home and, the whites, the grays, all those, like, it'll be fine in the normal jerseys. But these particular City Connect 7, which is weird.
Because of the font. But the other thing that he has going for him is I think there's an opportunity here, not just in the outfield. There's an opportunity to sort of capture, a role, some popularity in this city that you just don't see. Now, Jose Altuve is beloved. He's the most popular, the greatest Astro of all time. But, even Jose Altuve, he's not a guy that's out there a lot, other than HEB commercials and such. But
which, by the way, someone on the text line said, keep that man out the HEB commercials because of
jinxing him.
Yep.
I knew Dubon was going to be a big part of this squad when he was in the latest HEB commercial. Which is interesting. He's jumped in on that role, by the way. Yordan kind of just goes about his business. He's not out there a lot either. Jeremy Pena is a very popular player because he has that same quality, sort of captivating. I think he's going to be an incredibly popular player. And then you're going to have the discussion of, well, what about his lulls on the field, etc. I'm not worried about that. I think his makeup is just great.
Yeah, Are you kind of looking at it as he has a possibility to be like an emotional center for this team at some point?
Yes.
Right. Now, one thing I will say, I was thinking about this yesterday. I'm super excited for him to get out there. We mentioned earlier that Dana Brown was talking about like the outfield and the ways in which, he worst comes to worst, he said, Altuve will be average and that Cam will be, above average, something like that. I do wonder because I was seeing before they played the Space Cowboys at Dyken Park. That's wild.
There we go. That was the question of the day yesterday.
Yeah, I heard. But seeing him work in the outfield just to like learn the nooks and crannies of the outfield at his home ballpark reminded me, there's so much.
There's a lot to learn.
There's a lot that he has to learn. And of course, we knew this, right? This was there are people out there, but there are people that were saying that he should not start at the majors. This is part of the concern. I'm thinking about there's a lot of those things that he has to learn. Every ballpark he goes to, he's going to have to learn how to play him in the outfield. What are the different bounces, and including his home ballpark and those things. He already has a lot of things. He's already drinking out of a water hose. What happens if, and likely when, like a team starts really game planning for his bat specifically, and they find a hole in his bat, and now you're not just I'm learning how to play the position in general, but also I have a particular slump I'm trying to work my way out of. Those what happens when you get to that level? And I'm interested to see it, but that's the only concern that I'm really thinking about. I think you mentioned he has the psyche and the makeup to be able to handle up with all these things. I think that those are there. He has the athleticism to be able to carry him, I think, defensively in the outfield on top of learning those things. The only thing I wonder is, what happens if, a pitcher or if, another team finds a hole in his bat and now you're having to work on that in addition to all of the things that he's doing to get himself to being up to speed at a major league level.
I don't think it's a matter of if. I mean, it's going to happen. He's going to have a 10 or 12 game stretch where, they're on the road, maybe he's having some trouble, acclimating himself to the. It's going to happen. It happens to everyone, especially young players. I just feel like that's two things. Number one, that's why you have the roster makeup that you do. I think it comes back to the roster. I think DeCenzo's there to maybe fill in some gaps here.
I mean, Chaz is there too.
Chaz is there, so I think that's why you have that to give him a break, to sit him down, regroup, all that. And then the second thing is what we were just talking about. They wouldn't have made this move as much as he made the decision difficult for them. They wouldn't have made this move if they didn't think he had what it took to withstand that. And that's the biggest endorsement you can get. They are confident that when those things come, that he's going to be able to handle it.
Hey man, y'all being a bunch of curmudgeons in here talking about the whole thing was corny or complete social media stunt.
It was not.
Like, I do wonder sometimes, like, what are you in for sport, in sports for? And I tried to make that not sound as aggressive as it ultimately sounded, so I apologize for that. But I'm always here for sports for, like, seeing something incredible, one, but then, like, the human interest always seems like it's a portion of this, and that's got to be an incredible moment for him, right?
Yeah, especially knowing the backstory. I guess him and his mom and the struggles of going to practice and all how she struggled and all that stuff. Like, oh man, he ain't come from like a rich family where it's no big deal.
And you can call. And inevitably, people say, they're just going for clicks. It's just a social media stunt. I feel like this was truly, wanted to give him that moment.
I did think that was really, really cool, though, that Joe Espada was able to get his mind into that place. Like, who would you have wanted in that moment? He was like, I can facilitate that for him.
I mean, we know a social media stunt when we see one. For sure.
I mean, they put it out there for social media, of course. But this wasn't like, hey, this is a stunt. Let's kind of act it all out.
I mean, we saw one yesterday from Laramie Tunsil. That was a social media stunt. That was like
him hanging out with some of his guys
and edited, and
that looked like a hell of a good time.
He should have been best picture.
Bottle service,
sparkles, documentary of the year, whatever it was. That wasn't this. I mean, in fact, you can kind of tell because it was kind of awkwardly put together. Yeah, like Joe Espada was looking at his phone and kind of fumbling with it.
Like me, if it was me, I would have probably produced it a little better. Yeah, I probably would have put a mic on them or something like that. And I would have zoomed in. I would have got it. I would have planned it a little better.
Right. No, this was just sometimes people just do things because they feel like it's the right way and they respect the person. It's not like, it clicks. No, man. I mean, they're going to get clicks.
I think what happened was Joe Espada said, hey, I think I'm going to do this. Yeah. I'm going to bring his mom in. And he let the social media team know, and they was just there recording.
Yeah.
Which was cool. I mean, I you don't have to find it to be cool. I think the thing that ultimately is awesome is that he there's no feeling that he doesn't deserve to be here. Like, even the folks that are like, yeah, you shouldn't call him up yet, is the idea of, hey, let's be abundantly sure that he's ready for all of the challenges that will come. But this team, I think, is going to need like that youthful exuberance that he brings. And then, like, his bat looks really good.
The way he played in spring training, he should be in the league right now. He should be on the line. I ain't gonna say the line, but he should be on the roster.
Can you give me this audio right here? Because the way he played this week, in the ballpark, he should be on the roster. Let's get a little Cam Smith at the plate.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, let me grab.
No, my bad. I thought I had you there.
By the way, he is obviously stating the obvious. He will be in the opening day lineup, according to Chandler Rome.
Very good.
Cam has had as good a spring training as anybody. He and Jeremy Payne are the two best springs. And there's a ball down the right field line. Fair ball. That's going to score at least one run. Jeremy Payne is on the move. Tony Parrish-Chica waving him home. And Cam Smith heading for third. He is going to start out his Astros career in this stadium with a 2 RBI triple. And he is fired up.
Yeah, that was – and watching that, because I don't think I got to watch that one live. I watched the replay on it. And I see the ball, rope down the line, and I'm like, all right, cool, that's a double, right?
He was jogging.
You see that ball go to the line, and you go, all right, that's a double. And I see him, and then they cut, because the director's trying to get you a view of all these things. They cut, and I see him going to third, and I was like, oh, my God.
Yeah.
Like, because one thing I know about myself, the way for a player to get to my heart, speed. Like Ellie De La Cruz, he came out, was that last year, year before? I was like, hey, yo, I love this. A 6'6" dude just tearing it up on the base path.
Yeah.
I am going to have so much fun watching.
I thought he was
Smith.
jogging.
I can't wait.
He ends up on third base. I'm like, holy man, girl.
Well, if you have any concerns about he's coming up too quick, the Astros didn't have the wildest roster call up, even this season headed into this opening day. The Angels pitcher Ryan Johnson is making the opening day roster without playing a single game in the minors. He's 22 years old and he was drafted out of Dallas Baptist, so he is a college guy, did have some experience there. He posted a 3.97 ERA with 10 strikeouts and 11 1/3 innings in spring, and he's going to be in their bullpen. He's not going to be a starting pitcher, it seems, but no minor league experience, right to the majors.
Man, that's wild.
That
might be a little more wild than Cam Smith.
A lot more wild,
So at the very least, because pitching is a whole nother ball game.
Yes, it is.
100%.
Yes, it is.
And look, I'm not saying that you should look at the Angels for your for the way that you should go about things. However, the Angels have done it. In fact, the Angels have been real aggressive with call-ups. They had the first rookie debut in 2021, 2022, 2023.
How'd that work out?
And now they're calling up a dude in 2025 who literally has not played in the minors. So I thought that was really interesting. So Cam got beat in that regard, though. He didn't make it up as fast as pitcher Ryan Johnson. But there you go. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, look at that. It's time for our confessions. I'm about to get jumped. We'll do it next.
The Texans sign.
sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Got to get a little background here before the confessions start. Did you have a good couple days off?
I did have a good couple of days off.
Yeah? What'd you do?
All right, so over the weekend, I had a former coworker and a friend getting married.
Mm-hmm.
So that was up in Dallas. So I
just chilling, enjoying the weekend.
Went and spent some time. Went and saw some people in my old stomping grounds.
Good.
And
good.
Just had a couple of days.
That's it, huh?
Pretty much.
Pretty much, or that's it?
Pretty much. I said what I said. If you're going to jump me, go ahead and jump me. I'm not going to participate.
No, I'm just saying.
I'm not going to set myself up to get jumped. All right?
Word on these YouTube streets.
If you're going to jump me, jump me.
Boy said Reggie back at 105.3 The Fan.
Yes, he was. I saw the picture.
He's on right now.
I even dug in a little bit. I went to the podcast. I said, yep. He's there for damn near an hour, huh?
I was hanging out around.
Damn, on air.
I wasn't on air for an hour. Absolutely.
Well,
not.
but you were there. But here's the kicker. This is what is going to lead to my confession, Figgy. And it's an out there confession, but I'm going to stand by it.
Oh, here we go.
He didn't just pick up the phone. Hey, what's up, boys? Yeah, just checking in. Yeah, I'm in Houston now, loving it. Blah, or maybe you're not, but maybe not right now.
Oh, wow. Wow. Okay.
Maybe you're not loving it this second.
I can't wait till the next time I can get that. Oh, okay. I see. I'm putting cases on all you.
Just a little call in. Yeah, man, whatever. No, he got in his car in the morning. He drove to the studios, went into the studios, and was on the air with them. So that leads to the confession. I'm convinced Reggie's that guy that is still friends with all his exes. 100%. 100%. Now you got to confirm or deny. Okay, it didn't work out, but we'll still be friends. And it's not just lip service. Like, you actually are friends with most of your exes. Or not
even, it didn't just work out, let's try to be friends. Hey, let's really be friends.
Like, you legitimately are friends.
I know we had a serious relationship.
The majority of your exes, you got to be honest. Yes or no?
Yeah.
I knew it. What are you doing? She's your ex. Lord, man.
But I do feel now to defend Reggie. I do feel since you're single, correct?
Yeah.
I do feel like it's fair game if you want to be friends with an ex as long as you're single.
Hell no.
If I
hell no.
If it ends,
you didn't want to be friends.
If it ends amicably,
but you did not enter the. I always laugh at people that.
Oh, you see what's happening here? He's assuming that I got dumped.
No. That's cute. Doesn't matter how it goes. It doesn't matter how it goes. Cute. You dump, they dump. Doesn't matter. You were in that relationship to be more than friends. I always laugh at people like, oh, yeah, we're still friends. I'm like,
yeah, but I rock with that person enough to spend time with them.
Is it an ex that you're not friends with at all that you can't be like, nope, like, we ain't cool, we ain't got no number?
One, he said. Dear one.
There's one.
I wonder why.
There's one.
He's that guy. He's that guy that is legitimately still friends with his exes.
And I don't see this as particularly negative. Y'all can hit me up and let me know. Like, let me know. Sorry, 832. I'm not. Well, I can read that. It said you got to stay friends with your exes just in case you might want to. And I'll change this in saying might circle the block.
Yeah.
Nah, man. Like, if you really want to know what happened at the wedding, because again, former coworker, other coworkers, former coworkers were there. One of them was supposed to be there, and his radiator got shot, so he didn't come out. And I was giving him hell, and he was like, "Well, are you hanging around?" I was like, "I am." And he was like, well, you got to come through and say what's up. So I did go through and say what's up.
Yeah.
Saying hi to the many people that I already knew. And then they talked me into joining them for it. They really.
We can stay friends.
These are my confessions.
Don't worry. Just know. Just know. When that get back come back.
We didn't jump you too bad, though.
I saw you wasn't doing that much. But over here.
I knew he was that guy. I knew you were that guy.
Don't worry. I'm going to get it back in blood. Don't even worry about it.
Friends.
Don't even worry about it. Somebody said, put that Kevlar on, Reggie. Shots fired. I see it. Jerks. All right. I'll hit. You know what? No, I will I will wait here for my sports one because I have a sports one. But I want to get this because this literally just happened. We were notified that someone brought some vittles, someone brought some food into the office. So we're like, oh, let's go get some food.
Yeah.
And it was from Chick-fil-A, just for full disclosure. And it was like biscuits over there. I got me a biscuit. I was like, I want to see this. I opened it up, and it's just a biscuit. Like, ain't no chicken in the biscuit. And I don't know if this was supposed to be just a biscuit, but I thought it was going to be like a chicken or sausage or something in there. And I can't confirm this with the biscuit, but I can confirm this with the chicken minis. Someone had been taking the chicken out of these.
I noticed that.
There's nothing but the bread in there, man.
That's low down.
I will beat somebody's. What? If you in here just taking the
taking the meat. First, you're getting your hands on everything,
right? And if you wanted to have I'm not saying you have to eat the bread. Some people are being conscious or whatever, or gluten.
You gotta take the bread with you, though.
Exactly. You can't just leave it in here.
And I understand. I was trying to grab some, and the meat was falling off, in the bread too.
Yes,
I take it with me. I ain't gonna leave it in there because ain't nobody just gonna come in there and eat the bread.
Absolutely. So
it's like a box full of bread.
You think we got? Well, we obviously do. I mean, they took the minis.
Yeah. And I'm like, that's nasty work. Like, you just take the whole thing. What, you left the bread that somebody was you thought someone was just gonna come and eat your half taken
I'll
chicken
leave it there
minis?
for them. Yeah.
But if let me find out that somebody was taking the chicken out of the biscuits and rewrapping them, I'm gonna have some real issues around here.
Yeah, they were rewrapped. That's the scary part. Put their hands all over that stuff.
I think that's the most low down food offense that you can have in here, besides just taking a straight bite out of it and rewrapping.
Absolutely.
These are my confessions.
So I got a sports confession. Kind of a sports confession. So Cam Smith made the team, and our guy Adam Spillane, man. Remember, he was on this show saying there's no way he's going to make this team. I have a better chance of making the team before he does, and all this other stuff. And a lot of people bringing up his tweet, pretty much saying Cam Smith won't make the team this year. This is, he wasn't disrespectful with it, but he said he wasn't going to make the team. And now a lot of people clowning him over it. I got to confess, man, this, to me, I don't look at that tweet as a I gotcha moment.
No.
No, this is wild, man. Stuff like this don't ever happen. This wasn't just a regular player in camp, man. This is somebody that barely, or I don't even know if he did it.
Yeah,
2 games.
There you go.
Yeah, he didn't have a lot of experience like that, so it wasn't far fetched for Adam to say, nah, he's having a good camp, but he ain't gonna make the team. That wasn't that far fetched.
I agree with you. Anybody?
So I don't understand why people piling on him like that, man.
Those people piling on him, the gotcha people, they're clowns. I saw one dude called him a clown. You're a clown. Everybody's wrong at some point. And I had some fun with him on Twitter. I said, he was talking about it, and I said, well, the good news is you're going to be an Astro or something like that, because he said,
yeah, but I just don't understand. To me, that wasn't that. It wasn't of a crazy take for Adam to say he wasn't going to make the team or anything.
Especially because
it all caught us off guard.
Right, Cam forced their hands. They, as an organization, were constantly trying to pump the brakes on this potentially happening. He just played so well, and there's particular need that showed up.
Yeah,
because it's not like Chaz was in a place where he was playing so well in right field that they were, dethroned him for no reason.
No.
The circumstances align themselves in just the right way for this to happen.
Yeah,
Adam knew and knows more than all those clowns.
Yeah,
all of them.
Yeah, and honestly, I think if the Astros knew he was going to be this good like this, they probably would have left off a couple signings.
Yeah,
they would have penciled him in what, right field or third, but second, but wherever his position is. So
everybody's wrong, man.
Yeah,
at some
man.
point,
it's cool. This is a crazy.
This
situation.
is a good wrong too.
Yeah, this is a great
wrong.
This is a great wrong. This is a crazy.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
You see the latest Jim Nantz news? Shout out to show. Shout out to
Why would
show.
you do that?
How's it going? You see the latest Jim Nantz news?
I didn't.
I missed it.
Jim Nantz has an announcement. He had an announcement today. He's going to retire from calling the Masters.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he already stepped back from.
No, not yet.
Wow.
2036.
What?
It's got to be a joke.
Quote, it would be a perfect place to walk out. It would be his 51st Masters and the 100th anniversary of the Masters. Jim Nantz, according to Front Office Sports, says he's going to retire from the Masters in 2036. I'm younger than Jim Nantz. If I announced that I was going to retire in 2036, first of all, that's not going to happen. And secondly, I wouldn't even know if I'm going to be alive.
Yeah, I'm glad you said it.
I was about to say,
let's
how
be
old
honest. He's going to be pushing 79 in 2036.
Yeah, he is 65 years of age at this point.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't know that I could say with any right now I can't say with any level of certainty that something's going to happen here in about 10 years. What
are you doing when you announce a retirement 13 years for whatever it is from now? You know?
He did say that
11 years.
He did say that will be the 100th anniversary of the Masters.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not wrong on that part. That would be the perfect time to walk out. Are you alive?
You gonna be alive? Are you going to be able to call anything? You can't announce a retirement more than, I would say, a year. You know.
You could get
maybe 2 years. Maybe a couple of years.
You could probably put a number on it as far as like, you know,
my goal
when I turn 65 or when I turn 68 or something like that.
Is there any chance that this was like an aggregation thing where he was set up, right? Where the aggregated
I don't know, they quoted him.
Quote was, you know, out of context. Maybe someone asked specifically, you know, for it. Or maybe it was like, hey, what would be a cool time to go? And he said it in a certain way, and maybe it was cut up in such a way where it made it seem like it.
That's what I wonder. I wonder if he's joking about that, man.
Oh, no. If you know Jim Nantz, he is not joking.
Not a lot of.
I've got the quote.
Okay.
We got to hear the audio, man. We got to.
If all the stars aligned, it feels like a pretty good exit point. April 14th, 2036. He's quoting the date.
He said 3 p.m.
If there's any doubt about it, listen to this next quote. That is my scheduled retirement date.
He said, Lord willing, though.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
All right, Jim Nantz. Well, the countdown begins. Go ahead and somebody put up the countdown clock. 10 years.
Hey, we gotta do the what do people whenever they announce a retirement to do the tour?
Oh, the farewell tour.
The farewell tour.
Let's get it started now. Farewell tour.
Yeah, let's
That's
get it started.
That's kind of a heady play. Just see if you can keep getting love.
11 years. Well, remember
decade.
he did it here. He did it here during the Final Four.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They started, and then he keeps returning to give. You know, the MVP is tie.
Shout out to Jim Nantz.
Here's my tie. Who are you again?
Are we accusing Jim Nantz of being a look at me? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, I don't think 100%. I don't think we're alone.
100%.
All right, very good.
I don't think we're alone.
Congratulations to Jim Nantz.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Thanks to the Men's Clinic for presenting Lunchtime Confessions. Coming up next, hey, the Texans brass were spotted at some pro days, particularly the Texas one. Who are we trying to pick up? We'll talk about that next.
Payne and Pendergast.
When it comes to the
D&M Leasing to learn more about Easy Lease from D&M.
Live from the O'Carroll Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Man, spotted at a couple of pro days. Texans brass, Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans in Austin, in fact. Was that yesterday? That was yesterday, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Those guys in Austin for the Texas Longhorns Pro Day. And obviously there's some obvious names, but there were some other people that really showed out in that particular pro day. Mm-hmm. Let's start with Kelvin Banks. We were talking earlier about Josh Simmons, who is a tackle out of Ohio State, and some of the things that have been heard about him. Obviously, he's coming off that patellar tendon tear, but then also there's been some kind of talk about his maturity or what have you. Mm-hmm. And Kelvin Banks feels like he's kind of the opposite of that. That's another guy, though, that has been mocked a lot to your Houston Texans. And I feel more and more like this is the possible first round pick for your Texans. And so it made sense that he was out there. However, Nick Caserio, one, just being like a deeply interesting dude in the ways that he goes about things. At one point he was caught. He was in the end zone at one point, literally on the field in the end zone watching things. But it feels like there's another player that people have gotten a lot of interest in. Maybe the Texans would have interest in drafting at some point in this draft.
Yeah, no, that's the one that got my interest. That's Jaden Blue, running back, ran a 4.25 and a 4.28 at Texas Pro Day. And football. Here we go. Versatile guy, but legitimately versatile guy. Mm-hmm. You know, running the ball, catching the ball, and just blazing speed. I can't. I've said it so many times about my sort of, I guess, reticence going into the season with the running back room as is. Boy, that would be a great get for the Texans to get a running back like that can do both things: a rookie contract, and that kind of speed. I methat that's the one that got my attention.
Yeah, I mean, likewise, especially when you get those particular numbers, right? Especially the 40, you get that speed, and you're like, oh man, those are the things that really draw your attention. But yeah, you're right. Like this running back room still needs. It feels like it still needs a level of depth. I do wonder though if this organization is in the place where they're really thinking about adding that depth there. Obviously, there's been a continued love and appreciation for Dameon Pierce, and especially you seem very strong in the belief that New England style offense, particularly in the running game, is what is going to be employed. And it feels like that kind of gap scheme type run can be beneficial to Dameon Pierce in helping him be the best version of himself, maybe a lot closer, if not exactly what you saw in the rookie year from him, where he looked like he was one of the better running backs in the league.
Well, if they draft a running back, then they clearly don't have the same confidence they once had in Dameon Pierce. If they bring in one off the street or a late draft pick, then they might. Or as much as I'm uncomfortable with how the running back room looks like right now, what it looks like right now, we can't ignore what he did as a rookie when he was more, straightforward, power, etc. So there's possibilities there with this scheme, which is going to be more like that. I just still think you need another guy. I mean, Dare Gumbawale, God bless him, he does a lot of things, but I don't think he can go into the season with Dameon Pierce and Joe Mixon being it. Well, the other part of this is, knock on wood that it doesn't happen, but Joe Mixon has over 1,000 carries in the last 4 years, and he's 29 years old. He's going to be 29 years old. So at some point, that's going to run dry too. You need it just for depth purposes and future purposes.
Yeah. So he's one that carries a lot of intrigue, possibly maybe like a third round, and you do have a couple of third round picks.
Yeah.
Now that maybe could you could look at possibly adding some depth there. I know that there's also the other running back, not necessarily from Texas, but Virginia Tech, Tootin, who is another one, maybe like a third round, Bashal Tootin, Virginia Tech, that is one that feels like he'd pair very nicely with Joe Mixon to possibly be a running back there. So that was one of the guys out there. But you were also very enamored by the wide receiver, Isaiah Bond, who also was out there.
I felt bad for him.
You feel bad? Why do you feel bad for Isaiah Bond?
Because the guy is blazing fast, and he's coming across looking slow. He's the guy, if you forget, that said, I'm going to run a low 4.2, maybe 4.2. And it was 4.39, and then yesterday ran 4.38 or 4.37. Blazing fast. But when you put out there, I'm going to run a 4.2, you kind of need to at least get in the neighborhood a little bit, you know? I just feel bad for him.
Yeah. But I think so. If we're looking at number one, right? So I'm kind of leaning on Kelvin Banks. I feel like you would kind of settle on Kelvin Banks' offense, like if you were going, especially like a tackle, because he could play in at guard and he can also eventually work his way out to tackle. I think that feels like it fits kind of what you've done here. Are you still open to the idea of a wide receiver at one? Because one of the things that I was looking at a mock draft earlier today, and I believe it was a CBS Sports one, if memory serves me correctly. At this point, all the mock drafts are kind of running together.
Yeah.
But it had the Texans drafting an offensive lineman at 25, but it also had Emeka Egbuka going after that. And that is a guy who people have loved. Obviously, he's not necessarily like just a speedster, but he seems to just get open and catch the football in a way that you really, really would love.
Yeah, I think Nick Caserio put himself in a position that he really likes, and that is to be a little bit unpredictable in what they're going to do at 25. I think wide receiver is definitely in play. I can't even tell you where I would lean right now. I would probably say offensive line, specifically Gray Zabel, Kelvin Banks, whomever, at 25. But he's in a position now where maybe he can manipulate the move a little bit, manipulate his position, because there might be someone who thinks he's going to draft a wide receiver there, behind him, and maybe gets that way. So I think wide receivers 100% in play. I would still lean maybe offensive line there, but it's open.
Yeah, and one of the reasons why I'm still leaning offensive line, especially a couple of the offensive linemen that we're looking at, right? Kelvin Banks is one of those guys that I've heard good things about, like his mentality, right? And obviously he has the capability physically and with his game. Gray Zabel is one that has been a darling. We talked to John Harris, and he loves the dude. Obviously could play the position. The one thing that seems to be holding him down is kind of a small school guy. Have you seen him against the level of competition that you want? He played in the Senior Bowl, and you saw him kind of during those practices really hold his end of the bargain there. However, is that enough to make the decision, especially for a franchise and a front office that seems to lean towards big school type guys? But with all that being the case, I circle back to our conversation about Josh Simmons. I just keep looking at this offensive line as currently constituted, and I'm like, you're trying to rebuild this, and there's a lot of temporary pieces. You got to find the pieces that are going to be like solid, not just in their play, but also in the swarminess to maybe possibly overuse that term, but in the mentality that you want to build. And it feels like there's a couple of guys that are in that mentality that it feels like you have to work to make sure that you get a hold of.
Yeah, I disagree with that premise, only because you've got some guys that can all of a sudden bring that edge, bring that swarm, whatever you want to call it, to the offensive line room, which the Texans, by a lot of reports, that's what they wanted to change. But they are that. I feel like you can do it in 1 year and still sort of pass the baton down of how they do things here. And there's a Cole Popovich factor as well. He's not on a 1 year contract. I mean, everything's year to year for an assistant coach, but if he has success, that's the guy where it's going to be feeding from,
Yeah, but I feel like you're in the same.
You need a veteran. There's no question.
But I mean, outside of a veteran, like even if you're dropping in one of these rookies and going, hey, this is going. I mean, in theory, if you're drafting a offensive lineman in the first round, second round, even. You were expecting them to be here for a certain amount of time, and in the way that this offensive line room is built, you're expecting them to come in and eventually and hopefully be like a tent pole, one of the guys that you're building this offensive line around. If that's the case, it feels like they should abide by all of the tenets that you're seeming to want to build that room around. It'd be different if you had a veteran that you were leaning on. This guy absolutely embodies everything that we have, and maybe the closest thing that you have to that is Titus Howard.
Ooh.
Okay, that was your noise, not mine. So but it doesn't seem like you have that, and so it feels like you're going to need to, and maybe it's unfair, but it feels like you want to have all of those sentiments be embodied in the person that you draft.
Yeah, ideally, I just feel like it can change in a year,
and maybe that also brings back the.
it changed in a year on defense.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
It did, but it changed in a year on defense because one of the defensive guys that you brought in was not only incredible, but he also leads the charge.
Yeah.
He is the emotional center on that mentality that D'Amico Ryans wants and Will Anderson Jr., right? Will Anderson is the guy, the tip of the spear there, even in ways where you go on that defense, whatever, that carry the flag. Nope. It is Will Anderson Jr. that carries the charge because he's, and I feel like you have to do that at offensive line. And maybe that means Tyler Booker is the one that you go, the dude who wants to make dudes quit when he's playing offense, right? And so, but yeah, I feel like that is going to be super important. It's going to be vital in the offensive line. And not just that they could play at a high level, but also that they fully embody what's happening there. All right. Before we go, this apparently just recently released by CBS Sports. Are you familiar with one Justin James Watt?
I sure am.
He's been named NFL on CBS game analyst. So he's going to call games with Ian Eagle beginning this next football season. And so he moves from being in the studio to actually on the game broadcast. Like, how excited are you for this? Because I'm personally am really intrigued by that particular role, being a game analyst. It's not suited for everyone, but it feels like JJ has like the perfect personality to make it go.
That is awesome. I think he's going to be really, really good.
And Charles Davis.
I'm looking at his tweet regarding it with Ian Eagle that he shared. He has a bunch of bananas and waters.
Oh, okay. So he's
he's going to be all in.
Gonna be a hard ass.
He's going to be all in.
Oh God, this ain't the gym, JJ.
All in, JJ. Joseph Jafari Watt.
Yeah, I think that's what he said that he goes by now.
Yeah.
So looking forward to that. And what a great coworker to work with there. Ian Eagle, very, very good on these broadcasts. I'm looking forward to those CBS games now. Although I think
it's gonna be great.
I'm honest. I'm gonna cross my fingers a little bit because I think he will fight about if he's not great, because that'll make me really sad listening to JJ being like, I'm not enjoying it.
We should get a lot of JJ games too.
That is true.
Yeah, for sure.
Which is nice. So at least you'll feel a little bit better about the person who's calling the game, maybe not being a little bit having animosity towards the team.
I love this. He texted Ian Eagle, if you fail to prepare, you're failing. You're preparing to fail.
Oh God!
And he sent a picture of a sauna and a cold tub. And Ian Eagle says, "Why do you need that? How do you normally prepare?" And he said, "Bananas and waters." And I'm like, "Oh God, this is JJ."
Ian Eagle got to be rolling his eyes. Like,
he is.
God,
he definitely is.
I'm like, is that the first team then? Like, I'm trying to remember who their first team, their A team is.
You know who the A team is.
He's going to retire in 2036.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about Jim Nance and Tony Romo. That's right.
He probably going to retire from the NFL in 2047.
No, he's going to announce it, and it'll be 2040.
That's right. Yeah. So, yeah. But Ian Eagle, not a bad partner for our guy, J.J. Watt, who will be a game analyst come this season. Be excited to see him hopefully back at Houston calling some games as well. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I want to circle back to basketball. We haven't talked much about the Rockets, especially after they got yet another win versus the Hawks. How many teams can really win the NBA title? And if not Houston, what remains for them to be in that space? 713-572-4610. Let's discuss that next.
Cam Smith has made Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. How many teams can actually win the NBA championship this year? And if not Houston, because I am interested in that, what still remains for them to get to that place? 713-572.
Put a number on
4610 is the Jim Adler, the Tex Hammer text line.
Put a number on it.
On the number of teams that can get in there?
Yeah.
All right, let's do that. Because the Rockets came off of a victory last night against the Atlanta Hawks. They are absolutely not, in my estimation, one of those teams. Do you have any disagreement?
No,
with
not
that
the
statement?
Hawks. Not the Hawks.
And I mean, they looked up and down in this game, Lopez. The thing that got me in particular was just how sloppy it got, and it felt like it was very much an Atlanta Hawks dragging the Rockets down to them, because the Hawks are a very turnover-prone team. They like getting up and down and running, and the Rockets, it felt like, were really forcing passes up the floor that led to turnovers. I think that they ended up having 16 turnovers, if memory serves correctly, and I know that that's well above their average. I think it was around 14 or something like that. So, a couple more turnovers than you needed. And that's the type of thing that kind of made me go, ooh, okay.
Yeah.
Like, this team has absolutely gotten better. There's some really cool things that they have, like that would serve them well in the playoffs. But that feeling that they're kind of falling, at least in the case of this Hawks, it's like, man, I do wonder if that keeps them or puts them in the place where they can really win a championship. Not to say that that's the goal that they should have in this moment, but as I was thinking about it. But for you, how many teams do you think can win the NBA title?
I think it's 3. I think it's Cavaliers, Celtics, and Thunder.
They lost 4 in a row, man. I'm out on them.
You can be out on them, but I think
that's all it takes.
Hey, they the Atlanta Hawks at this point.
Oh, God.
Regular season team.
It's 3, right? It's those 3. And then if whatever you believe in, I guess pedigree of whatever you think might, a team that has like
who you got? Cavs,
Celtics, and Thunder.
Those are the absolutes, right?
Yeah.
Those are the ones. The Thunder have been incredible this year. They're 60-12. I mean, the addition of Isaiah Hartenstein helps them with the particular size that they were missing last year. That was their real big weakness that teams took advantage of, and they've already kind of taken their lumps in the postseason. The Celtics literally were there last year and won the championship, and a lot of it looks the same. The Cavaliers have also taken a big step forward, answering some of their questions, because offense was one of those, and they've definitely found offense in a big way this year. So those teams, they were already in place. They had a singular question that they needed to answer, and you've seen those things answered. I think you're right in that those are the teams that you go absolutely yes. What are the possibles that you have on the table here? Because I do wonder, do the Rockets fall into that tier at all for you?
I think the Rockets. Okay, let's put the Rockets in a third because I think
by themselves, huh?
I think that's the first tier. The ones I mentioned, Cavaliers, Celtics, and Thunder. I think the second tier is the pedigree, and that's Nuggets. That's
Warriors.
How do you feel? It's Nuggets, it's Warriors. How do you feel about LeBron and Luka? There's pedigree there. And it's an old axiom that is a true axiom in the NBA. You have to get there and fail a few times. It happens time and time again. You have to get there and fail at least a couple times before you really understand what a 7-game series and multiple 7-game series are in the NBA. So I would say tier 2 is going to be Nuggets, Lakers. I feel like you got to put them in there, and Warriors. Tier 3 is the Rockets by themselves. Like, they have a path. If they get the second seed, anything, hell, the Thunder could lose, and all of a sudden you're playing at home all the way, at least until the finals or whatever. And so they have a path, they have the talent, they just don't have the pedigree,
Okay, so with that, I think I largely agree with your sentiment here. Like, looking into that pedigree portion of it, I think that was it. The Nuggets, I had felt earlier in the season, I was like, okay, I could see paths, especially just because best player in the world. There's some things around what they have that still give me pause. That there's a lack of depth there in some ways that they're still trying to find. And I know right now they're kind of on a down streak as well. But the Warriors are a scary team. The Lakers, when they're healthy, they look kind of tough. I just wonder about their size. But I would then a bar below. And then so then the question that immediately pops up is, what does it take to get there? And I don't know if that's going to be something that you can do in the remaining, 10 games or so that you have, or was it 11 games or what have you, right, till the end of the season to get you to that place. But I'm interested because it feels like you're finding a little bit of stable within the expectations of this team. They dipped after that, fantastic January. They dipped down and they ended up, there in that 5-6 range a little bit. But they've bounced right back up. They're the number 2 seed right now. They have a nice 2-game gap between them and the Denver Nuggets. And it feels like they're finding some stable to where, yes, this is the team that they truly are, especially when they're healthy. So what then remains for them to find that next level is the question that I've been asking myself.
I think they're sort of kind of getting close to what they want to look like in the postseason, and that is like last night's game was a weird feeling watching this game.
Mm-hmm.
And part of it was like, all right, well, the Rockets may not be killing it, but they're going to make some put some distance between themselves and then walk away with an easy win. Then it becomes a 4-point game in the fourth quarter. And then you're looking at the Hawks, and you're like, well, they're just, 15 for 49 from three-point range. That's why people are down on the NBA. 49 threes, make 15 of them. Like, that was ugly. That was Clang Central. And it's just, so it's like maybe the Hawks are just bad. But then the Hawks make a run. They'd been a little pretty hot coming into the game. They'd won some games. But back to what there is, they're definitely going to lean on the double bigs. It was very much a success. I think another aspect of that is Jabari Smith Jr. As a guy that can kind of play that role inside, but also play the three. And then the other two things, and one of them I don't think you can necessarily rely on, but I think you can start to rely on Jalen Green knowing who he is again. He made a couple of moves. That one on the baseline last night, that was where he dribbled it up the left side, then kind of did a little spin move, and then spun back and jammed it. That was that's big time. Very few people on the planet can do that.
Yeah, there's a little throwback in his game to some of the guards, big or smaller wings of the past, with the ball in their hands. Yeah, that's one of the things that this year definitely feels like they're finding a level of stability. You got to give Jalen Green a level of love. Is he the most efficient yet? No, but he's definitely found a way to be dependable in some of those moments. I saw just not too long ago, apparently Rockets PR put out this stat. Over the last 112 games, Jalen Green has 11 double-doubles. Before that, I think the 180 games that he had, or 186 games that he had prior, no double-doubles. He's finding ways to not only find his basket and go and score, which he's always been. That's what he came into the league as, but also getting better at finding ways to then help his team off of that.
That's the second thing. His decision-making was pretty good in the fourth quarter yesterday.
Yeah, and those are going to be hugely helpful, especially if you're going to be the guy. He puts real pressure on defenses to stay in front of him. And that was something I was looking at earlier in the season. I'm like, damn, if you could pass out of that, you put real pressure on the defense, they turn their attention to you, and you can help your teammates out, and he's finding that. So in big moments late, that's going to be helpful. Do they probably still need another player that can just get it wherever he wants?
Absolutely,
sure.
Yeah.
But this was one of the big questions is, can he become more of that? And he's becoming more of that. I don't think that he's fully settled there, but he deserves a lot of credit for that. And so, yeah, I think that was illuminating in this game. And you mentioned Jabari Smith Jr. We talked about this a little bit, and it's becoming more and more clear. When he's aggressive, it's scary, and it feels like he's being put in more places to be aggressive.
I think they put him in the right spots.
100%.
They're putting him in the right spots. And on Jalen Green, the way I would put it is, I don't think he's there, but I think we've seen how far he's come. Like last night was a good example of it. It was kind of, in a weird way, it was kind of good that they sort of gave it up in the fourth quarter there, because you could see how his decision making was good. His decision just to take the ball and score when he needed to was good. And then the other two things that are not necessarily that easy to fix, and I don't know if they will be fixed, but they made their free throws. They made, was it 26 out of 29, something like that? Got a lot of free throws. They always get a lot of free throws, but they actually made a bunch of them. And then, the big worry is there was that big lull in energy and defense in the fourth quarter that allowed the Hawks to go on like a 20-4 run. So by and large, it turned out to me to be like, okay, we see, and I think that's what they're going to want to be in the postseason.
Yeah, funny enough, and yes, especially for a 23-year-old, absolutely. Funny enough, so the things that I think still remain for them to be in contention, it's a consistency in defense that you can lean on.
Yeah, that's what I said. The fourth quarter, I was like, come on.
And it seems like this has been a weird thing, and I don't want to like bash on the team, but it feels like of late they've had to go to the zone a lot more when they're like, okay, we absolutely need to stop right now. We absolutely need to like quell what's happening here. And yeah, sometimes the zone absolutely can be that kind of curveball that you throw out and to shift up what's happening and change what a team is seeing. And I really do like the zone that they actually threw out there. Ime Udoka had the 2-3 zone, but your two up top were really pressuring Trae Young. So typically a 2-3 zone really is forcing a team to shoot outside and not get into the paint. They were forcing the ball out of Trae Young's hands without allowing your secondary players to then get to the rack. So I do like that they have some of those things, but over the last month or so, it really has felt like their man-to-man defense has suffered at times, and it's broken down in ways that feel so unlike the defensive forward team that this team is. And that, if you can find a way to stabilize that a little bit more, I think that would help a great deal. Obviously, on the text line, people have very much mentioned, having that guy, and it does still seem like you need that to get you into those places. But something that came up here on the text line from the 832, I think, is the biggest thing for me. They said two things standing between the Rockets' contention is consistency, which offensive and basketball IQ, I think is the biggest thing, and specifically offensive IQ. It feels like there's a lot of times where you have the ball, here's an offensive set, and you find yourself with blinders on and kind of getting stuck in this narrow view instead of like, hey, move the ball or stick to the process that we have. And it seems like of late there's been some more instances where I've seen them snap that ball around and find an open shooter or like create a defensive imbalance and then attack where that weakness is. They're getting a little bit better at that, but you have to be able to do that consistently because the playoffs is not, in my opinion, the playoffs is not about what you do. It's about what you can't do because the other team is going to attack that relentlessly, and you have to have that IQ to be able to attack that defense relentlessly.
Well, and I think what happens with this team is as much as I said, we kind of saw some hints and some good things, decision-making, scoring, knowing when to score, knowing when to take over last night from Jalen Green. It's not just him, but he would be the focal point. I think the playoffs are everything that you got last night, you're not going to get tomorrow. The adjustments and the scouting that is made, that is done in the postseason is incredible. It's so much more than in the regular season.
Do you have secondary pitches, is what you're saying?
Yes, exactly. And you have secondary guys.
Yeah.
Do you have secondary, options here? Because everything he did last night, if that's a playoff game and they're playing, let's say, the Nuggets or whomever, he's just not going to get it. Just not going to happen.
We seen teams adjust to that.
Yes.
And come back, down a lot and win a series.
Down, 2 or 3 games.
Yeah.
So that's why I said they're kind of in a tier by themselves. They've got the elements. They need more, but they've got the elements. And I don't know if you can trust that their defense for 4 quarters in 7 games. In fact, I would bet they don't. I bet they don't play it in 5 games.
Even though they have all the makings of a good defense as well.
And you're also going to see, I think, the reason that they're going to the zone, I think Ime Udoka is kind of sort of just acquiescing to the fact that his man-to-man defense is not a nightly thing. They've got to mix in some zone. It's a very interesting team to me. Like they're missing something, but from one night to the next, you don't know what it is.
Yeah, and I wonder. I know the texter brought up the IQ and the offensive game. All I wonder is that something you can teach, or do they got to get somebody from the outside?
I think it is.
Is this somebody they got to get somebody from the outside with that IQ?
I mean, that helps, and I think a lot of teams do that. But I think basketball IQ is very much a learned thing.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a young team that's picking those things up, and you've seen them exhibit a lot of these things in portions and times, right? They find ways to win in various ways, but you got to be able to bring that consistently. That ends up being the word. Really, it's the consistency that they have to bring, and I mean, you see them do it in various portions. I think the last thing is to have that be something that you can depend on every single night.
Yeah.
But it is good that you've seen various places for them to show it, right? Like even last night, right, where you have turnovers, you find ways to make it happen. And they got out there in that zone and they executed, right? Like you see this team plays hard and they have, they have that willingness to get out there and do what's necessary. It's just for them to get to that final level where now you're really punching in the highest of the highs in the NBA. There's but man, what an incredible place to be that you've solidified your. I don't think you're done, but you've put yourself in a really good place with number 2 in the West, and you're looking around like, hey, there's not very far to go to be a bona fide contender in this league. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, about the time where we hand it off to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got for us?
Yeah, so I want to talk about morning routines. I want to know y'all morning routines and how it compares to one morning routine that's been going viral. Plus, it's a new term out there that people are using, and I want to know where we fall between this new term.
Okay.
Right. Get your bananas and water ready. We'll talk about that next.
All right, let's talk about Mill Creek Custom Homes. Mill Creek Custom Homes.
the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yep, it's a mixtape in the Luke Sports Radio 610. Figgy holding it down on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. Before I get to the morning routines, LeBron James was on the Pat McAfee show.
He sure was.
He was on there for, I think, an hour plus. He was on. It looked like he was talking about everything too.
Yeah.
I think that's the first time he been on ESPN like that since the I want to say the decision.
I can't think of anything.
I don't think he been on ESPN like in an interview setting like that
right.
ever since then.
Might not have. I mean, you could be right on that.
Yeah, but the reason I brought that up was I felt like he's being petty.
Oh, no kidding.
Do you feel like this have anything to do with Stephen A. and the situation they had? So now he's going to hop on Pat McAfee. Rumor
had a little beef.
Had a little something going on where I don't know. I don't even know if this rumor was true, but Stephen A. is not allowed to be back on Pat McAfee's set or vice versa.
Yeah.
But do you think that have anything to do with this?
Who was this?
This was completely
this was
random.
LeBron?
Yeah, LeBron James.
LeBron James
was on the Pat McAfee show.
There's your answer.
Yeah, because I mean, I don't see like a great reason for him to be on Pat McAfee.
He have no reason.
Otherwise.
Like, what is he promoting?
Yeah, nothing.
The brand of LeBron James, which, as we know, notoriously needs more promotion on ESPN. There has not been enough promotion.
He usually
of
have his
James.
movie company or whatever. He usually put out a documentary or something if he wanted
was decked out head to toe in Nike gear.
Oh, he knows where his bread is buttered.
Head to
Nah,
toe.
this seemed like a little petty thing
Yeah, it
happening,
is.
man. I
It
don't. Yeah, because he would have just shot the documentary if he wanted to get something out there.
Wait, Pat McAfee, don't they film that in Indy?
Yeah, he's in Indianapolis. Yeah.
So he had to, I don't know. I'm not following the latest
They do
schedule.
take their entire set elsewhere.
They do.
They
So
did
this
it
was
at the
his
Super
home,
Bowl.
This was his home set though, right here.
Okay.
This was where he usually
So
do
it's
Monday
probably-
through Friday.
Okay, so they are playing the Pacers today. So it was somewhat convenient. I was like, this man flew to Indiana to do a whole interview. Of course, it's
So
petty.
he's in town.
But yeah, he wasn't.
So he
Okay.
just bored.
All right.
Probably wanted to be a little petty.
Yeah, I don't think he was bored. I feel like he usually has. Well, apparently he plays a whole bunch of Madden.
Yeah.
Like, he's got things he can do otherwise. This is very intentional.
Yeah, now he like, hey, I'm gonna make Stephen A. Smith play some Pat McAfee cuts.
He was apparently
on
going
First
after
Take
Brian Windhorst. So I'm like, come on, falling out, right?
Yeah, because Brian Windhorst like rode LeBron James coattails to his.
he was
his
like 9
prominence,
years old,
right? Like
yeah.
he worked at the Akron Beacon Journal, or whatever.
Yeah.
And he covered LeBron, and that was his claim to fame or whatever. But I think LeBron was talking about like he's talking about me like he's his friend or something. I was like, oh, okay, I did not realize it was like that. Very good.
So morning routines, and first of all, I want to ask, what are your morning routines, and be detailed as possible.
Detailed as possible. Okay. I get up about.
Say for the airwaves.
Yeah, of course. I think I get up about 5:30. Go straight to take my pills and vitamins. And you've seen them; they're rather abundant. I take a lot of supplements. That's my health kick thing.
So that's the
and
first
my medicine too.
So that's the first thing you do. You wake up at 5:30. Go right to the vitamins.
Right to the vitamins and supplements. Then my coffee. Then just a little bit of bone broth because the collagen is good for you. And
do you dip your face in it at all?
No, like it's like a soup.
Okay.
Like you heat it in the microwave. So those are my three relatively try to stay healthy things I do in the morning. The supplements and the vitamins, coffee, maybe it's good for you, maybe not. And then my bone broth, because you got to have collagen for those strong bones. So that's it. And then off to work. Then off to the office.
Is your morning routine that detailed? Or not really? Or is it all over the place? Do you have a routine?
I mean, the only routine is wake up probably about 7, put on Payne and Pendergast, and then just hop on my phone for maybe about 45 minutes to an hour. Then I hop up. And then we're oral hygiene.
So you got a routine.
Oral hygiene, get in the shower, do those types of things, pop out, pack up, and then vitamins, all those types of things, get yourself ready, and then we're out the door to the show.
There we go. We got routines.
Okay. I want to see if your routine beats this.
Okay.
So it's a guy by the name of Ashton Hall who is known as a fitness instructor on TikTok. So he pretty much blew up on Twitter. He don't even have a Twitter, but somebody posted his videos on Twitter, and it blew up because of his daily routines. I'm going to go through his routines as quick as I can because it's a lot.
Okay.
So he wake up at 3:52 a.m.
Gross.
Whoa.
He removed last night's mouth tape.
Hold on. Mouth tape?
Yeah, this is this thing that's been going around. Is this like to prevent snoring and to like optime breathing?
I was going to ask y'all.
I'm Googling as we speak.
I have no idea, but he actually took the tape off of his mouth. 3:54, he rinsed a glass, rinsed with a glass, what is this? Saratoga water.
Yeah. That's what JJ had in his cart.
Yes,
Really?
he did.
Okay.
He was alluding to this.
I might have to pick that up, but keep an eye on this Saratoga water. 4 o'clock a.m., he go out to the balcony and overlook his high rise and just kind of take some stairs, I guess. Kind of just...
Okay, get the blood flowing.
Yeah, just kind of soak in the moment a little bit. And then 4:04, he starts doing some push-ups.
Of course, who doesn't do push-ups at 4:04 a.m.?
4 in the morning.
4:04 a.m.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Apologies.
Yep, so now around 4:17 to 4:21, he drinks some of that Saratoga. Yep.
The same water.
And we'll get to that in a minute. But he drinks some of that water while taking some deep breaths.
Well, that's a talent. Drinking water and taking a deep breath.
Wait, so he's just too good for tap, huh?
Yeah.
All right.
4:38, he sit at the desk with his book, meditate with his eyes closed.
Well, how do you read that book with your eyes closed?
You meditate.
You meditate and read the book.
You just catch the vibes of the book.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
4:40 a.m. This is all it's still dark outside.
I'm still sleeping.
Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't even gotten to John taking his bone broth.
Yeah, he moved the book out the way and now opened his journal. And then he writes in his journal. God. And mind you, he is recording all of this on TikTok. So you can see the whole process of the video. It's a little boring while I'm reading this.
Yeah.
But he is going through the process. So he continues on all the way to 9:26. And this is what got me. I'm just kind of rolling my eyes a little bit. He said, the assistant hands you a bottle of Saratoga water, eat breakfast in front of your computer. So he's been making the rounds a lot, man. A lot of people just keep reposting this stuff.
Sounds like, to me, he's someone that has a deal with Saratoga water.
That has been the thought.
Yeah.
Because I mean, if you watch the whole video, it's deeply absurd. It looks satirical. Because at one point,
I have not seen it, to be fair.
I'll show you.
Check it out.
I will.
I think he dipped his face into the Saratoga water.
Yes.
And just like ice water, just dunk his face into the bowl of water.
At one point, he dives into the pool, and the time stamp as he's 7 o'clock or something, and then as he hits the water, it says 7:04, and it's like, I know damn well you are not trying to purport to me that you was in the air for 4 minutes. All right, you're not gonna try it. So like, it feels very satirical, this Ashton Hall morning routine video, and even if it's not satirical, it's deeply annoying.
A lot of people are annoyed. A lot of people are just kind of impressed with the whole timeline. Like, dog, he doing all of this before 9 o'clock.
Just wasting time, huh?
Yeah. I feel like a piece of crap, man. I'm like, I ain't doing none of that. Waking up.
Lopez, they're calling you a liar because you didn't put a leak in there somewhere.
Oh, yeah, that happens right out of the chute, baby.
Okay, very good.
I counted 10 references to Saratoga water.
Yes, it shows up time and time again.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm going to try this water, man.
That's the whole, that's how they get you.
Gotcha.
That's how they get you.
I'm like, dang, this must be some holy water or something. Like, you dipping your face in this water?
Yeah.
And the other part that was a little weird was him eating a banana and then rubbing the banana peel over his face.
That's a great point. Yeah. What the bleep is that?
I'm like, I've never seen that.
I saw
before.
that. I just saw that clip.
Yeah.
I saw that it's the skin, right? He's rubbing that on his...
Yeah, the peel. Yeah. And I just...
That's in Saratoga water.
One of the many things that just makes you go, there's no way you actually do this, or you're just the weirdest person in the world.
By the way, mouth taping, scam.
Not a thing?
Scam.
Well,
really? Like, what is it for?
It's a trend. It's a trend where people use special tape. Well, there you go. That's part of it. To seal their lips closed while sleeping, and the aim is to encourage nasal quality and overall health.
I'm gonna try it.
Please don't.
You make the video.
I'm gonna try it.
Make the video, but do it for real. Like all the stuff.
Now,
just
my wife
in the morning.
My wife has put a pillow over my face, but never tape.
Sure.
Yeah. I'm gonna try it, and I'm gonna just make sure my funeral is planned correctly.
That's right.
Just in case I don't make it. So it's a new term going around. I want to see if y'all heard of this term. Have you heard of the term boomer asking?
Boomer asking?
Yeah.
No.
Boomer asking. So
I feel like you're going to be attacking my generation.
No, I was just about to say it have nothing to do with baby boomers or anything.
Okay.
So boomer asking is pretty much is kind of a play on the word boomerang.
Mm-hmm.
So boomer asking is when you ask somebody a question just so you could talk about yourself.
Oh, yeah.
So you throw a question at them and then you expect for them to throw it back.
Yeah.
And so you can make it about you.
So have you ever been to Paris? No. Well, let me tell you.
Yeah, it's like, you should go, because I definitely went.
Yeah.
That's a lot of that.
That's exactly what it is. So I'm going to go through these different type of boomer askings and see where y'all fall in this. So the first one is ask bragging.
Okay.
So how was your vacation?
There you go.
And you say,
that's kind of what I said.
My vacation was cool.
Yeah.
Oh, well, let me tell you about mine.
Yeah.
So I went here.
The Louvre was fabulous.
Yeah. Yeah, that's like Lopez saying, hey, what kind of barbecue sauce do you use?
Exactly.
I use Sweet Baby Ray. I got my own barbecue sauce.
Yeah.
Let me tell you about the OG sauce.
I got you. That conversation may well have happened.
This one is ask complaining. So ask complaining. So if I say, hey man, how's work going for you?
Good. It was good. It's fine, yeah.
Man, my work it's getting my nerves, man. They did this. They forgot to do that.
Yeah.
They left the printer like this, and it was a whole mess. And where you just kind of go complaining.
Those are the worst because you feel so ambushed.
Yeah.
Right? At least with the bragging, it's like, this is something that I relatively positive that's just annoying.
Yeah.
You just dragged me down for no reason.
Yeah.
I was ambushed by this.
No, and the crazy ones is when somebody say, hey, how do you feel about Bob over there? You be like, Bob is cool. Oh, Bob, he is this. He's a snake. He do this. He be doing that. And then you be sitting there like, okay, Bob cool with me.
I was like, damn.
Like, I ain't never had no problems with Bob.
Know anything about
he
that.
good in my book. I ain't never had them issues.
Yeah.
The other one is ask sharing. So this is like it's kind of like ask bragging, but without the bragging part. So you might be like, hey, how do you feel about the presidential candidates?
Oh God.
And then you say how you feel. Well, I think they both suck. This country is going down the rat. It's
an agenda.
It's going down. Yeah. So it gives you a chance to kind of I guess poop all over whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
How y'all feel about these new words?
Oh, it's a real thing. I think everybody does that at some point.
Yeah.
I probably will forget like the actual terms, but yeah,
boomer asking.
We're very familiar with the concepts. Don't be that person. I think ultimately.
And the asking shit thing, like you get home, she gets home.
Man.
How was your day? It was fine. Oh boy, Karen.
No, that happened to me all the time. I think part of the reason for me is to, like, I'm doing the same thing every day.
Yeah.
So how was the show? It was good.
But I bet your lady upset that that's all you say. She's expecting details and stuff.
Well, now she's getting a little smart. Now she's like, oh, what you talk about on your segment?
There you go. There you go.
So now I did a little boomerang back. I'm like, you know what? You need to listen to the segment.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah. No, you don't. You don't want her to listen to the segment because this is where you be complaining about her.
You have done that.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But she ain't gonna listen, man. She ain't gonna listen.
No. 832 said there's no bigger example of Aaron Rodgers boomer asking than him asking how your vacation was, then mentioning his darkness retreat.
Ayahuasca and all that stuff.
That's the perfect example of that. That's the perfect.
I might punch him in that instance. Like, how dare you?
So it's I'll get y'all out of here on this real quick. So it's a new trend going around of people going under the general anesthesia while getting a tattoo. So
general, I mean, you're out.
Yeah, you're out. And,
damn, it's that bad for you?
Yeah. I just that part I don't understand. Shout out to all my tattoo people. T-Mill can probably speak to this, but I feel like that's kind of cheating the game a little bit.
I think you're right. That's exactly what I was
thinking. The whole purpose of getting a tattoo is kind of going through that, man, this one hurt.
Yeah.
Or this one wasn't too bad, and just kind of going through that pain for the ending to be like, wow, look at this tattoo.
Yeah.
But so apparently that's like a big time trend now. Just I think it was one death
really
that happened. But a lot of people are doing this to just knock out like a back tattoo or a sleeve or something like that. So I thought that's crazy.
I'm with you. I think that ruins the concept of getting a tattoo.
I don't know if I would go that far as to say that it ruins the concept. The thing that I just thought is tattoos, I mean, they some can be costly, but not as costly as anesthesia. Anesthesia is really pricey. You got it like that?
That's where I was getting at. So a tattoo, just a regular tattoo without any of that, is about $10K to $15K, and that's like a whole back tattoo.
Right, I was about to say, it was like $10K for a tattoo. Okay.
Yeah, no, and that's like all the work done type of thing. But if you get that anesthesia, that's $30K, between $30K and $35K.
Mm-hmm.
So you paying almost double the price just for the same tattoo.
Man, you must really
just
want that tattoo.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
That's not worth that.
You know, I have a buddy, and this is kind of the same thing. That the whole concept of it is like to get the tattoo, and you're sitting there, and you're whatever. Like, I have a buddy that never wears a helmet riding his motorcycle, and I always tell him, you got to wear a helmet. You got to wear a helmet. And he says, well, you don't understand. When you're on a motorcycle, you want that freedom. You want that wind blowing through your hair. I was like, all right, but I would wear a helmet. But that's kind of the same thing. If you're going to get a tattoo, you want to be able to say I was there. I got the tattoo that way. Yeah.
All right, so today I've learned about things that I didn't want to know. Shout out to Melvin on the YouTube saying that, what about the tattoo to change the eye color of your eyes? And yes, apparently people are getting eye color tattoos.
Yeah, a lot of people got that. I was watching some type of show. It was real life show, and somebody actually tattooed the white part of their eye, like the actual eyeball. So it was like, I think it was like red or blue. I was just like, what? How can you even see?
People, man.
That's wild. Crazy. You couldn't get me to pay. You couldn't pay me for that. Talk less of paying $30,000 to do it.
Would you get a tattoo? Do you?
I'm not a tattoo guy personally. No shade and no ill will for anybody that has them. But I always say I don't think I have anything that I feel so strongly about that I want to say it forever. So I'm good on that. Plus, especially, I definitely don't want to pay no $10,000 for a whole back tattoo or sleeve or something. God bless.
Yeah.
Shout out to all y'all. They got it like that. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get ready to hand it off to the fellas of the drive. We'll do that.
The Texans signing of new left tackle Cam. Your studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig hanging out with you. And I still can't get over the idea of tattooing your eyes to make them change colors. Although we got people on the text line that said, nah, man, when I have an opportunity to take that anesthesia, knock me out. They said they go to the when they go to the dentist, they're like, hey, anesthesia me up. I'm trying to be out.
I would try to avoid.
I mean, outside of surgery and stuff like that.
Yeah,
man, I definitely ain't doing that for a tattoo.
Plus, if you get general anesthesia for a tattoo, there's no guarantee that the dude's not going to draw some like cat. Or
spell
something.
it wrong.
Yeah, spell it wrong. Or was that real famous one? No regrets.
No regrets.
No regrets.
Yeah. Shout out to Where the Millers.
I was like, yeah, which movie was that? Yeah,
Where the Millers.
Yeah.
All right, so shout out to all that, and then of course shout out to Clint who came in and we had to hip him to the game at Ashton Hall. I think he's out getting the Saratoga water as we speak. All right, so I saw this and I'm trying to double check this to see if this is right. But it seems like there's a possibility that when DraftKings has updated their AL Rookie of the Year odds, and again, I want to make sure that I double check this so that I get this 100% correct. But if true, the updated odds seemingly have our guy Cam Smith now as a favorite.
I saw that. It just
Rookie of the Year.
It just changed today.
And that is correct. He is a plus 450. Christian Campbell is a plus 550. And then Jason Dominguez, who we were talking about previously, plus 600. So, I mean, this trade, which is, to this point called the Kyle Tucker trade, like it feels like, man, that name is going to change over the time of history. Because, look, at what point does it become a full acknowledgement that you won the trade, right? Is it just now that you have all three of those guys that are presumptive starters on this team when you talk about Cam Smith and Isak Bradeneski, fifth starter in the rotation? Is it now? Is it if he plays the whole season? Is it if he wins Rookie of the Year? Because all those things feel like they're relatively reasonable to look at right now.
Look, I like the way you put that. You got me thinking a little bit about at what point does it become the Cam Smith trade. I can take you way back if you want.
Okay.
A certain first baseman named Jeff Bagwell.
Okay. In fact, when you were asking, when was the last time you were this excited for a prospect
No,
call-up?
I'm thinking trade, in terms of trade.
No, I hear you, but people were talking about, seeing the bees come up.
The bees come up for sure. Well, really more Biggio because
Biggio for sure.
Jeff, when Larry Anderson pitched for the Astros, and that guy could really burp loud, which is a side note. But anyway.
Okay. That's not what I would
hell of a side note.
Yeah.
You would walk into the clubhouse, and it would be the loudest burp. He could do it on demand. On demand, he could burp like it was decibels. It was very high decibels.
I don't know how I'd feel if that's the first thing that someone mentions
he could burp
about me.
Really, really loud. Anyway, so the Red Sox were in contention. Larry Anderson was a really good relief pitcher. And so the Red Sox parted ways with a young third baseman, I believe, or maybe he was first already. But anyway, an infielder named Jeff Bagwell. That was the Larry Anderson trade until about 2 years later.
Sure.
Then it became, wow, the Astros fleeced him. So you got me thinking about that. I hadn't thought about that trade in forever. So maybe at some point we'll be calling it the Cam Smith trade.
Yeah, and from 346 on the truck X line.
Texas Hammer.
Hey, Jim, how you doing? Please let's not get lost in the sauce. I hope Cam is great. And yeah, I think that's a fair thing. Again,
pump the brakes.
I'm not going to fully pump the brakes. I'm excited about this, man. It's going to be fun to watch. I mean, hell, he just was it a stand-up triple? He didn't even slide into third, did he?
I don't think he slid.
Yeah, I was like, I think that was a stand-up triple that he wrote down the right field line. Was it 2 days ago?
Yeah.
So yeah, no, there's good reason to be excited. But I was talking about it. I'm still going to be relatively cautious. I still want to see what that first bump is in the road for him because he's drinking out of a water hose, man. He talked about how in spring training he filled up a notebook with notes from the various things that outfielders and people on the team kind of taught him. Like he's still very young into this, and that's just the baseline of all the information that he's taking in. He got to the home ballpark earlier this week.
He's just walking around.
And he's walking around, looking at it, taking it in. But also, they're out there working in the outfield, trying to teach him the various ways to hit the wall and the various places where the ball might bounce. And
bumping against the wall.
And I'm like, oh, yeah, that's right. There's so much that he's still taking in.
That's every trip.
And how much, every single trip that he's going to make, he's going to have that feeling. How much more so if there's a point in time where the bat is, slumping or what have you, if there's a level of something else that he's needing to work on, if there's oh man, it looks like you're dipping your shoulder, we actually want you to work on that as you're doing this, right? How much more do you have there? So like I'm still interested in seeing all those things. I still keep a level of caution within me. However, we can't deny how awesome and how cool this is.
I mean, just the story itself, the way that he made the decision for them, but they still had a lot of things to consider. Handle it, because it's not if, it's when. He's going to struggle. It might be right out of the chute. He might have that Alex Bregman start. And I forget the exact number, but I want to say Alex Bregman started 3 for 35, 3 for 34. But he had the makeup to be able to handle it and then become Alex Bregman. No, he's going to struggle. I feel like they're confident in his, the way. And I know it's a trite term and it's a cliche, but his makeup is just one of those that can handle it.
All right, so do we need to keep calling it the Kyle Tucker trade? Because on the YouTube, Rob says, I like calling the Jordan Fields trade the Josh Fields trade because it reminds the Dodgers fans of how bad it was.
Oh, okay.
Like, do we need to do that to keep that kind of that context to it? Because you're going to get 1 year, maybe more. Like maybe Kyle Tucker re-signs there with the Cubs. Only God knows. But you traded 1 year of Kyle Tucker for Cam Smith that looks like, I mean, as of right now, at the very least, starting caliber player in the bigs. Isaac Paredes, who you have a few years of control on, and then Hayden Wesneski, who's relatively young in his own right. Like you're getting a lot out of this right now, and they're going to get 1 year, and it's possible, it's quite possible that it is a very good year of Kyle Tucker. But yeah, man, this is kind of big right now.
This is very, very big, and just a great story. I don't care how sappy people might say it is. That was just incredible the way it all broke down.
We welcome in for a D&M Auto Leasing Crosstalk, the fellas of the drive, Clint and Ron. Ron, what's happening, man? I always feel uncomfortable when you walk in because you have a devious smile that makes me feel like something wrong.
I'm excited about Cam.
We doing too much? Is that what you're going to tell me?
I mean, let's who will trade or any of that stuff yet.
Well, we were talking about it. He was asking, does there come a point where it becomes, like the Jordan thing?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, let's chill. I mean,
I can't ask the question.
I mean, it's just Kyle Tucker is still clearly the best player that is going in this thing, and the Cubs, unlike the Astros, will be able to sign him like if they want to.
Sure,
like it's not like they deal in that space first. Let's just.
But the interesting thing is, if you're going to be the Astros and Crane, and we give them hell for the way they do business. If you're going to not sign the Kyle Tuckers of the world, the Correas of the world, I mean, and when you do make that move, no matter how pissed off everybody is, if you do get value, like it appears they get value of 3 starters in return, immediate starters in return, 1 starter in your rotation, a third baseman, and a right fielder. I mean, it ends up being a pretty solid move.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. If you were going to trade him, this was the hope that it happens. I'm just saying, like I don't know. We got to see what Cam's going to do first.
Sure.
Right. Like that's the one that we probably think will win the trade. Or we'll talk about this trade in the Jordan sense.
Yeah.
Is if he comes out and starts to play like he has kind of captured the city during spring training.
Speaking of Cam, I hate what you just did, Lopez.
Oh,
what's that?
I hate you too.
I mean, you had
you just in a general sense.
and prefacing it with oh, I know it's no, I mean that's real. That's real stuff.
But I'm saying it's become a cliche.
Hell yeah,
I love his makes.
I know.
He was close before you even got into the window, baby.
I know it does, but so often in our business in particular, we talk about stuff that's really, really important, but it's like
you almost hesitate.
Well, it's a lot of people, like common fans, a lot of the time that aren't in this business or haven't done it, poo-poo it, and that's not like I don't think the Astros make this move with Cam Smith if they don't have a pretty good feeling that he's got the makeup that you're talking about to handle some struggle. That's a real.
They've got to be committed, and they've got to be committed to. I hope this doesn't happen, but the scenario you brought up,
if
he starts slow, like a Bregman slow, this can't be all right,
no, he's in there.
We're going to send him back down.
Yeah.
Like that part, they can't. They can't do. Like
but,
they have to.
But this decision does not get made if they don't believe he's got what
he's
it takes.
got it. Yeah, absolutely. That's the most important thing if we're really digging into this decision.
Yeah, I'm glad that they knew themselves. Then they went ahead and made that trade, and we're paying off for it, and I'm excited to see the young man and the rest of the team play because we've been talking a lot of hypotheticals. I'd love to see some real baseball get going tomorrow.
Let's see what it looks like.
Yeah, man.
I'm hoping for him, man.
I am too. But before we get there, we got another episode, another edition of The Drive. Clint, Ron, T-Mill. We're done here on the day. Catch you back here tomorrow for Thursday. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HE2 Houston. Appreciation again to D&M Auto Leasing for this cross. Right now.
That's right, Drive is live. A lot to get to today from the text line. Those of you on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, we appreciate you, even if you we appreciate you, 713-574-16. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, Ron sucks. Let us have our fun. Have your fun. I mean, I'm just
the number one afternoon drive show in the city.
I mean, let's just pump.
Let's not suck.
Let's start talking about Kyle Tucker here. Let's just pump the brakes there. I mean, Kyle Tucker is clearly the best player in this right now, and I just want. Hey, let's see what Cam does. I like what you said. The part of they traded Kyle Tucker, and they got 3 guys that are going to be. One in the rotation in your rotation, and then 2 guys that are starting right away. That is big. Now, the hope is that they continue to play to the level where they should be in those spots. But I'm just saying, if we're talking about are we going to start making this like the Jordan trade, I mean, let's calm down. We didn't start making this to the Jordan trade until Jordan started to show us he was Jordan.
Right. Well,
that's all I'm saying.
Sure. There's no doubt. It don't matter what the hell happens or how good these guys are. Odds are Kyle Tucker is going to forever be the best player involved in this particular trade.
Until somebody changes.
Well, but odds are that they're not going to be better than especially what we think that Tucker's going to be.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, if you are your way of doing business is we just ain't going to pay these long-term, big, huge money deals, then you better make a habit of getting some value in return. And I mean some of the prospects for 2 or 3 years, and they bear fruit 4 or 5 years, and the business decision is 8 years from now, you get an extra year out of him. I mean, when you're making these kind of moves, to me, the hope is that bears fruit immediately, and that looks like what the Astros have done. So they're living right now based off of this one move. Now we'll see what Wisniewski looks like in that 5th start and that 5th spot in the rotation. We'll see if the young fella can carry some of that spring training momentum into the regular season when he faces big time major league pitchers, and we'll see what Paredes looks like over there on third base, and how important that defensive I guess drop from Bregman to Paredes. We'll see how important that defense is.
No, like as you said, opening day, which is tomorrow, and we will discuss that. Opening day, which is tomorrow.
I'm so excited.
This was the best. This was the best way it could have turned out for the trade for the Astros. That three of the 3 guys in the trade are not just contributors, didn't just make the team, but they're all starters in one perspective. Tucker was the best in the regular season only, and what I'm saying is, can we get these guys to play in the regular season first before we start calling it comparing it to the Yordan Alvarez trade. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. And look, to that point right there in the trade, I mean, I don't know what Kyle Tucker – I mean, the trade conversation is about what Kyle Tucker becomes, right? Right now all we can talk about is Ellie was hurt most of the year last year. His future was very promising. He didn't help you much in the playoffs. Can these guys help you in the playoffs? And then there's a different conversation to have at that point in time. But right now, I love the way the Astros right now on opening day 2025, or the day before opening day eve, if you will. I love the way this move turned out for the Astros. We'll see if we feel that way a month into the season.
Going into opening day could not have turned out any better. Could not have turned out any better. By the way, before we do jump into this a little deeper, Tyler's hurting today, folks.
Had him a night?
Yeah, he did. Got a text from him this morning, and hear ye, the reader. So hungover coming from Tyler Milner. There it was from Tyler Milner.
That was mid-morning, wasn't it? What time was that?
That was early in the gates.
Just 2 words.
Just 3 of them. So, but you wrote so hung and then over. So
that's 3. That adds up.
You put it into
that
3.
math is there.
So hungover.
It's the brain fog. Forgive me.
At 11:43 is what he said.
A little nooner, noon hang.
Just getting into lunchtime.
I was a little
hungover.
I was a little concerned at that point.
So what was it? Was the pitch? I don't know. Many of you were you watching on Space Home? Is that Space Home Network? Is that what it's called?
I almost had it.
Space City Home Network. Were y'all watching on it? I know I was, and I could see Tyler. I said, "Yep, there's his ass in that backwards white hat. It's got to be him."
Yep. Sitting right behind Tari.
He sent us a picture, and he was two rows back. It looked like from the photo. I say, "Yep, there's Tyler." So I hope many of you saw the executive producer on the drive and member
right behind
of
that bench,
the fan council, which we'll get to a little bit later on as well. But how
we
was
got to
it?
try to get to the price tag on that seat.
I'm about to say yes, that seat. Because who did you happen to be sitting next to? Like who did you have a conversation with?
Talking about not knowing how to make old sausage. Colts owner Jim Irsay. Jim Irsay.
Jim Irsay. Who's
were you literally sitting right next to him?
He was like 3 seats down.
Okay, I think say, well, that's dangerous.
So again,
T-Meal sitting right next to Jim Irsay.
Yeah, especially.
What the hell was he doing at a Rockets game? He was wearing a red shirt.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Said they're good friends with the Fertitas.
Clint. So Clint, now we're getting closer to the bottom of this. If Jim Irsay, the owner of the Indianapolis Colts, are 3 seats down, this upgrade from just regular ass ticket to floor seat. I mean, this is
next to Tillman's VIP.
Yeah, next to Tillman's VIP section, sitting directly behind the Rockets bench. I shudder to
divulge that bit of information.
Oh, I can tell you the cash I spent. It was a hell of a deal. My buddy found. It was me and 3 buddies, 4 of us old Dirty Bay fellas.
Hold on, real quick. Do you think I'm paying this?
Well, no. But you're a bargain.
Hold on, man. You don't know.
Once a week in the rundown, you're disappointed with yourself because of your cheapness. Let's be honest.
I got another one coming up today.
You haggled a lap dance with a stripper.
A second, an added additional lap dance.
I was 21. Okay,
I don't think it matters what the price tag was. You ain't dropping no on no courtside seats.
Out Disney for 5 days. All right.
Let's be honest. That was forced upon you.
Long story short, me and each of my buddies, we each spent, I believe it was about $375 on our seats.
I would have done that.
That was a hell of a deal.
To get to the floor, I'd have done.
It's a hell of a deal. Dude's trying to get my buddy to buy season tickets.
Don't you piss on my back and tell me it's rain.
You are lying. There's no $375
next to Irsay, two rows behind Tari Eason, literally behind Tari Eason.
This sales guy with the Rockets is trying to get my buddy. He's trying to sweeten that pot, get him to get some season tickets.
So your boy actually ended up doing you a solid.
Yeah. Yeah, in all seriousness. Okay. When he hit me up and was like, we're courtside, I was like, holy hell, what did I sign up for here with this number that I'm going to have to pay out? But that was a hell of a deal.
That's a smart move by the old sales guy. A couple days before the game, couple of vacancies right behind the bench. And
Exactly.
Damn, $375.
That's a bargain.
I think
I damn sure pull that off.
I mean, I could have massaged Tari Eason's shoulders when he came out of the game.
Let's really think this through.
Let's go with maybe you could have smelt his fart or his BO or something, but rather than you reach out and massage.
I'm no fart sniffer,
reach out and rub his shoulders.
I'm looking out for him.
I don't know if I do it for the Hawks.
I mean, just if he needs
$375 to sit 2 rows behind the Rockets, and you're worried about the opponent.
I kind of. $375. I think I do it.
375. Hey, sales guy over there, the Rockets. Holla at your boy. You come across more than 375? Cameron?
Yeah, I think so.
Cameron with the Rockets sales office. Hey, holla at your boy. 375. Second row behind the Rockets. Yeah, I don't give a damn who the opponent
I'm seriously entertaining it.
While they're in the middle of it, while in the middle of this turn, hell.
Now, what I thought it was going to be, I wouldn't even. I cannot.
I mean, I could see the individual hairs, whack ass hairs, on old Trey's head.
It's rough on TV.
Like,
I mean,
it was
rough in person.
Oh, I feel so bad for because
he's got to do something. I don't. He's got millions of dollars.
I don't know.
Fix that.
But I don't think there's anything he can
pill
do.
It. You're an NBA player, man.
But then even if he cuts it low, I don't think that's a good look for him either. Like,
no, I'm talking about they no low to it. It's all of it off.
But his hair's just cut it off.
Yes. MJ that piece.
I don't think it looks good there either.
I promise you it didn't look any worse than that. I mean, it looks like he's got mange.
Once he runs up and down,
it looks like it's trying to run off his head.
It's so fine and thin, but it's not thinning. It's just thin.
I mean, get some not extensions, but some clip-ins and braid that thing up and make it.
He can't braid that. It's so
no,
thick.
But if you put extra in there, he can. I mean, braid something into it, man.
Like to add thicker hair in it. That would just
Well, these women nowadays, man, they go from. I mean,
I just don't think he has a lot of options, and I feel crazy.
Whatever options are out there, his ass can afford, and he ought not be taking the court the way he is right now. That is a crying ass shame.
It's been since Oklahoma.
That ain't it. I mean, back in them days, he was getting paid then too. The college kid, you can look and go, "Hey, man, that old rough look is. We get it, man."
The bad part is like, even when he starts, man, you could tell it's going downhill. But when he sweats,
you're right,
and it gets padded or whatever.
Yes, it's like matted down. And
do you think when he's out,
like he looks like he's balding, but he's not?
That's well said.
Do you think that makes his when he's out hunting in Atlanta? Do you think that hurts his game?
Absolutely not.
I think it's bad enough too.
No.
It definitely could though.
I don't think it keeps him from doing what he needs to do, but I think it's
because he is doing everything outside of it to let you know that I have I have funds with his whole look history. Yeah, and he's visible in Atlanta. Everybody knows who he is. No, it ain't hurt. But listen, before he became a star basketball player, or whatever high school he was, I believe, is he a Texas kid? I know his dad, Rayford Young, was at Texas Tech. Whatever he was leading up. Before he became a great basketball player,
maybe he might spend so much time at the court. Did he get bullied with his hair? Did he get picked on so much he said, "The hell with y'all, I'm gonna go shoot"?
Old weird hair Trey Young is from Lubbock, Texas.
Yeah, his dad went to Texas Tech. Yeah, never left. Yeah, so damn, he went to Oklahoma on that ass, huh? Yeah, went to Texas Tech.
Fix your wig, bro.
Made him well. I hate to pile on this, but it's unacceptable, Trey.
I just don't like. I gotta believe he sat down and figured out like what can we do with this, and I just think it's either bald or I don't know. Someone just texted in, hit them Deion Sanders hair transplants.
Yeah,
but it's,
Prime turned the corner now.
Like, is it gonna? Like it's just.
Will it take?
Like it just. Yeah. So just say he has to get a full different grade of hair.
I'm not sure those hair sports are going to take there.
He's a multi-millionaire, and it's 2025. He could fix that if he wanted to. Just like your boy LeBron could fix that if he wanted to.
Now
it can be fixed.
But if LeBron wouldn't got hair transplants, there was a level of thickness to his hair prior. This is
just bad from the jump.
Yeah, man, this is a birth defect.
And I'm not saying if he shaved it, like you were saying, I'm not saying it would look good. It probably wouldn't, but I think it'd be a slight step up.
You think I gotta believe he's tried that option. It was real.
If he was putting any effort into it at all, he would not have stopped where he is right now.
That's maybe the
Probably
best. That may be the best. That may be the best of what he's attempted.
There ain't no way.
You remember when he was putting them parts in the side of it, and that hair was just bleeding into it?
I mean, he ought to just pull all of it up into one bun and just and wrap it up around the top and just leave it.
And that's the other part. I think it just stops growing at a certain point. Like, I don't think he can just let it out and just let it grow.
I hope he doesn't have some kind of problem that he can't help other than just thinning. But look, I mean, what is he? How old is he? 25, 26?
Yeah, something like that.
Looks like he's 50.
Just in the hair portion.
Yes.
Yeah, in the hair portion. By the way, how we feel about the jersey choice for Cam Smith? Cam went with 11.
I like it.
1-1, huh? 11, huh? You like it? You like 11?
I like it.
I'm good
That's
with it.
not a number I don't think we brought up yesterday.
I mean, I'm OCD, so I hate odd numbers, but it looks good on a jersey.
You hate odd numbers? I didn't. That's something I learned.
Yeah, my volume is never on odd numbers, only fives and evens.
That's the first I've learned.
Yeah.
I've learned that first.
Sorry.
I didn't know that.
But I think it looks clean.
I want to put his volume on 27 so bad I can just taste this and see what he. I'm gonna start doing it. When
I'd change it immediately.
Rides with me. No, 11. No, it's cool. He didn't go for a really rough number. Like, I would have hated some like 40 something or 29 or something like that. That would have been, but 11 would be cool. 11 would be straight.
It's slimming with his
slimming,
tall frame and those numbers, but also it's a double digit. It's going to fit good. It's going to be really, really. It's going to look good on folks buying the jersey. That's a good number. That's a really, really solid number. I mean, that's better than some single digits.
11. Some single digits aren't all great. Yeah, some aren't. I wish he'd just take that one of them ones off and just would have stayed with that one.
Yeah, fair.
That single, that would have been nice. By the way, now I know you're not in this yet, but people listening, people are gung-ho about Cam Smith as well as you should be. Are you running out to buy that 11 jersey? Or do you want to wait a little bit to see what you get? Because I know, Tyler, you're in a thought of trying to buy a new jersey.
Lesson.
Like, you're not so you waiting a little bit before you go buy that Cam Smith. Like, who is ready to get that 11 in? Who's ready to go get the Cam Smith? Or do you want to see him play first a little bit?
As a guy who still has a Davis Mills and a Damian Pierce jersey hanging in his closet, wait it out.
The Damian Pierce, I get you. The Damian Pierce one could have got you. The Davis Mills is your fault. Like, that was fair. A clear deal. Like, Davis Mills, Cam Smith right off the bat is giving you more thought and excitement.
Okay, it's fair.
All right, but
damn it,
Cam Smith and Damian Pierce is pretty close. That's pretty close. That's so I don't know. Not ready. I'm with you. I need to see first. I need to see
we're in nickname creation and discovery
mode.
We're not in buy jersey mode yet. No, this is
wham bam. Thank you, Cam.
That's right,
I mean, that's a good one. That is, Tyler. I'm gonna be honest with you. There's a level of corniness there, but it works and it's good, man.
I would co-sign that. I think I can really feel the level of corniness, but I think it flows well.
It has to do with your announcer voice being. I don't know if it's the
when
voice
he's callous to do.
Wham bam.
Thank you, Cam.
And there it goes. Wham, bam. Thank you, Cam. He rounds the bases. I'll work on it.
No, there's something there. But again, it's the delivery, I think. I think the phrase actually has something.
Ron's freaking reactions to me sometimes piss me off so bad.
I think there's something there, boys.
Wham. It's Eddie rounds the bases. That's the part.
Well, this one's soaring over the left field wall. Wham, bam. Thank you, Cam.
Has Yainer Diaz reached by jersey?
Not yet.
I'm not a jersey guy.
I know you're not.
I mean, Altuve
he will
is
this
the
season.
only one out there for me.
Oh.
Jordan, maybe.
Jordan is in by jersey mode.
Well, I mean.
Hunter Brown's in by jersey mode, isn't he?
No, hell no.
Hunter's not in by jersey.
Hell yeah!
If I were a jersey guy, but I'm not a jersey guy. So it's going to be a.
If you're a fan, you don't buy jersey. But if you're a fan to buy jersey, Hunter Brown's reached that.
That's one I don't have.
Reached it.
I have to think on that.
Somebody said, "Oh, Slam Smith." Shout out to Rob Torres. Goes Slam Smith. All right. A move was made in the NFL. Former Texan Stephon Diggs, he is with another team in the AFC. We'll discuss that move, and more importantly, do you think the Texans will regret not bringing the real Stephon Diggs back? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Academy Sports and Outdoors, y'all. We got locations all around the city, and hey, y'all seen them new Astros Nike City Connect collection of jerseys and gear, and hey, you seen them? Guess what?
Number 1 and number 2 in the world coming to Houston. Great weather, great sport, great course at Memorial Park. Is going to be a heck of a week.
Get ready for a golf experience like no other this Thursday through Sunday. Don't miss out. Visit tchouopen.com/tickets to secure your tickets today.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Someone texted in, very understandable here. Tyler went to a Rockets game with odd numbers, 375. That's what he paid for. It must have been tough.
Well, I mentioned earlier I do evens and fives.
Oh, fives. Oh, and fives. Fives works. All right.
It was a solid attempt, friend, but open up the mirror holes. It'll be all right.
I don't get it. Me too. Okay, so you'll do it in fives. Anything that ends in fives.
Not like the number 70. Hell,
so if these tickets were $377, that would have been a real problem.
No,
you would have paid it.
The price tag on things isn't quite where my OCD reaches. But volume numbers, number of bites I take, stuff like that.
Number of bites you take. I'm not gonna.
I'm being real with you. I'm pulling the carpet back. I'm being vulnerable.
I know you are because I just know we'll lose this whole segment because I have so many questions.
How does that work?
I didn't know you had it.
How does that work when you're really?
It's not good.
Really high, and you just Uber 8 at
lose count
in the morning. Like how does that work?
Got to start over counting sometimes.
See you now. I know how you fell and broke your
Stephon Diggs.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Because I've got so many questions. How in 4+ years, this is just that I didn't know you're counting bites. I did not know that.
I got to touch that old OCD.
I did not know that. All right, Stephon Diggs goes to New England on a 3-year deal, $69 million. 26 of it is guaranteed. So that part of it, because what is it? It comes out to 23 something like that a year, but 26 is guaranteed. So. It may not be as much as that per year, but it's probably more than I thought maybe he'd get. But clearly this is a move for the Patriots to give Drake May some help in this move. First off, maybe I'm surprised. Are you surprised Stephon Diggs was able to get that kind of deal?
Yes.
Coming off an ACL, 31 years old?
Yeah. That's the thing is it's a move per year deals that these guys make because there was $20 million added to the salary cap this year for each team. So I don't know what that does to the wide receiver market. Clearly, it pushes guys north of what my expectations would be for them. I didn't think there was any way in hell that Stephon Diggs was going to get more this coming year than he got last year.
Yeah. After
the Texans sweetened the pot and made it $22 million in a 1-year deal. I didn't think he was going to get a 3-year deal. So look, that surprised me. I know I
think Devontae Adams got 2 years, 44.
Well, there you have it. I mean, I'm glad that the Texans bowed out of this one. I'm glad. I mean, at 23 a year, whether that's 2 or 3 years, no, thank you. I think you can go other directions. Now, there is clearly a void in what Steph Diggs in the receiver room that Steph Diggs would have filled nicely. Just the player Steph Diggs. I do think that's the caliber guy that the Texans need to bring in. I just don't know if $23 million over 3 years is what I would be looking at if I were the Texans.
Yeah. By the way, just an understanding of contracts receivers given out. Stephon Diggs, 3 years, $69 million. Cooper Kupp, 3 years, $45 million. Devontae Adams, 2 years, $44 million. Darius Slayton, 3 years, $36 million. Josh Palmer, 3 years, $29 million.
Diggs just got more than Devontae Adams. That don't even make. What world does that make sense?
In the New England Patriots world.
I mean, that doesn't even.
This isn't even counting, me, obviously DK Metcalf, who got big money. Hopkins, 1 year, $5 million. So it's a heck of a contract. By the way, real quick, and I said this to you. Someone texted in, Stephon is stealing. Do you all think 713-572-4610, the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, those who are on YouTube and Twitch jumping on this, do you think the Texans will regret not bringing Diggs back? Because I know what you just said, Diggs, the player. Right now they're sitting there with Christian Kirk, and we understand the other receivers. Clearly they can't be done at the receiver position. Justin Watson they did bring in. But they are still in need for another receiver. Do you think the Texans will regret not bringing him back?
Absolutely. If this is where no,
can't be it.
Like if this is where they sit, like if they continue to run this Nick Caserio offense and approach to offensive football and the do more with less, the 1 year bargain deals all across the board, and they're looking at this receiving core right now, and you're talking about if they keep doing this whole John Mechie best friends with C.J. Stroud, and let's keep pushing John Mechie before he ever really does anything to earn those reps, and that
Tank Dell would like to have a word on that best friend.
Well, I'm telling you right now, Tank can exist on his own. John Mechie's leaning into that friendship now. I mean, there's one guy benefiting from that friendship in a major way, and it's John Mechie.
John Mechie's leaning into it.
Oh, there ain't no doubt, man. There's no doubt about it. Maybe I should say CJ's leaning into it. But either way it goes, like all of that stuff, if that continues, if D'Amico Ryans and company look at this receiving core right now and go, yeah, man, we're good, and this is what we're going to do. We're going to do more with less. We're going to take that old New England Nick Caserio approach, then, yeah, they're going to regret the hell out of it. Absolutely. No. I mean, the best – Ron, the best point that's been made on this station in the last 6 weeks is a couple days ago when you brought up the lack of speed on this team. We ain't talking about it. Nobody's talking about it. Nobody that I've heard is talking about it. It's a big-ass deal. And I'm going to tell you, if they don't hit on a guy, not just get a guy that we think is capable of bringing some speed to the game, if they don't hit on a guy in a big way in the speed department or in the overall wide receiver, just high-quality wide receiver like the Golden Kid, if they don't draft him and he's not the all-around speed guy and great route runner and all this kind of stuff that everybody thinks he is, they're going to be in trouble.
Yeah,
they're going to be in trouble. I'm telling you that they'll regret the hell out of not getting Diggs if the receiving core right now is what they open the season with.
Text line coming in, won't miss him at that number at $23 million a year.
You ain't gonna be thinking about $23 million a year if they smothering these boys.
The Texans will not regret losing him, Ron. Yes, the Texans will regret losing him. Glad Diggs is gone. He really didn't show much with the Texans last year. I don't know. I don't think they're going to regret him, Clint, because I don't think it was going to be all right. Either they go with Diggs or they go with the rest of the group they have right now. I think Diggs would be here and Kirk wouldn't be here. Right? I think I think their number two would have been Diggs and not Kirk. I don't think it was ever probably going to be Kirk and Diggs and Nico. I think when they made the decision to go with Kirk, that's
the
when
ship
they
sailed with Diggs. Yeah.
With Diggs. So I don't ever think that there were going to be a third. I think their third or their other receiver's going to come either in the draft or maybe someone else like Amari Cooper or somebody else that's out there. So to me, this is a Christian Kirk versus Stephon Diggs thing. And with that overall, I don't think that they are going to miss Stephon Diggs when it comes to those two. I think especially right now today, coming off the ACL with the age of him as well. And we have seen, I'm not going to say like this person, he didn't show much last year. No, I don't think that's true. But what he did show is coming from his final year at Buffalo, we saw steps back.
Sure.
And then last year, there was some steps back from that. And then the injury probably doesn't help the steps and then go into year to age 31, 32. So, and then I think Christian Kirk will be able to fill that void. So, I wouldn't say they're going to miss him because I think Christian Kirk will be comparable to him. All right, here, let's dive into that. Let's hear a little bit of maybe solution to the potential speed issue that the Texans have, and it's there, and hopefully they can take care of it some way moving forward. But let's talk about maybe solutions for that speed issue on the offense. That's next.
Yes!
Cam Smith has made the Astros opening day roster, and that's great.
changes everything.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. And as we were talking about the Stephon Diggs thing, I know that brought to you about the speed part. And I know that is something that has really been something we've talked about a lot here in the last few days, is just right now offensively, just the lack of speed. I know like somebody sent us on Twitter the other day of Nico and him doing some down the field stuff. Again, as we said, man, Nico is the big play player, but one, he feels like the only one that you have, and it's not just a sudden burst of scare you down the field immediately.
Yeah. Look, I know this is gonna rub a lot of fans wrong, but it's a reality of it is. I don't like Nico is a big time threat. I don't believe that defensive coordinators in preparation for the Texans look at Nico and go, how are we going to handle his speed?
Yeah, I think it's like when you think of Nico, it's power.
It's the overall. Hey, don't lose track of where Nico Collins is. Always give him a little extra attention. If you let him catch it underneath, he has better rally to the football because he's hard to tackle.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, the dig route over the middle, the slant route over the middle. He's not scared of any kind of contact over the middle. And when you do hit him, you better buckle up, kind of deal. Like there's. I don't want people to think I'm not disrespecting him. I've watched a lot of Nico Collins, and Nico is a one receiver, and Nico is a guy that opponents have to know where he's at. They worry about him. He is a real threat, but it's not one of those where you look up and you go, damn, hey.
There's a lot of one receivers out there that you're not like.
Yeah,
they're
absolutely. Absolutely.
Devontae Adams has been a one his whole career.
Correct.
There's not it's his route running is he's about to get down there and boy, if we better not play bump and run, or we better always have a safety on the top. And he makes big plays, but also with that, like he's got to have somebody else that he can't be the all-around receiver and the speed dude.
Well, that's the bigger point, right? Is once we get past making sure everybody knows nobody's disrespecting Nico Collins, and you look at this thing, it's like, okay, Nico's gonna draw extra attention in critical situations, right? Who's gonna be able to then go and beat one-on-one coverage? Who then is gonna be able to, versus a soft corner, be fast enough to step on his toes and get over the top of a safety that's maybe jumping down on Dalton Schultz, or who's going to be right now? You don't have that guy right now. John Mechie and Xavier Hutchinson are guys that can literally beat a corner, and while the ball's in there, the corner will catch up to. Like that. Like that's just the reality of who those guys are, right? There's not a guy that's got like elite, again, outside of Nico Collins. There's not a guy that has that elite tracking ability like Tank Dell has. Like Tank Dell had the ability to contort his body in weird ways and make it, never more obvious and evident than the play he got injured. Like you don't have that guy, right? So like the pressure on C.J. Stroud to throw a perfect damn ball every single time is there, and you don't have a guy that can when the safety does sit low or when the corner does bite, takes a risk and gets beat deep. Do you have a guy that can separate and continue to separate as the ball's in the air? Like you don't have that guy right now.
Yeah, right now the Tank Dell could take a slant or a dig and have the ability to take it 60 untouched.
Make guys miss.
Now Nico can take it 60, but he's probably going to break. He's probably going to break 3 or 4 tackles on the way to
agreed.
It. Right, and that's just a difference in speed. They don't have that now. Solutions to that, right? There's some solutions you potentially see.
Look, I think the receivers have been talked to death, right? There's some really good receivers at the top of the, I would say, in the first round. that are going to be available when the Texans draft, or will damn sure be available if the Texans want to make moves and package some of their draft picks up and move up and get aggressive and go get one of these guys. So there's obvious options in the draft with, let's say, the top 6 receivers in this draft, okay? And if we're just talking speed, there's 4 or 5 guys out there that can just absolutely fly, and they run great routes, and they should be plug-and-play starters immediately, which DeMeco Ryans said he wants his first-round picks to be plug-and-play guys. I think it has to be more than that. Like, that would solve the receiver problem, but I think you got to go beyond that, okay? And I mentioned a guy yesterday. I was literally just rolling down the running backs in this draft, and the guys that play the running back position that are more weapons that can run. And I just kind of flippantly mentioned Jaden Blue, the kid out of Texas, and he had ran. We mentioned he's fast. He ran sub 4.4 at the combine.
If you don't remember him, he's the guy that I know he had at least one touchdown against Ohio State.
Yeah, his college football playoff was big. He came up in big moments. But the point being, we talked about him yesterday as a sub 4.4 guy. His pro day was yesterday. One, it's been reported that Nick Caserio was there. I've seen pictures. I'm assuming that it wasn't doctored pictures. Pretty sure Nick Caserio was there in his own way of being like way down the field in that wide split stance, watching all the action that he does during training camp. That's his MO. That's where he rolls. But Jaden Blue went out there and went 4.25 and 4.28 at his pro day. So forget the sub 4.4. We're talking sub 4.3. By the way, the sub 4.4 that he ran at the combine, it's been reported that he had a slight tear in his groin, which apparently slowed him down a little bit. How about that? How would you like to have a slight tear in your groin and still go sub 4.4? But it's also been reported by him himself, I believe that he mentioned it to some media, that he's got 4 visits set up, and one of them happens to be the Texans. The Texans, Steelers, Eagles, and Broncos. So if you're looking at the Texans offense, if you're looking at the Texans team, look, they've addressed plenty on the defensive side of the football to be significantly better than they were last year. On the offensive side of the football, the offensive draft. And it has to be a draft where you get multiple skill players on the offensive side of the football that their forte is speed. Like Jaden Blue. I don't know where he's going to get drafted. I would imagine after going 4.25, 4.28, with the way some of these backs are being used right now in the NFL, I'd imagine he improved his draft stock yesterday. But whatever that is, adding a guy like that to the Texans would be unbelievable, right? I mean, you add that kind of speed, and he plays second fiddle to Joe Mixon in the running back room. You're able to slowly introduce him to the NFL game, and you're able to slowly throughout the season grow the Jaden Blue package to where when games start to matter and in big moments, you've got the ability to throw a sub 4.3 guy out there at the running back position that you can argue is a better wide receiver than he is a running back. It's like
it's A-chain like. That's
right. Well, Ron, I usually laugh when dudes say that, this guy is a great receiver, he's a running back, but he's a great receiver. No, they're not great receivers. They can catch the football. Jaden Blue may be better in the pass game than he is in the run game because of his size. He is undersized. But I'm telling you, adding a guy like that and adding a receiver again, whether that's somebody in free agency or it's a first or second rounder, boy, you're adding real speed. I think it changes the dynamic of Nick Caley's Houston offense in a big, big way.
Yeah, and that's I think that's the big part of it is the speed just coming from somewhere.
Got to threaten, man.
Right, like
got to threaten.
Like somewhere where my big thing is. You had it, I believe, with Tank. And you saw last year, like I know people were annoyed, but Bobby Slowick, he was trying to use him at points in that role. We saw a lot of jet sweeps and reverses that many people got annoyed with, but he was using because that was the guy where, all right, the defense sees him. He's on the field. He's motioning. What the hell's happening? What's he doing?
Yeah.
I don't think, and he alerted people, I don't think the Texans have anybody on the roster that can play right now that does that.
Yeah. I agree.
Like Justin Watson can go in motion, John Mechie. I don't think they have guys that make you nervous immediately.
Yeah, but there's nobody, Ron, that you go into the season. Now, that guy may emerge.
Yeah.
But there's nobody right now on this roster.
But who even has that skill set? Like who even?
But you like even gives you like I'm talking about forget the skill set because some people might say, oh, Justin Watson can run and this guy can run. No. Like if you look at what the dynamic of this offense is going to be, it's going to be Nico Collins, right? And he's going to be in critical situations. He's going to be given a lot of attention. When this offense is humming, teams are going to try to stop Nico Collins. How can you do you have a guy opposite him that can beat man coverage? Do you have a guy opposite him that can hit a crease and make a team pay and get an explosive out of it? Or is it like last year where every explosive that this team has outside of Nico Collins is has to be a perfectly drawn up designed play? Like Nick Caley's not going to last here if all of the offensive production outside of Nico is something that he has the guys on this offense, that there are going to be weaknesses opposite Nico Collins. Hopefully there's going to be weaknesses, in the play action game with Joe Mixon and this offensive line they're building. Hopefully that's going to happen. But you got to find a guy that can hit a crease. Dalton Schultz can't do it. John Mechie can't do it. Xavier Hutchinson can't do it. Damian Pierce can't do it. Like those aren't – I'm talking next level. No, Berrios can't do it. Watson can't do it. No, that ain't what we're talking about. Christian Kirk, I think he's got a chance. We'll see what he's got in the tank. I think he's got a chance. But to me, Christian Kirk is more.
But you don't still even with Christian Kirk, who's got a chance. I don't think speed is what you're thinking of.
To me, Christian Kirk is going to be integral in beating pressure. Like, hey, I'm getting pressure right. I need a right now answer. I think he's going to be integral in that part of it. Nico's going to be Nico, and he's going to be a baller, right? But you got to have a complement to Nico that can threaten defenses and keep them on their toes. And right now, I don't think you have that speed guy.
All right, coming up, the Texans they're clearing more money. They have given themselves even more money by restructuring another contract, as they are still sitting there with a little extra cash to add to this team. There are still some free agents available. We'll take a look at some of these guys maybe the Texans are holding out for to add to this roster. That's coming up next.
All right, y'all, check it out now. Power outages around Houston and Texas, they can happen. I mean,
Odyssey Sports Station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we are here on a very sexy Wednesday. That hat's too small. That guy just walked through with that cowboy hat on. Did you see it?
It was.
That was too small.
Too tight on that noggin.
I didn't see it. Was it a singer? He was carrying a guitar. I didn't see his hat.
No, it wasn't a singer. It was the fella in front of him. I think that guy does some work.
Oh, big fella?
Yeah, I think that was big fella. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think he's got a dome.
Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna tell me like he was like on the spectrum or something.
No.
Made fun of him. Or
well, I
something.
mean, no, I wouldn't.
Okay.
No, his head just got a gravitational pull.
It's got one of them heads like Tyler, and sometimes it's you got to squeeze the hat on it every now and then.
It just felt like the hat, not even just like it was like the size of that it was tight on his head. To me, it was small.
I'll have to go take a peek at it and see what's going on.
A little bigger. That's a small hat. But welcome into The Drive as we are back rolling in the 3 o'clock hour. Stay tuned with us. It is Wednesday. A little stock up, stock down coming up next segment. And 4:40 as the Rockets close in on their playoff hopes. They got a win back last night as Tyler was in attendance on the floor against the Hawks. We'll talk to Brandon Scott. Get a Rockets report coming up at 4:40. But Clint, back here with the Texans, this news came out. The Texans, this according to Aaron Wilson, the Texans make changes to Danico Autry's deal, lower the salary cap figure to $6.5 million from $10.2 million. His total compensation, $7.5 million, originally was to be $9 million, but they lower and create some more cap space to be used. Obviously, they have guys that they're bringing on that they've signed, but they've created some cap space, Clint, and we've continued to say, right, like, hey, especially when it comes to the offensive line and the receiving core, we're just looking at what it looks like right now. We don't believe this is going to be this finished product in a lot of areas, defensive tackle, in a lot of areas, receiver, running back, number 2 back. However this is draft, whatever, offensive line, obviously. But they have created some cap space, and they still do have some space able to add to this roster. And there are still some guys out there in positions, right? Like Amari Cooper is listed as Pro Football Focus number 1 remaining free agent out there. Offensive line guard, Brandon Sheriff of the Jags. We've talked about him. He's out there. Hernandez, Dalton Reisner, a couple of guards. David Andrews, the center, who was with the Patriots for years. Not sure if he wants to continue to go, but he's still out there. There are several guys out there, Clint, maybe that fit some of that speed. Nelson Aguilar, maybe you're talking about speed, things like that. Elijah Moore. There's several guys out there that are still available, Clint, that they could maybe spend some of this free agent money to help the team.
Yeah, look, where I would like to see them, you mentioned a few guys. Will Hernandez is one of them, an interior offensive lineman that was injured last year that out in Arizona, I believe, that is still available. One of the top free agents that is still available. I like him inside. You mentioned Dalton Reisner, center or guard. I like him on the interior. I think those are both guys that, assuming they're healthy, are plug and play types of interior offensive linemen. And so hopefully they're making room for one of those guys. Hopefully this is a making room for not making room for current contracts that have been doled out. I'm not. It's hard to find anybody that can stay up this time of year with the damn salary cap, to be completely honest with you. I know Texans cap does a really good job with it, but even they lag behind just a little bit. I try to keep up with them, but those two, because I think from the interior offensive line perspective, I think that's the position that is going to be that where I would want to take the less risk possible. I would rather have a guy that I know exactly what I'm getting. Right? I know exactly what I'm getting.
You're talking about guard, center guard, somewhere inside.
Absolutely. Guard, center guard, or maybe like a Dalton Reiser that can do both, right? It just something there that I know exactly what I'm getting. I know what I'm paying for. And then, I can draft elsewhere. That's where I would be most comfortable with spending money, bringing in a free agent, and then that way the draft risk goes to backup running back, 2/3 receiver, outside receiver, speed receiver, however you want to couch that, maybe interior defensive line, if you will. But those positions are positions that I think it's a little easier to be a plug-and-play guy. There's wide receiver or even running back. It's hey, go this way, I'm going to get you the ball. Pass protect, you know who you got, and that's it, right? I mean, when you talk O-line, man, there's a lot of movement. There's a lot of communication. There's a lot of different calls. There's a lot. It's a tough ask to ask a guard to come in and make an impact right away, even if they are a first or second round, guard. So that's where I hope they're making a little bit of room, is that interior offensive line.
Yeah, I would imagine they're not done there. I'd imagine they're not done at the interior offensive line spot, and that could come through the draft. There are some guys there as you just went through those guys. A name that intrigues me in a position that I also think is out there that is something that they may want to add to is I see down here Foley Fatukasi is still on this list. Obviously, they know him. I know he's getting older. He's older up there right now. That Calais Campbell one is interesting to me.
Is it?
That one's is he, to see how much he still has in the tank. I think Miami, he was still pretty good. But just a guy on the inside, when their thought is we're going to rotate a lot of different guys. We're going to rotate a lot of different guys. And this is a guy that can give push from the inside. It's just a matter of, how much he has left in the tank. Right. And again, you're not using him as an every down, interior lineman anyway. This is a veteran that obviously I think fits into the locker room and fits into exactly what it is as from a leadership perspective they are looking for. He's number 11 on this list right now, Clint. That one, because I do think D tackle is a position, I think, whether it's going to be somebody else they know, I think that's a place they're going to fill. And again, even at 25, we'll see if the Grant kid from Michigan drops or some of the other guys. I wonder how good a player you'll get at that spot that can contribute immediately. Calais Campbell, when I looked at this list, obviously you take the interior offensive lineman. That makes a lot of sense too. But I'm looking at Brandon Sheriff immediately, and I see right. I said, Calais Campbell.
Well, the thing about
what
that,
he looks like getting him 20 snaps a game, 20, 25 snaps a game in a rotation.
Yeah, the interesting part about that is it's such a rotational position that you can take an older player that may not have, left in the tank what he did 2-3 years ago, but you can rotate him through and get him in some key situations and he can impact the game in a big way. So I'm always down for making somewhat risky moves with older players like that. I'm always in.
That's by the way, that's one of the biggest humans I've ever seen. Have you ever been in person with Calais Campbell?
Yeah.
Oh my God, that is an intimidating looking man. He is getting up there in age, isn't he? Boy, he is 38. He is every bit of 38. But man, 5 sacks from the inside last year. 6.5 the year before that with Atlanta. Yeah, but that is one of the biggest human beings I've ever seen in my life. And his voice matches it too. Like his voice is
doesn't sound like Mike Tyson.
No, he sounds like a scary Muppet. But
he's got,
he's not. Like go
that
dig.
threw me off so.
Like go dig up.
That's actually
go accurate. Dig up. Like it sounds like that.
Like Cookie Monster,
almost Cookie Monster.
Dikembe Mutombo.
something, but he's not African. But it is his voice is he's from Denver, so his voice it's like you've never heard Calais Campbell. You had to hear Calais Campbell.
I'm sure I have, but I can't think of it now. He has got
his voice is. It fits the bill.
Yeah. I don't know that I'd have gone with Big Muppet, but that's pretty good. That's pretty good description.
You remember he got involved. He was in that deal with Tyreek Hill when Tyreek Hill got arrested on the side of the road on the way. And you remember they were thinking about arresting him.
Hey, old Kermit the Frog here.
He got out of that car and wanted to chat with him a bit.
Yeah, and him getting out of that car, but that's a bunch of legs.
Yes,
turning. He don't just get in no car the way we do. I think he's got to get in the car using body positioning to get himself in there. But I that was one that interests me. But there are a lot of guys that are left that could help them in positions of needs, from wide receivers to interior linemen. On tackle. There's tackles there too.
If they want guys out there. They want to really solidify Titus as a guard.
Solidify receivers and everything there. So they've cleared out some space, cleared out some more with the Nico Achi. We'll see what else they're able to do. All right. As we continue, stock up, stock down, coming up in just a bit. But you spoke of this earlier, and I am disappointed in my cheapness. And I just can't, for some reason, find it to pull the trigger.
On what?
So I for a better part of a year, have had the message come to me and like, hey, you're eligible for a new phone. Go in there and get the new iPhone, whatever, and you can do that. But I'm gonna ride it out. But my phone here has been in a rough spot here for a minute anyway. For about 2 years now, I have not been able to charge my phone using the
port.
Let's be real though. All y'all's technology in that room right there is in pretty rough shape.
I don't think mine is.
I need to upgrade
I've got a great
upgrade
laptop.
your stuff, man.
I've got a great laptop. Shout out to Experimex.
Looks like you dropped it 10 floors up.
No, shout out to Experimex West Houston. No, I got a new one, baby.
That's a new. This new one.
That's
okay. So you did upgrade.
Yeah,
that one's not warped like that one.
No,
For all the people that got a warped, and Spearmax is the way to go.
Warped. But I'm sorry. But
I have to put it on. What are these things called? This is what one of these
charger pad.
Yeah, the charger pad to get this thing charged. I've had to buy them all throughout the house, and now on the trip to Disney, somewhere I lost the button to turn down, so I got to really.
This is unbelievable.
And that could be a potential problem in certain situations.
But I could still turn it down. I just really got to get my fingernail in there. I got to get my fingernail in there.
You save the money on the courtside seats, bro. Go get a new phone.
You know you can just swipe down and turn it down.
Huh?
You know you can just swipe down and turn it down, right?
I can just swipe down.
Swipe down to that menu, and there's a meter there.
Is it?
Did you really not know this? Oh my God. This is amazing if you didn't know this.
How about that?
I hate that. I hate that.
I got another year
I
with this
I
thing
hate that we told him that because now he's going to be cheap for another year.
Bro, you don't go to that constantly to like adjust your brightness and stuff? I'm always on that screen.
No, I don't. I keep my brightness in a good spot. But I've always just gone up and down. But I've had to, thank you. I've had to really.
He's legit excited about this.
That's a game changer.
I've had to really dive in there. But I know I need to. I think I even got a crack coming through right here. I know I need to go get a new phone, but
this is usually like.
But I can't pull the trigger.
I'll be honest. There's some of your cheapness level that I probably go. Man, I should probably adopt some of that. That's not one of them. There is of the things.
Could you, Tyler? I wish people on YouTube and Twitch could see the look in his face. He just rolled and closed. Didn't even roll his eyes. Just closed them. What I said.
If you ever need to justify spending, right? If you ever need to justify an expense,
I don't.
If it's something you use whether it's work or not, if it's something that you use every single day,
every day, all day,
like it's easy to justify that. Like I'll go spend $1,000 on one of these phones and walk out of there and be like, cool, whatever, because I'm gonna use that joker for, would you say 2 years? I mean, 2 years, you're about $2 a day, and you know how much you use that thing?
Text line coming in, exactly what I have to do with my iPhone. Appreciate it.
Yeah, we're helping folks out there.
My mind is blown. You did not know about that menu screen.
I'm just never
used. Tyler, you don't think like you don't.
I
like,
got it now.
Hey, on Twitter or Instagram, they always show you. You know, they throw up the iPad or the iPhone. I bet you've had this for a year and you don't know but 10% of what it can do.
Yeah,
those are ads targeted at this guy.
I did about 3 years with this puppy, and again, like I have been having to do the pad for easily 2 years.
Admittedly, though, going back to like my OCD thing we talked about, I'm always on that menu we're discussing because of my OCD. Like I'm always adjusting, make sure my volume's down, my brightness was right. It's a problem.
I'm telling you, man. I know I need to. I just can't.
Yeah, you need.
I cannot
you need to keep that up.
I cannot get.
You would be. You'd be lost.
I just cannot drive to the Verizon.
You'd be lost. Your wife and kids wouldn't be able to get in touch with you. Hell, you may not even be able. You may be somewhere where you need directions. You can't like that. That is your lifeline
with it at all times. My pad. I've been stuck.
My pad. Well, I'm more talking about if it breaks. I mean, you're losing buttons. You're losing. I mean,
sounds like damn
you're cracking screens.
First off, it's button singular. I've only lost one button, so I'm good. And now, thanks to my buddies, I know exactly how to.
I don't need that damn button.
I got your back.
I promise you that how bad it is.
Ron's been walking around with one of them cocaine fingernails, and everybody's like, I'm just turning my volume down.
I was about to tell you, I've bitten every last one of them off except for this one right here. This thumbnail, I can get right on down there. I've got
you can trim it up. You can chew it off now, man. Go ahead and get after that.
One time, like early on, I was trying to get it turned down, and I couldn't get in there. And it was just loud for no reason. God, boy, look at God. I got that's another year right there. I'm good to go. Made my decision. I didn't know. Made my decision. Stock up, moment. Stock up, stock down coming up next.
Cocaine and hookers, my friend.
The Texans signing of new left tackle Cam Robinson. See app to tune in.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Every season brings highs.
I'm in my drop top, cruising the streets.
And lows.
No way, because I know one of you two would have done the same thing that I just did.
Are you kidding me?
This trio always has eyes on the market in H-Town. It's time to buy or sell. It's stock up.
The arrow's pointed up.
Stock down.
They're selling, Mortimer.
On the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. You heard the big old voice guy. We do it every week here on The Drive, right around this time, this 3:20 p.m. segment. A little stock up, stock down. Each week we got a different flavor to it. Today, it is a March Madness edition, the Big Dance edition, the NCAA Tournament edition, whatever the hell you want to call it. Talking about hoops. So I want to start with you, Ron, the show Hughley. And as I'm known to do, I like to get the negative out of the way. So for you, Ron, stock down to this point right now in the NCAA tournament.
Well, I first want to say I was going to say stock down with my pockets, but now that I've been able to find out some additional things on my phone here.
Boys got your back.
No longer there,
Save
baby.
you a few dollars, man.
Save me that one right there.
Put
but no.
that towards courtside.
Damn, well, yeah, it's an option. Stop that. Maybe to the floors. But my stock down is to the women's NCAA tournament.
Sexist.
I think the loss of Juju Watkins is huge because I think clearly what we have learned is people do watch and care about women's college basketball. The numbers aren't to the level that it was when Caitlin and Angel were there, but they're still in a pretty good level in terms of how people watched women's college basketball this year. And their biggest star, Juju Watkins, is now out, moving into the more important rounds. And what we clearly know is people have not cared as much to the level they have watched the last couple of years, just based on the right teams to get there, right? UConn and Tennessee and all the teams that you can think of haven't brought this many eyeballs to the table, and clearly what has is star power. And I think they just lost their biggest star. I do think that Paige Becker and Juju Watkins matchup, UConn-USC, would have potentially jump-started eyeballs and pushed this thing forward. And now that they've lost their big star, I think it's going to be harder for them. So I think stock down right now for the women's tournament.
Unfortunate. But very fair, very accurate. I agree, man. When you lose one of a handful of superstars that's carrying it this year, boy, it's hard for that stock to hold steady.
Not sexist, but
yeah. I was sexist.
Sexist. Oh, I said the women's tournament.
No, I ain't sexist. The Drive loves the ladies. So that's Ron's stock down. Across the table, over to the former NFL quarterback, Clint Stoerner, Old Dirty Red. What is your stock down as we stand in the Big Dance?
I'm going to go with just blue blood pride in general, man. You know, this is a year when there's a lot of...
No, you're not talking about Arkansas.
Well, I mean, no. I wouldn't say Arkansas is a blue blood. Okay, I mean, they're coming here in a little bit, though. I mean, they're coming.
Second tier.
Not to come in too hard. I was just really hoping you weren't talking about them piggy.
North Carolina, UConn, and most importantly, Kansas just absolutely messing the bed. To leave Duke, Arizona, and Michigan State kind of out on their own. Would you say there's any more Florida? Would Florida be a blue blood for you in basketball?
I don't think so. Not
okay,
yet.
well, yes. Yeah, so I think those Duke, Arizona, Michigan State, probably the only three remaining. I mean, just
you could throw UCLA on there.
Oh, that's right, UCLA.
Indiana didn't even make it.
Golly, man, come on, keep them coming, man. I like when you add to me, strengthen my point here, man. Damn, North Carolina, UConn, UCLA, Indiana, and Kansas. Boy, y'all really messed the bed, pee down your leg, however you want to couch it.
All right.
Duke, Arizona, Michigan State. I mean, hopefully you can carry the torch there. But blue blood pride in general in college basketball. A lot of chalk, I guess, on this year's it's crazy.
Brackets. You're looking at it like Kansas is a 7 seed.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. UCLA's a 7 seed. Indiana didn't even make the tournament. UConn was a 9 seed. So even not just that they're gone, and Carolina was the last team to get in as an 11 seed. they didn't even play up to the normal thought that you would have of those teams.
Good deal. So we got the negatives out of the way.
Kansas, most importantly, is the negative.
Of course. All about the Jayhawks. Of course. So we got them negatives out of the way. Those are your stock downs. You're listening to The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley live on Sports Radio 610. Do this every single Wednesday about this time. And now we're going to go to our stock ups. And today's edition, as we've been saying, is March Madness. The guy who loves this time of year, we're on the show, Hughley. What is your stock up for the big dance?
Mine is power conferences. Clearly, we're seeing of all of the 16 teams left in the Sweet 16, they all come from power conferences, which is very, very unique. And not only that, fellas, is we know for the most part, not even just the most part, they're going to get the best players out of high school right off the bat, right? Cooper Flagg's not going to the Missouri Valley, right? Like they're going to get the best high school players, and now they're getting your best mid-major player too, right?
Yeah.
Like whoever is in the mid-major right now that's had a good tournament, whoever there was at Colorado State that went off, or the guy at Drake that went off, he's already left and transferred to go to Iowa. So, I mean, this looks like this is what we may see moving forward is power conferences, because they're immediately getting smaller conferences' best players play together for 4 years like we watched with Butler, and they're getting the best guys. So power conferences stock up.
Well, and the transfer window opening during the tournament is wild as well. I mean, these transfer windows, it's like whoever the decision makers are, and we're talking football or basketball, like it just makes zero sense with the amount of transfer windows when they happen. There's just so much wrong with the ability to transfer in college athletics right now that it's a crying shame they can't get this right.
Every one of the guys that played well in the first two rounds from smaller schools, they damn near all of them have entered the portal.
Yeah.
Damn.
As well as they should if they're able to.
Go look at Florida's team. Florida, all those cats are small, like a lot of them are small school guys.
Wildin'. Finish us off, Old Dirty Red. Stock up for you with March Madness.
It's easy, baby. Just gotta shoot up 59. Run that Oklahoma-Arkansas border. Get up there to Northwest Arkansas. You can go through Dallas if you want to. Get up there to Northwest Arkansas, up there in Fayetteville. Bud Walton Arena. Tyson Foods, appreciate you. John Calipari came over there to Arkansas, left Kentucky, came to Arkansas.
Y'all know I love Arkansas.
Yeah, baby. Started out here, Bryce. Started out rough. Hell, they were 0-5 in the SEC. They weren't even going to make the tournament. Fought through some injuries. I mean, he took over a team that had one guy in the locker room left. He was given $7 million. Thought it was $5 million, but I heard last night it was $7 million to go shopping. He brought in some talent. Took a little while to get those guys rolling together, but it seems like they've kind of hit digit seed left in the tournament, and they're catching a team in Texas Tech that I think they're gonna beat. They're a 6-point dog, but Tech's sniper, their big time shooter. He's hadn't shot well. I think he's injured, actually. And if he don't shoot, not only if he doesn't play, no chance. If he doesn't play and shoot lights out, Arkansas wins comfortably. I got to go with John Calipari, boys.
No, John. Yeah, listen, John beats Bill Self, Hall of Famer. Beats Rick Pitino, Hall of Famer.
7 seed, 2
in his
seed.
route. Yeah, in his route there, and so he. This has been a big year. By the way, Kentucky, another blue blood, they're still in it. Someone on the text line, you're right. Kentucky, his old school, but no, John has. He has been one of the stories of the tournament. I wonder is he going to continue to wear that jacket? Is he going to keep wearing that jacket that he has been rocking?
Really chaps old granny, old Mama Hog. Well, she's really. I mean, she's been known to repeat herself a bit, which I'm sure I do too. I'm sure our listeners are like, who the hell are you talking about? But
I hate to tell you.
Old Granny said multiple times that she just doesn't like the fact that old Calipari doesn't wear enough Razorback red.
Listen, all right, we got it. We got some news that we have got to talk about.
I ain't got no use for you.
This just came across my watch. Should I give it away now?
Well, no.
No, don't give it away now. All right, we got to get some news that just came across my watch just now.
The anticipation's going to be killing me.
I wanted to talk about something else crazy, but this is hilarious. Ooh. Absolutely hilarious. That's coming up.
When it comes to the Texans and trying to figure out
18 plus. In-game event. In-game event. Receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, we talked about this during the offseason. Manager Alex Cora of the Boston Red Sox went on our sister station, WEEI, today and said, we had conversations throughout spring training, and Rafael Devers was very vocal about how he felt, Cora said. We made a decision. Alex Bregman is going to play third, and Rafael Devers is going to DH every day. We are in the winning business, and Devers understands. Are we sure?
Now he understands.
Are we sure he does?
Did anybody check with that first baseman too?
You want to hear the guy from his own mouth about what he thought whenever he was asked about playing DH last month?
Oh, you still got that, huh?
How would you react if they asked you to DH? How would you feel about that?
No.
That is pretty awesome how that one aged.
No. Hey, man.
You think this one flies? You know, just gets swept under the rug, or you think this one?
Hold on. Devers got an answer for you.
No.
Nah, yeah, you're right. Nah, man, this ain't a good start. Like, listen,
what an idiot.
We can tell. No, I mean, I understand his thinking and thought like, hey, man, I'm the highest paid joker on this. I'm the one.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, it can't sit well with how gung-ho he stepped out publicly to now be back in the spot where
I agree.
You sitting on it and plus, and to think like DH, like clearly, and you know this, and Jordan has tried to be about this as well. Like guys just like being in the action. Like they don't like
guys that are used to it. Yeah, the sitting on the bench for 20 minutes every inning is rough. Yeah, could be rough. Could be really rough for certain players. It doesn't sound like he is a big fan of it.
Clint, there's no way you like he made the decision to go that hard about it.
Yeah,
there is no way. Bregman could, and didn't it? Bregman was operating like a guy who, I think one of y'all may have said it, but he was operating like a guy that knew. I know, right? My ass gonna be on.
They done told me before I signed this contract. They done told me where I'm gonna be playing. We didn't discuss DH, partner.
No.
Or second base.
Hey, we do second base. Yeah. Hey, I'll run out there and play a little second base. I know where the hell I'm gonna be.
Did he ever play second base in the preseason?
I don't even know
in the spring training.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Someone texted in and said Devers is tight as Howard. Sliding his ass over to play guard.
Sliding all over.
That's pretty damn good. As well done.
Man, my man. Hey, there ain't no way he's sitting over there get that conversation with. I bet Devers started just acting like he didn't understand any English. By the way, that conversation was acting like, and I ain't got nothing you're saying. Alex said, here, I got you. Hold on.
Well, I mean, this is just
you in Spanish.
The interesting thing about this is not that they settled on Bregman. Hell, it's really not even that Devers spoke up. Now, the way in which he did it was funny and aggressive. But the more interesting thing about this is we're talking about a pro franchise. We're talking about an MLB franchise that two of your higher paid, more important players on the entire team have to have some kind of friction and be at odds right now because of your inability to communicate. Because clearly it wasn't communicated. I mean, it's not like you would have earned the third base spot. I mean, they knew coming in there. This ain't Cam Smith.
Yeah, they knew front office wise everybody when they pulled the trigger on Bregman,
and they let that man walk up there and say, "Nope." No, I'm let that first baseman walk up there and talk about, "Nah, man,
said, that's our
he's
third
worked
baseman.
really hard. He's this, he's that." Even add more fuel to the fire because now Devers can go see what I've done. I don't need to say it. The first baseman said it. You see what I've done. See how hard I've worked. And now here you are with Bregman. Yeah,
you've taken your best player, and you have pissed him off when the season started.
Absolutely.
There's like right, Clint. You and I'll step away from you. You. Maybe you've not been in a baseball locker room, but you or clubhouse.
Yeah.
For some people losing.
Yeah, get it right, man. It's clubhouse.
But you've been in locker rooms. Like, there's no way he is this quickly. Like now, maybe at some point of the year he settles into it and understands it. But the dismount line from Cora of we're in the winning business, and Devers understands that.
Yeah.
There's right.
No chance. And look, the reality of it is, it would be different too, Ron, if they were partners.
Oh yeah,
you know what I mean. If they had a background, if they had a friendship, if they had some level of a relationship, I think it would be significantly better. From my point of view, these dudes they got zero in common.
Oh God,
it's a clash from word go.
God. Oh,
the typical Bregman slow start. That ain't gonna bode well.
Hey, listen. Hey, y'all done this.
I mean, know he's going to.
Many of y'all done got pissed off at work or something like that, and you go in because if I'm Rafael Devers and to think of how angry I think he is, Rafael Devers is going in here and just going to work. He going in there. He ain't talking to a damn person. He going there to go sit over there. Sunflower seeds.
He's just going to work.
Hey, just wrapped up because it's cold to start. Wrapped up in one of them big ass coats, just sitting there. You get a camera over there and blowing bubbles and just going up there and hitting. And then he get a home run. He may not high five nobody. He got a couple of dudes on the team that he's good with, that he messed with. But I mean, he gonna be sitting over there just arms crossed, pissed for at least a month. At least a month. Hey,
with that slow start Bregman always has, it's going to be even worse.
Hey, Bregman strikes out. He's going to be sitting over there third base. This what we brought him in for?
No.
Take my spot?
No.
My man thought he had the pool rolling around that bad boy. I said, hell no. No, this is my team. I'm playing third base. Nope.
That is interesting, man. Keep your eye on what's going on up in Beantown, man.
You ain't lying. As Tyler played that, they posed the question exactly about DH, and he said, nope.
No.
And they got his ass at DH. Every day is what he said. Every day. Ain't that a beast? That's rough. Shout out to J.J. Watt. J.J. Watt has been named as a game analyst now. He is going to be in the booth and off the pre and post game host team, which he wasn't there every Sunday. That was interesting.
Justin James, you son of a bitch.
Yeah, he was out there 12, 13 weeks or something. But he is going in the booth with Iron Eagle, which Iron Eagle's the number 2 team. He's replacing Charles Davis, who's going to go over to college next year. But number 2 team, J.J. Watt, already with Iron Eagle. They put him down. Now, Christmas Day, he worked. It was him and Nate Burleson, and they worked with Iron Eagle for Netflix for Christmas Day. And I thought he was pretty good.
I guess I missed that.
They did the Steelers-Chiefs game, and I thought he was pretty good.
Well,
Nate was awful.
I'll say this: a three-man booth is significantly easier than a 2-man.
Well, especially Nate was awful. Nate was just.
Was he?
Oh, he was.
Nate's good on that Nickelodeon, though, isn't he?
No, he's good everywhere else. Well, Nate was watching the game like the way we do up in the press box,
right?
And he's yelling out things that are happening that we can't see on the screen.
Oh, well, that's terrible.
Like Kelsey's open. Like in the middle of the play, right back. Oh, Kelsey's open, and then
all of a sudden the ball goes to Kelsey.
Yeah. Oh, Kelsey's open. Oh, there it is. Oh, this was gonna get picked off.
I don't know how. I haven't not heard JJ. I was fixing to say, I don't.
You don't. He was good. He was pretty good, as you said. Though there was a third person, and he was taking up more of the oxygen, I believe, than JJ was.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that they're not surprised. JJ is a big name and did pretty good in the role he was in, but they're moving him right to the second team immediately. Like, he's going to call playoff games. He's going to call some of the big games outside of Jim and Tony every week.
I wonder, like, a lot of that has to do with, like, the chemistry with having worked with Iron Eagle and the feel that fit is
right, how much they're paying.
Is better. Yeah, no, that has a lot to do with it too. They're gonna get their money's worth, and they're gonna figure out where he best.
I gotta believe JJ was making more than guys like Charles Davis.
Oh, I would. Trent Green. I would imagine. But yeah, I mean, you just gotta put them with the best that you can possibly put them with, and when they're green like that, man, that's gonna be. Yeah, I don't know.
You know what
I like JJ. I'll listen. I don't know, man. I don't know how much of that's gonna.
I think he'll be all right. You know what I hope this means though? I hope this means that CBS doesn't feel the need that they got to replace him in the studio show. Yeah, they got too many. They got too many damn dudes up there anyway.
Agreed.
I hope it's just. Hey, Coach and Matt Ryan and Nate and that's it. They didn't. Cause sometimes, boy, it'd be like, boy, are they able to fit? That Fox, they had to pull out the COVID disc.
You talk about the easiest money you'll ever make. I mean, could you imagine doing this show with about 4 or 5 guys? I mean, damn, it's just unbelievable.
That Fox, they had that COVID. They let Jimmy retired on them, so that maybe they're down.
But Ron, think about that, man. Them dudes would show up to work in a suit, fly in from all over, private jet, most of them. I mean, get paid all kind of money, do makeup, do hair. Remember that hair JJ had at one time?
Say 77 words
max.
Pre and post.
I mean, it's like, golly, man, and you just it's wild. That you talk about just for giving away money. Good God.
What you got coming up at the 4?
The Astros, baby, opening day tomorrow. What do you think of that lineup? How after all the changing, the shuffling of the deck, baby, new guys, new faces, rookies. How you feel about this lineup? We'll tell you. Well, at least take a guess at what that lineup's going to look like, and cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610.
No.
Cam Smith has made the Astros opening day roster, and that's great news for us fans. Right, Sean?
Don't be afraid to be excited.
HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Video games are the devil.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
It is. It's one of them old dirty dailies on a Wednesday, on a good hump day. I did remind my wife this morning, boys, when I left the house. You know, it's
Wind Down Wednesday.
I'm not sure that she picked up what I was saying. She just continued getting ready and
hate it when they do that.
Clearly, she picked it up.
Told me how she was in a hurry, kind of deal. You know, I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean,
clearly she picked it up.
Well, I mean, you know, it's when you got two little ones running around the house, it's the free moments are few and far between. So
she picks it up, you put it down. You know what I mean, bro?
Well, I mean,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess that's what you want to call it. I mean, yeah, it's the effort's there. The effort is damn sure there.
I'm still looking at you.
But baby, if you listen out there, it is Wednesday. It's an old hump day. But we'll get to that. We'll get to that later on. I'll keep y'all posted on that right there. Dirty's Daily. Dirty's Daily is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hard as hell to say, easy to dial. 281-222-2222. Hey, y'all, opening day is tomorrow. The Astros got the Mets, man. 3:10 p.m. first pitch. Framber Valdez versus Clay Holmes. Remember talking about this? Clay Holmes is I think I saw 7 years since his last start. He's been a closer.
I was going to say he's been in the bullpen for the Yankees.
Yeah, well, he's been one of the better closers in the game for a handful of years. Been a Yankees closer of late, and decided he wanted to make a jump back into that starter role. And the Mets said, "Okay, well, we'll pay you some good money to do it. In fact, we'll throw you out there opening day." You got an interesting matchup there. Not with Framber, but Clay Holmes. That's one thing to keep an eye on. Of like, what does this look like? What does this transition look like? A lot of interesting transitions to watch in that game tomorrow. Starting with Clay Holmes, but also here in Houston, obviously Cam Smith in right field. At least that's what we think is going to happen. And then Altuve in left field again. At least that's what we think is going to happen. But the question here is, and we're going to take our best stab at this.
What you think somebody may have woken up and said, you know what, let's put Dubon. Let's put him in left field and put Altuve at second base.
I don't know that you'd get a whole hell of a lot of pushback if you're Joe Espada. I don't know if you'd get a whole lot of pushback if we woke up tomorrow and the starting lineup had Altuve at second and Dubon in left. I don't know that too many people would have a problem with that. But
I'd like it.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be okay with it. I'd little spring training experiment didn't work out. Let's go ahead and get back to doing what seems to make a little bit of sense here. But I would imagine that the Astros, what we saw throughout spring training on two different fronts is what we're going to get. Cam Smith playing the new position of right field, and Altuve playing the new position of left field. I think those things are going to come to fruition once real baseball starts, which again, it's tomorrow at 3:10. Take a little stab at this lineup, boys, and let me know what you think about it. I'll be honest with you, up front, just looking at it, I'm a lot more comfortable with this lineup than I was a month ago. You know, you think about Tucker being gone, Bregman being gone, and you start really getting nervous about this lineup. And I don't know if it's just the Astro fan in me that's overconfident right now or what, but I really like this lineup. We're talking about Jose Altuve in left field, Isaac Paredes at third base, Yordan Alvarez DH, Christian Walker, who was announced yesterday after 7 at-bats in a minor league game. He will be in the starting lineup, or at least they expect him to be in the starting lineup, barring any setback, being in the starting lineup tomorrow. Walker in the 4-hole at first base. Yainer Diaz in the 5-hole catching. Big Cam Smith, right field in the 6th spot. Jeremy Pena, shortstop, batting 7th. Mauricio Dubon second base, batting 8th. And then Jake Myers, center field, batting 9th. Boys, I'm going to be just honest with you. Like, I feel that lineup looks a lot better than I expected it to look.
Well,
when them other two fellas exited.
I think when it comes, at least for now, obviously when they left, but really for now, Clint, are you feeling a lot better about the back half of that? Because I think that's where a lot of it is, right? Because you knew, like, you felt pretty good that Walker, Altuve, and Jordan and he up in the front half. You felt pretty good. And Paredes hasn't been bad. But are you feeling better about the back half with Cam Smith, Pena, Dubon, and Myers? I think that's a lot of where people have concern with the lineup.
Yeah, well, I was afraid that 7, 8, 9 was going to look a lot different than that. That 6, 7, 8, 9 was going to look a lot different than that. We don't know.
It would have been probably Pena, Chaz, Dubon, and Myers.
Look, I'll be honest with you. My thought was that Pena was going to be expected to bump up into that 2-hole and be more towards the top of that lineup. But I understand the Paredes, and with Paredes and Walker coming in, obviously you lengthen your lineup significantly there. Now it's not. I don't think it's Bregman and Tucker, but hopefully we get some level of similar production from those two combined. And then you look down at 6, 7, 8, 9, and you still got Pena and Dubon, who I got a ton of confidence in. Cam Smith is coming. Can he stay in that 6-hole? And then again, Jake Myers is one of them. I know we joke a lot on this show about Jake. I mean, if anybody in this lineup right now that we just put out there, if anybody should feel pressure to take a step, like another step, a step in the right direction, and be better this year than they were last year, and like noticeably better, I think several guys need to for the Astros to have the success that they expect to have. But the one that I think is just flat out time is Jake Myers. Like, if Jake Myers produces at all, if he improves from last year at all, again, my confidence level in this lineup a little bit higher than it should be.
Offensively, Jake, can you just figure out like one thing you could be really good at? Like, is it one thing that you can figure out to be really good at? Because to me right now, Clint, like when you look at this lineup, there are two guys right in here that I think are the ones, I don't even want to say pressure, but I think are the ones that really will determine a lot of what this lineup looks like. And that's in the 6 and the 7 spot.
Yeah.
Because I think we know what Altuve is. Obviously, we know what Jordan is. Paredes, that's somebody who could take a jump because of where he is in the lineup. But even with him, like, especially now hitting between Alvarez and Altuve, like he shouldn't just have he should be a train wreck. I mean, he's going to be. This is a guy who
said it yesterday. He's in the best spot in the lineup.
Yeah, he's hit 19 home runs. He's got this is a guy that you think will at least be good and feel like you know what you're going to get roundabout, especially where he is in that lineup. Dubon, I feel like I know what I'm going to get from Dubon. I think Dubon is kind of got that clutch thing going a bit. And he'll come up with timely hits, and he'll get on the. I know what he's going to do. Jake, my expectations from him offensively aren't that high, right? But Smith and Pena, those two guys, their performance, because those are two guys that maybe we know the least about what they're going to do, even though Jeremy Pena's been here a little bit. And if those two, I think, will determine a lot, because if they are swinging the bat pretty well, that means you don't necessarily need as much from Dubon and Myers. If they aren't, you may need a little bit more. So I think 6 and 7 in that lineup, Smith and Pena, really are, I think, going to determine a lot of how this lineup is.
Astros opening day tomorrow. The New York Mets, 3:10 p.m. 713-572-4610. Do you think this is what the lineup looks like, and how confident are you in this lineup? Altuve, Paredes, Alvarez, Walker, Diaz, Smith, Pena, Dubon, and Myers. Look, I mean, there's how does Altuve look in left field? Is Christian Walker really healthy after 7 at-bats yesterday? Can Cam Smith carry the momentum from spring training into the regular season? Can Pena carry the momentum from spring training into the regular season? Other than Cam Smith, Pena was pretty hot in spring training.
Yep.
Right? Can Jake Myers just be a different player and improve? There's just so many question marks here. Question marks. I don't know if that. Yes, it is. But I mean, like reasons to tune in and watch the Astros if you need it any more than opening day. There's just a lot of reasons. The rotation right now, starting pitchers again. I look at and I'm a little uncomfortable with my confidence level. Starting pitching from Valdez, O'Neill, Ronel Blanco, Spencer Arrighetti, and Wisniewski. Don't know anything about Wisniewski, but those top four, I'm pretty confident in pitching. Starting pitching is not going to be the problem, assuming they can stay healthy.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident in the top two. And I liked what I saw from Arrighetti as the season moved on.
Yeah.
And I would slam the button on Ronel Blanco's season again. I know he kind of tailed off a bit late. Yeah, I'd slam it right now for O'Neill.
That scared the hell out of me, man. I didn't know what the hell that was. I guess my headphones were too loud.
I was trying to set that tone of Ron, slamming the hell on of it.
He said it. To me, I feel most confident about Framber and Hunter Brown. The other guys, I do have questions, right?
Yeah.
Like, I love how Spencer Arrighetti closed the season, but
yeah,
now from the top, you're the third guy. Like, how does he handle that pressure? It's a new ball game. Blanco, like, we hadn't really seen that sustained type of pitching in that long period of time. Do you have that? And again, as you said, Wisniewski, we don't know a ton about. So the top two guys, I feel as good as anybody in baseball with those two. The other ones, I do have some questions.
Pretty amped about first pitch tomorrow, 3:10, opening day, Astros, Mets.
At Daikin.
At Daikin Park, baby. Like it, baby. That's growing on.
A lot of people texting in saying it looks really weird without the train out there now.
And the train's going to be up there, though, right?
Yeah. Yes. Up on the broadcast against the Space Cowboys the other night of not putting it on the screen, and maybe it was wheeled back to where you wouldn't have seen it anyway.
I
it'll
saw
be there.
Brian McTaggart.
I saw a report probably 2 weeks ago that said, "Don't worry, it'll be there."
Yeah, it's part of Houston. It's part of the
what
culture.
did you see, Ron?
I just saw him take a picture of,
and it's not there.
No. I don't see
that old track that used to run down Crawford
it's not there.
Street.
It's not
there.
there.
Get that thing wide open, don't they?
Yeah,
it'll be there.
Tyler said he believes.
Here's the deal.
Because it had the oranges in there.
It was pulling oranges, right? What are we pulling? Ice cubes now?
I think it'll be big old ice cubes. That's what I told Ron the other day.
I was hoping it'd be air conditioning units.
Ice harvesting like on Frozen. like Sven on Frozen.
Just a bunch of old broke down window units hanging out at the back of the car.
Like, hey, they told everybody, hey, everybody in Houston, if you've got some window units that you don't need,
pull up.
You can have your window unit. You can have your window unit in the trade here at Daikin Park. Someone texted, damn sure, are you ever glass half full? I mean, I'm just saying. I feel great about the first two guys. Do I feel great that Ronel Blanco is going to replicate what he did last year? I don't know. Do I feel great that Spencer Arrighetti, now that teams have been able to watch him play and now he's got to step up into the 3 spot? I don't know. Same way I felt about Hunter Brown last year.
Yeah.
Hunter Brown then turned into Hunter Brown.
Yeah, so he's confident in 2 of 5, so he's not even half full or half empty, so he's below that. So,
but aren't you?
I feel good about
right now. You're like Spencer Arrighetti. Bam! I feel great that Spencer Arrighetti is going to be a number 3 starter.
Great might be strong because we saw time and again last year. The kid has nasty stuff. He could be great someday. He might be a really good starting arm for this Astros team for a long time to come. But last year we saw it over and over again. These stretches where his command just vanishes.
But again, just like this to the texture, who am I, do I believe, self-proclaimed president of the fan club? Lance. Now, whose job is Lance going to take?
Hopefully Kikuchi.
Jordan.
I'd feel a lot better if Kikuchi was the number 3 starter and they brought him back.
Not.
But he is not. But when I look at Lance, I'm the president of the Lance fan club. Do I have a lot of confidence? Like, where's my confidence level at that Lance is going to come back in here and give you 25 starts, 30 starts?
No.
I'm hopeful.
Yeah, you don't get 30 out of Lance.
Bury me in the age.
We might get about 10. We might get about 10. I'm gonna call it 10.
Lance is rolling about 20.
That's a good little Astros convo, man. I can't wait till we get some action, some real action, to see what it's all about, man. By the way, the fastest growing all Astros talk podcast that's out there, folks. That's available. The fastest growing is that Big Orange Wagon.
There you go.
That Big Orange Wagon. New episode of the Big Orange Wagon posted Tuesday. Talked to little Cam Smith and opening day for the Stros. Now you can download the Odyssey app, AUDACY, and you can listen to us. You can listen to us live. There's a rewind feature. You can go back and listen to any kind of interviews or any segments that you missed. Every segment is podcasted along with that Big Orange Wagon, and all the podcasts that come out of Sports Radio 610 here are on that Odyssey app, AUDACY. Make sure you download it and take us everywhere that you go. T, what you got, babe?
I was just going to encourage people. I appreciate you, Clint, laying that out there about the Big Orange Wagon. But we have a lot of fun with it, man. We'll keep you up to date with all the Astros latest. But me and Patrick like to laugh a bit, too, when we do these podcasts for the Big Orange Wagon. So hop on the wagon. Choo-choo, MFers.
Yeah.
Hop on the wagon.
Do you guys just stay baseball, or do you guys get a little nasty sometimes?
No, it's strictly Astros talk.
Really?
Well, I guess some live stuff runs in every
I have a hard time believing that you two ain't straying off in the weeds every now and then.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
I had talked about some breasts
It may not. Yeah, I've been saying it may not be Texans or Rockets, but I
know. Yeah, that's not what I expected.
Did discuss a nice rack recently. That's
there you go.
All right.
Who walked by?
I wish it was Kate Upton.
No,
over there in San Francisco now.
And they're in San Francisco, just blending in.
Good job avoiding HR.
Just blending in, I guess. All right, coming up. Do you like what the New York Giants are doing? They bring in Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston. They still have the number 3 pick. And do you think it's fair how Russell Wilson has been viewed here, especially from a quarterback's perspective? Is it fair how he's been viewed? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all.
10.
Hughley has came in the game.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Were you fellas surprised by the late? I mean, literally as we were ending the show, about to hand it off to Texans All Access, that came across. Were y'all surprised that the Giants signed Russell Wilson to a
Absolutely
1 year? I think it's up to $21 million. 10.5 is guaranteed. Name is.
I was just about to say.
You would think this makes him at least in the leader in the clubhouse in terms of the starter, with Jameis going 2 years, $8 million, and he's getting up to 21.
I would be in that quarterback room so bad.
Oh my God, I'm scared. I'm scared. That looks like because both of them are two guys that are in the get on your last nerve club in their own separate ways. Like Jameis, we laugh and have fun with Jameis with this stuff.
Water has no soul.
But that gets on your nerves after 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
As
17 weeks. Like, come on, man, dog. Like, and then Russ can get on your nerves all the way, just because he's Russ. But are you surprised? Are you surprised by that?
I'm surprised as hell, and I'm not going to give New York any credit at all. I think they are dysfunctional. I think it's a bunch of. It's like it's a clown show.
That's right.
I think it was obvious in their handling of Saquon Barkley. And by the way, I said that when it happened. I didn't wait until Saquon had a Super Bowl MVP caliber year.
You're never going to shake that off.
No, but it's baffling, and they shouldn't. If it's not, I mean, here's the thing: if anybody could ever wrap their head around it, besides guys that played 20 years in the league, it should be me. I mean, what I saw in Dallas and what I saw in Miami, it blew my mind how poorly ran, how dysfunctional, I mean. How head coaches become head coaches aren't any part of a leader and don't even try to be a leader, and they're just getting, in that profession at the pinnacle, how do these guys get head coach gigs in one of 32? And then you look at what's going on in New York, and it's just what? How did that? And I'm not necessarily talking about Daboll. I like Daboll.
I was going to say you were higher on Daboll before you watched that.
Well, I don't dislike Daboll. I just don't. I don't understand how. I remember Daboll, when he asked the question on the Hard Knocks episode of when does the legal tampering period end? When can we literally sign people? How are you the head coach and you don't know that? You asked that on national TV to a bunch of guys that are going over there. Well, if we trade Saquon Barkley, what's our identity going to be? Well, we've got to find out what Daniel Jones. What in the hell are y'all talking about? The whole thing was just to me. You don't come back from that, and this is right in line with trading Saquon Barkley, the handling of Daniel Jones. This is right in line with it. I will try to make, just for the sake of the conversation. I think there's one way that it makes sense. Because we've talked about this before, Ron, is I don't like the thought of being bad for multiple years just to get early draft picks, right? I think the damage that does to your organization from inside and outside the walls of your, I think that is, and sometimes some teams have never recovered from it, right? I just don't buy into that. But if you look at New York, if they were to make a play for one of the quarterbacks, whoever that may be, right? And you say,
you're talking about in the draft?
In the draft. Yeah. Russ is going to be our starting quarterback, and he's going to focus on starting, and he's going to focus on leading and winning and creating and making the dysfunction disappear. Make the New York Giants keep, what's the receiver's name again? My mind
Malik Neighbors.
Keep Malik Neighbors on the track. Keep that train on the track. Don't let it completely that. Your job is to play football, manage the locker room, win as many games as you possibly can. Now, Jameis, if we need you, you need to be there, which he's proven he is extremely valuable in that situation. But for the time being, we need you to take Shedeur Sanders or the Shuck kid or Jackson Dart, whoever it is. We need you to take this dude under your arm, and we need you to embrace that role. Don't worry about starting. Don't worry about being the face of the organization. Be yourself. Be loosey-goosey, but teach his kid how to study a professional playbook. Teach his kid how to get here on time and be accountable and work out and handle the media and all these kind of things. That's the only way that I can even make sense of this. Like that's I'm trying for everybody. Like to me, if all of those stars align for the Giants, then I could see this being a smart play. Otherwise, I don't know what the hell they're doing.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, this seems like a recipe for the GM and the head coach to go ahead and get fired. Right?
Yeah, agreed.
Because I don't know how many games they would have to win, or what they would have to do to make it. Especially, it's like that would be strange. It is a weird situation. I look at this though. What I am, because I don't like it. It doesn't look like a great fit, but because Jameis is going to be the happy, fun guy, and people are going to probably want to start seeing Jameis in a bit, or the young guy, like you got if they draft a quarterback. But the thing for me is, like, I'm a bit surprised how the view is on Russell Wilson, because like this was his last shot to be a starter this year, right? Like the Raiders went and traded for Geno. Like the Saints, maybe they go young, but they still have Derek Carr. I mean, these are 30-something quarterbacks. Russ is 36. Like hell, the Browns decided to go with Kenny Pickett. There are teams. Jets went with Justin Fields. Maybe he's still in. There are a lot of teams that are not going with young guys or established quarterbacks, that are going with bridge guys. And and Aaron Rodgers is going to probably go with the Steelers. Another one. I am surprised that it feels like Russ seems to be last on that list. Russ he's gone 42-13 touchdown passes to interceptions the last 2 years.
Yeah, wow.
Like the last 2 years, he is good. This is going to be his fourth offense. The last 2 years, he's 14-13 as a starter. They went to the playoffs last year. Obviously, they lost, but they went to the playoffs last year. He helped kind of turn them around a bit. Like the numbers compared to any of these other guys that we're talking about that are going to be bridge starter guys, he's killing them. Like, and he was with Sean Payton, who appeared to not really be all in about things with him. I wouldn't be surprised if Sean called some plays that said, "Let's see how you get through this one.
See how you get out of this one, partner."
And then with Pittsburgh, their offense obviously turned, and he's got George Pickens, who's I don't know what George wants to do, but it is a bit surprising that he was a Pro Bowler last year, by the way, an alternate, but it says Pro Bowl beside his name last year. But a 10-time Pro Bowler, All Pro, won a Super Bowl. Before he left Denver, was a fringe Hall of Fame guy. 42-13 the last 2 years, winning record. He seems like people are going. I'll go Kenny Pickett in Cleveland over. I'll stick with Derek Carr over him. I'm a bit like, I know he's corny.
That's always the shocking, right? As we talk about it every year, like these veteran quarterbacks, proven veteran quarterbacks that are available, and again, the Kenny Pickett's, Justin Fields, these guys not only get jobs, but they're starters. And it's like, how does that happen continually when you got guys of hell, even Jameis Winston?
Yeah,
I mean, to pick those guys over any of them, it seems
like I'd probably go Flacco over some of these dudes.
Yeah, but youngsters, I guess they're cheap.
42-13.
Justin Fields wasn't cheap.
No, I just didn't. I guess I didn't realize that point. I'm not saying Russ is a starter in this league right. But I'm just saying if we're going bridge quarterbacks, I am surprised it feels like Russ is the last guy. Like it is a clear separation. Like even him and Aaron, a clear separation. But you look at their numbers, it's not that different. All right, coming up, it's 4:40 on a Wednesday. That means we hear from our guy Brandon Scott. He'll be in studio as the Rockets start to close in to the regular season coming to an end and getting ready for the playoffs. They're in the 2 seed. They win last night. We'll talk to Brandon Scott, get a breakdown of the Rockets. That's coming up next.
All right, do you own acreage or own an acreage lot? Right? If so, Our Vision Homes will build on your land. In fact, they're the best in the business, baby.
SportsRadio.com.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
We're talking hoops, H-Town. Our guy B. Scott has all the latest from the hardwood in Clutch City.
Ain't nobody in here acting like no bitches.
It's the Rockets Report.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
All right, welcome in. Rockets Report. Brandon Scott is in the building every single Wednesday, 4:40. B. Scott, I don't know if you was at the game last night, but Tyler was, and somehow got him some floor seats.
Yeah,
Second row, $375.
I had some
$375.
I had some last minute commitments and could not make it, but I was proud to see that Tyler was not up there in the nosebleeds.
Wow, for $375.
Lavish.
They didn't even have them. They didn't even have those available on Game Time.
Yeah, hey, it must be nice to be living good with your bets. To be striking with those bets, man, you got a little disposable income.
You know what it feels like.
I do know what that little disposable income looks like.
You hit on a few of them, didn't you?
Yeah, man. Hey, I know a good one when I see them.
There you go. We still talking about bets?
All of it.
All of the above.
If we talking about courtside seats, if we talking about courtside seats to the Toyota Center, we talking about a lot of different things that look good and sound good and probably feel good.
Yes, sir.
If I had to imagine.
Keep on going.
Calm down, Tiger. Know who I'm looking at, too. Stop it. That trail off laugh. All right, they got a dub last night as they get closer and closer to the playoffs, trying to maintain that 2 seed. Now, I want to pose this to you as I did yesterday. They won the 9-game streak. Obviously, none of the teams were above 500 that they beat. Maybe Orlando, maybe the best team they beat in that stretch.
And they can't shoot.
Yeah. But then they play the Denver Nuggets at home Sunday night without Jokic, and they lose that game. Mm-hmm. Obviously, they come back and beat the Hawks last night. They're 2-8 in their last 10 games against teams above 500. That loss to the Nuggets, is that compared with the losing or the winning streak, everything they've done? That loss to the Nuggets, is that 82 games? That's something that you have some concern moving forward as they start to play in these important games.
Yes, because it's both. I mean, like, it is one of 82 and just an L, and you could easily chalk it up to that if you wanted to and make an excuse for them if you wanted to. But I'm under the impression that we're supposed to be taking this basketball team seriously now, that we dare have expectations for the Rockets in ways that we have not in the past 3 to 4 years or so. So, like, are we going to hold their hand and handle them with kick gloves, or are we going to put our big boy pants on and actually go out there and try to be competitors and actually want to do something? Not want this to just be a Cinderella story, a feel-good story. Let's pat ourselves on the back for being one of the better stories in the league and one of the better turnarounds in the league. But do you actually want to go out there and win something and be about something? And it ain't just enough to lose to the Nuggets, but to lose to the Nuggets at home and a Jokic-less Nuggets team at that, and to not have any answers for a Jamal Murray who, while he can still cook, and we saw that, he is not the same player that he was when they won the championship, or certainly not that bubble year. Yeah. Like, you should show up and perform better than that under the circumstances. And so I would say that that's one to not necessarily file away for later, but just don't forget that, because that's a teachable moment. And then even yesterday, last night in victory, my thought is,
I came back. I said, how the hell this thing get to 5?
Hey, look, I'm glad you won the damn game, and I'm not going to complain about a win, especially when you need to get all the ones that you can get while you're in this tight race for that 2 seed. But they got to learn how to not let go of that rope. Like, the thing that they're doing right now is building callus on their hands, right? They're building that callus. You got to learn how to not let go of that rope. Yeah. That rope, you got it, and to put the pedal to the metal, as they say, stomp on their throat when you got them. And they did not do that. Credit to them for coming out with the win, but they still got some things they got to address.
I just don't know how to approach them. Like, the way everything you just said, there's a part of me that's like, hey, all right, man, they're young, they're here, and maybe the expectation shouldn't be. Their seed says their expectation should be really, really high. Their seed says their expectation should be Western Conference Finals, as they're the 2 spot right now. But then I go back and forth on how the approach should be towards expectation-wise with this team.
Well, I mean, I think that's the fascination and maybe frustration with this team, right, is the back and forth. They can't figure them out, the who's who. But I tell you, there's a couple of guys, again, that were big last night down the stretch after they gave up a 20-point lead going to the fourth quarter by getting outscored 20-4 to start that fourth quarter. But there was two guys, B. Scott, that we talked about last time we were in here, and I want to circle back to those guys now that we've had a couple more games. The Jalen Green, inconsistencies or Jalen Green
roller coaster.
Roller coaster. There you go. That's what I'm looking for. That sucker seems to be planing out right now, doesn't it? And I don't. And that's my question to you: is how real do you it look? It's very believable to the casual fan eye that turns it on and is like, man. The dude seems to be more in control of his game and the game when the ball's in his hand than ever before. And now we're seeing it for 7 or 8 straight games where the numbers are up, the moments are big, and he seems to be getting better and better and better and better with every moment.
Yeah, man, I feel like it's been a steady improvement for Jalen Green in that way, really ever since Ime Udoka got here. The frustrating part with Jalen Green is that sometimes you see those lapses in decision making, but more than anything, his big issue is just an inconsistent jump shot. And so how good he is on a night-to-night basis can depend on one or two things. And it's usually not the decision making these days. It used to be now. But these days it is how credible is his jump shot on a night-to-night basis, and is he getting to the foul line, either through aggression or the friendly whistle or lack thereof, right? Like how effective is he getting to the foul line and forcing the issue, and can he just knock down his jumpers? And some nights he can and some nights he can't. And the nights when he can't, those shots look like terrible shots. You're like, man, what are you doing? Why don't you just slash? Why don't you just go to the basket? Why don't you run some kind of two-man game? Where's the pick and roll? Where's the motion? Where's the play call? Like, what are you doing? But then when the shot is falling, it's like, damn, that dude is special.
But B. Scott, to that point, exactly, I'm going to cut you off, but to that, cool. I don't want you to move on from that point. Like, that seems to be significantly better. Like, I'm a fan. A good shot's a good shot. Whether it's your night or not, or whether it goes in or not is at that level. It's like, hey, man, as a fan, I got to live and die with it. It seems like he's taking shots where me as a fan goes, what the hell was that?
Yeah.
Even if he does have an off night, he's missing quality shots.
Right. Yeah. He is a better decision maker and a better shot selector, even if he is still a somewhat inconsistent shooter. And that's what the bulk of his inconsistencies come down to, is how credible of a shooter is he on a given night. And so some nights when we don't see it look the way we want it to look, that's normally what's happening. It's not that he's out there hunting bad shots or making bad decisions, because we've seen a lot less of that over time over these last couple of years, and it's a credit to his game.
Brandon Scott here with this Rockets Report 440. Someone texted in, Nuggets shot 51% from three. They were 58% halfway through the third. That's not sustainable. But Jokic is. In a postseason series, Jokic, maybe they don't shoot that way, but Jokic it doesn't get easier with him on the floor. No,
you also have to defend that. You know what I mean? Like, I understand that they shot the ball well, but there's always another side to that coin where they just shooting the ball well. Sometimes you got to take your L, but also you got to look at yourself and figure out what part am I playing in their offense looking so damn good on a given night.
Last night, again, Amin Thompson left ankle soreness, didn't play in that game.
We just got some news on that if you want it.
Jared, please.
Well, let's hear it, please.
Yeah, just literally a minute or two ago it's being reported. Danielle Lerner, I believe.
The new Rockets beat writer, by the way, for the Houston Chronicle, took over for Jonathan Fagan.
Rockets guard Amin Thompson, left ankle sprain, and center Steven Adams questionable to play tomorrow in Utah.
Okay. So he missed questionable tomorrow in Utah, missed yesterday. Obviously, he missed several games with the ankle issue. They're heading into the postseason, and they got to have him. Yeah. He's probably, to me, their best all-around player when you include everything. How serious and significant are you hearing maybe this thing is?
Yeah, just based off of the listing, the fact that he's questionable and that there isn't any greater news than that tells me that he's going to be all right. The concern about it is like, okay, the accumulation of it. At what point do the injuries start to stack, and you wonder if there's some wear and tear, some fatigue, or just some overall soreness from this hurting and that cling? You understand, hey, man, this hurts and that hurts. Right. And so, where's the seesaw going to balance itself out at? I do worry about that, but he's a young dude, super athletic, and I think it's good news just to find out that he's listed as questionable, because if it was worse, he obviously would be out. And we would probably get some news from some of the bigger national insiders about, hey, Ben Thompson is going through something.
Skeezy, the way that he plays, too, I mean, it's a weird parallel, I guess, to draw here, but the way that he plays and how much he had played throughout the year, how hard he had played, you can argue that my man needed a few weeks off. Now, you'd rather do it without a high ankle sprain or the issues, right? But you can argue that the rest of his body, as you mentioned, could use a good 2-week break at this time of year.
He's never played this much basketball in his life.
I'm about to say,
never in his life, and it wasn't planned for him to play this much basketball this season until Jabari Smith Jr. went down, and then of course credit to him, Fred VanVleet went down, and so they had all of these injuries, and it allowed him to kind of be put in the spotlight to go out there and perform. And now we've seen everything else is history after that. He is solidified in the starting lineup, and as Ron said, arguably their best overall player if you consider everything from end to end. I expect him to be okay in the sense that he'll be available. What is the overall toll that both the minutes, the miles, and the injuries are going to take on him once they get to the playoffs? That remains to be seen.
Yeah, man, he can chill against the Jazz.
Yeah.
He can. Yeah,
the Jazz are so bad.
Yeah, and then they don't play again till Sunday against the Suns. He could. To me, I would you got to get that thing right. It's one thing all right, he was hurt, then we set him multiple days, then we brought him back, and then we got to sit him again. Let's make sure you get that thing right. All right, that's B. Scott. You catch him every single Wednesday right here at 4:40. You can catch him in the 11 o'clock hour as well. On Tuesdays on In the Loop. Catch all his work on SportsRadio610.com as he always does a great job. Coming up, a little 5 o'clock fire. Maybe there's some more moves for the Texans to make. They're clearing up more space. We'll tell you the latest about that, and more news about Ben Thompson there that was released, and this Aaron Rodgers and Pittsburgh Steelers leg added to that as well. All of that as we continue live right here on the
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
The Drive is live.
Well, hey, boys.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show and Cycle have the latest. And the latest, it is 5 o'clock. Fire from the text line. Rockets get no love. What the hell are you talking about?
Been once again in a really great mood today. Please don't piss me off, friend. Open your ear holes. Use them the proper way.
We just
We'll get through it.
Just talked about it.
We've been talking more Rockets than any damn voices you hear right here on Sports Radio 6 in the last 2 weeks. I don't know what what you possibly could be talking about.
Yeah. Now, I don't know if that is accurate, but I'm with it.
Go off, Queen.
Maybe they were saying we're not giving them enough love. I don't know. Love in terms of what they're going to do.
Wolfstead fans, I'm so happy.
Damn, he said I ain't playing to drop.
He said I ain't playing off that hangover.
He said I'm not playing to drop. Damn it, I am.
My voice sounds weird, doesn't it?
You're ready to get back on that horse, ain't you?
Yeah, there you go.
Hair of the dog.
There you go. Well, the Texans, and Clint, we've talked about this. We talked about it early to let people know, yes, the Texans will do what they need to do, just like all of the other teams around the league that are serious about winning, to create more cap space to be able to add players. And they have restructured multiple deals. And they've done another one, Clint. This, according to Aaron Wilson, Texans make changes to Danico Autry's deal, lowering his salary cap figure to $6.5 million, which was they're able to lower that cap number down, and that creates a little bit more salary cap for them to be able to use. And Clint, I know you have been on this about them potentially adding some more, and there are still some names out there. Still some names out there, and still some names out there in positions of need for the Texans. Wherever it is, anything that you're thinking, all right, yeah, these are some things that they still need to fill or some things they still need improvements. There are still some guys out there, Clint, and there is definitely a possibility with what they've been able to do with the cap and where they are, where they can make some additions.
Yeah, look, I think there's definitely some players out there that could help this team. I think there's definitely a need within the organization in the current structure on the offensive side of the football. I think there's definitely a way. There's either cap space or a way to get cap space to make some of these deals happen. I think if you look at the Texans roster overall, I think there's 4 places where they're either going to have to draft in these positions or acquire through free agency some players to fill some voids, and that's the interior offensive line, the wide receiver room, the running back room, and the interior defensive line. I think those are 4 areas where you could see the Texans make a concerted effort to add. Now, I had it my way, I would handle the wide receiver, the backup running back, the interior defensive line. I would handle that in the draft, and I would use whatever cap space. I would create whatever cap space I needed to go get a true blue, experienced interior offensive line. If they do that, I'm going to feel really, really good about what the moves that they've made on this offensive line. And there's guys out there. Will Hernandez is a guy that's coming from the Arizona Cardinals. He's coming back from an injury, so that's slowed his free agency a little bit, but he's a really, really good player. Would be a big-time upgrade, plug-and-play starter on this offensive line. I think Dalton Reisner is a really good one that's still out there. That's a guard-center combo, so he can help you at 2 different positions, really 3 if you talk about left, right, and the center position. You look at Brandon Scherf, who was in Jacksonville. We all know his name from his run-in with Azeez Al-Shaair last year after Azeez hit Trevor Lawrence with that forearm. He's still out there. There's a couple of other guys. You mentioned the Andrews. David Andrews.
David Andrews,
the center, the longtime center in New England. Everything I've read, it looks like he still wants to play and is, again, coming off of shoulder surgery, I believe it is. So that could be slowing his next move. But those are all guys that I think would upgrade this offensive line, would be huge additions for C.J. Stroud, Cole Popovich, the offensive line coach, and Nick Caley, the offensive coach. Multiple guys out there that are available, and I would like to see this team address the interior offensive line in free agency and all the other spots I mentioned in the draft as they move forward. That would be ideal for me, Ron.
Yeah, to me, when I look at the list that's out there, I'm with you. The receiver, like for what the Texans need, the receiver, I'm not seeing it. Like Amari Cooper, I'm good on that. I didn't like what we saw from him late. I think I would rather go younger for somebody. He's the number 1 free agent left, but the guy like Keenan Allen, I don't think is a good receiver. I don't think that's what maybe they need. It does feel like speed is something that they need to have on there. And the only one that really has that is somebody I couldn't imagine seeing coming back, and that's Deontay Johnson.
Yeah.
Right.
Agreed.
And so the rest of that. But I think maybe filling the void, as you talked about, interior offensive line, but also maybe interior defensive line. I think there are some options there. If you want to go with somebody like Foley Fatukasi, who that option is there. If you want to go with somebody that's a veteran, as I said earlier, like Calais Campbell, who is one of those guys that are up there. I think there are some spots to fill from a interior defensive lineman that'll be more ready to play immediately, as opposed if you're taking a chance on somebody in the draft. So I definitely think they're not just clearing up a little bit of this money for nothing. I think there is potential to see another serious contributor added before the season ends. I don't think that's by accident how they've done this thing. So that is the latest there. They cleared up some cap space with Danico Autry, one of many guys they've been able to do that with. And we'll see what the next moves are.
Yeah. 5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint. Cam Hayward kind of got in some things where he made some statements. And I think, as you said, it was a bit overblown. It felt like he made some statements about, like, hey, either pick Pittsburgh or not. Are you going to come to us?
You want to be a Steeler or not?
With Aaron Rodgers, who it looks like those two are going to have some sort of a union, just not sure in the hell when it's going to happen. But Cam Hayward, the veteran defensive tackle for the Steelers, wanted to clarify himself. He said, when I look at our team right now, it would be really cool to have a guy like Aaron Rodgers, but I can't be the guy who gets it over the finish line. He's got to make those decisions himself. I'm excited to see what happens. He's kind of I don't even know if it's really changing his tune.
Well,
he made it very clear.
He actually came out in that podcast and said what I said was a response to going into the darkness or whatever.
That question.
And it was taken completely out of context. And I don't have any problems with Aaron Rodgers, and it's just typical of anything that involves Aaron Rodgers getting taken completely out of context. And now it looks like the Steelers are going to get him. And it's not bad blood, but just some level some level of friction, if you will, that should never exist, right? And I tip my cap to Cam Hayward for going on the podcast and clearing the air before Aaron Rodgers becomes a Steelers. Not that, look, it may have never been anything, but the distractions that are caused by things being taken out of context are they're getting to a ridiculous point when it involves Aaron Rodgers, and it's good to see Cam Hayward kind of just step out there and beforehand clear it up.
Yeah, because he could have just, I guess, sat back and just let it go because it don't mean much. I don't think, Clint, I don't know. I don't think his comments would be the difference of if Aaron Rodgers would go there or not. But when the hell is this gonna happen? That's the silliness. Honestly, if he's gonna play football, there's really nowhere else to go, right? I mean, unless San Francisco, decides, I guess, to move off Purdy and don't want to pay him, which I don't think.
Yeah, look, I think
they don't have to.
The Minnesota
you think
general
that's still alive?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I'm just the Minnesota general manager is answering questions about it and talking about how close Aaron Rodgers and Kevin O'Connell actually are, and they'll always be friends. There's always going to be an open door there, and so he's not shutting it down completely, right? So I don't know what the hell the holdup is. I'm Pittsburgh. Now, if I'm a Pittsburgh player, I don't give a rip. It's not. I can't control it. But if I'm the front office, like at some point we got to push Aaron to, hey man, we've got to make future plans, and not that you whether you're here or not, it's going to change our draft this year. But we would like to know that, hey, we got Aaron Rodgers in camp or not, and then the Shuck kid out of Louisville is somebody that's on their radar, I think, and even Jackson Dart, I think, could be on their radar if he slides and doesn't go as high as people think. And so to clear up that space before the draft, I could see where they would be, maybe the front office would be pushing to get something done. But other than that, I mean, hell, Aaron Rodgers deciding if he wants to play at 42, Aaron Rodgers deciding, a 30-plus, maybe even a $40 million decision. Like, yeah, man, I mean, I don't have a problem with him taking his time until it starts getting to a point where it's interfering with what the hell this front office is going to do.
I have been wondering, is Aaron just sitting here waiting until the draft to watch and see? All right, I want to specifically see who's going to be in this quarterback.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't think so.
Like you ain't gonna get my ass like somebody got tricked. Somebody got tricked last year and they drafted a quarterback. Who was it that drafted a quarterback and they thought they were going to be the starter there?
Kirk Cousins.
Yes, Kirk Cousins got himself tricked.
Yeah, he was going to get. You'll get Kirk Cousins.
I wonder if Aaron's like, nah, let's just wait till the draft and see if y'all go up here and try to Jackson. I go. But even with that, though, I just don't know where else he would go. Cleveland? I don't know where else.
I've said it from the jump, man. The Minnesota thing is an obvious game changer for him, but especially if I didn't know he knew Aaron. I didn't know him and Kevin O'Connell were that close. And apparently, they're really tight. To me, this is a no-brainer, man. I mean, I'm on record. Look, I don't think anywhere in the league, but if we're talking specifically, like I don't think the Steeler uniform, wearing the Steeler uniform is as big a deal now across the NFL landscape as it was 10 years ago, 20 years ago. I don't think that carries any weight anymore. I just don't. But there's still something there about Mike Tomlin you got to have some trust in. You got some serious weapons that one of them they just paid for, the other one maybe just as good. I mean, you got a real chance, man, that if you're even remotely close to as good as people think you are, even as good as they think you are at 40, 41, 42, however old he is, like, boy, you got a real chance to make a run, man. Like, it's going to be up to you and your ability if this team can make a run or not. It just seems to be an unbelievably good fit.
It's that simple.
I mean,
the only one.
Well, yeah, not to mention it's the last one.
5 o'clock fire.
I do want to bring this back up. If you weren't listening during our Rockets report, the last segment, Tyler came through in the middle of that with news on Amen Thompson. Amen Thompson missed last night's game as they beat the Hawks 121-114. He missed last. Obviously, if you remember, he missed several games with that a little bit ago. Also, Steven Adams, who is having a right wrist issue. Both of them are listed as questionable for the game on Thursday in Utah. And, look, we don't know the injury issue and where they are, the percentage of how close they are. All we know is Amen Thompson, coming off of an off day, couldn't play yesterday. He has another off day today, and they're listing him as questionable. And he is so valuable and going to be so important as they reach the postseason. For me, I would give as much rest to that ankle. I know some people don't like to hear that, especially with the NBA and guys getting time off. But as we're getting close to the finish line, as Brandon said, this is the most action we've seen him have, and maybe it wasn't even the plan for him to play this much. To me, really give him rest, really give him time. Especially what he's going to be called to do.
Yeah, I would give him all the rest you need, man. I mean, right now you're in a really good spot in that 2 seed with what are they? 2 games ahead.
Game and a half or so.
Game and a half ahead of the 3. I mean, and the last thing you need is him to get out there and roll that thing over again, and that thing go right back to loosey goosey and painful as hell. And so I'm with you, man. I'd sit him as long as you can, man. Yeah. I'd sit him as long as you can.
Yeah, he's the guy that's going to guard the toughest guy on the other teams and still be expected to. All right, come up as we continue here. Stephon Diggs got paid, got big money, and the thought and the dream of him potentially coming back, that is over. Do you think by season's end, do you get the feel that the Texans will regret not bringing Stephon Diggs back to this team? We'll discuss that coming up.
All right, if you're out there and you are dealing with chronic joint pain, you hit
The Texas Children's Houston Open is here.
Number 1 and number 2 in the world coming to Houston. Great weather, great sport, great course at Memorial Park. Is going to be a heck of a week.
Get ready for a golf experience like no other this Thursday through Sunday. Don't miss out. Visit tchouopen.com/tickets to secure your tickets today.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Oh, Stephon Diggs went ahead and got himself paid, didn't he? 3 years, $69 million. Now, within that, $26 million guaranteed on that. So that's not quite to the 70 that the contract makes out to be, but 3 years, $69 million. And we knew the Patriots were looking for a weapon for Drake May. They had made attempts at trying to get multiple guys this year, DK Metcalf, others, and they go ahead and go with Stephon Diggs. And obviously, Clint, that means that the Texans will not be bringing back Stephon Diggs, and that chapter is closed. There was a thought, and I know there were some of you who, and he is not going to be back. I think the conversation I see in some people that are texting in already, do you think there's going to be regret? You think there's going to be regret by the end of the year that the Texans didn't bring Stephon Diggs back?
Well, I think that depends for me. I mean, I want to immediately say no, but the reality of it is the shape of the wide receiver room right now. I think if this group right now of wide receivers is what they start training camp with, and they continue on the path of that Nick Caserio, do more with less, spread money out across the board here and put a lot of weight on the quarterback's shoulders to be right a majority of the time, then I think you're going to get smothered. I think you're going to have some real problems, and I think you would absolutely regret not bringing in Stephon Diggs. Absolutely. Now, if they do what I think they're going to do, which is I think they're going to draft a wide receiver early, and if they do that, then the answer is immediately and without a doubt no. So I think it depends on – for me, it depends on the answer to the question of regretting not bringing Steph Diggs back is going to depend on how they go into camp. The current roster, wide receiver room, the way it's structured, yeah, they're going to have some real problems.
Yeah, and I just can't believe that's how that thing's going to roll, that they are going to roll with it the way it is. To me,
what the boys did to Brady in New England when in the last few years was, whew.
I don't think they're going to do that to CJ.
I mean,
not with a brand new.
So I wouldn't think so, Ron. But like
with a brand new OC that's never done it before.
The more and more we watch this offense and how it comes together, this is a Nick Caserio New England-like offense. The decisions they're making, the way they're building it, I'm telling you, man, it is. It looks more and more like Nick Caserio's driving that offensive ship with the Houston Texans with the more and more decisions that they make. So we'll see.
Yeah, when I just look at the player Stephon Diggs, and this, for me, I think there's got to be in the draft. There's got to be in the draft, whatever. There is going to be another impact receiver they have with expectations. When I say expectations, I believe higher than Hutchinson, Watson, and John Mechie. I think there's going to be that player added to the team. And I just, like, for me, Clint, I feel like we are rolling more with Stephon Diggs, that he is becoming one of those players that's more name than actually his game right now.
Agreed.
And like, if I were a Patriots fan, maybe my thought is, well, we needed to get a veteran in here. We need to grab something. So yeah, that's it. But I don't think he is the same player that he was, or the same player, a Pro Bowler, an All-Pro those years with Buffalo, and hell, even a guy who started off, who played pretty well off Nico last year.
Right.
But again, coming off of an ACL, another year older. That's my thing is, I don't think this isn't like losing. Like, I think the Texans are going to be hurt by losing Tank Dell, right? Like, I obviously with what he brings to the table. I think Christian Kirk can at the very least give you what Stephon Diggs was giving you, and if not more, just to where they are age-wise and what they've done, and we've seen it. He was a near 1,200-yard receiver a couple of years ago in Jacksonville. Some from the people, from the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610. I don't think Diggs did anything special here. He took away Tank's catches and was highly used, but was more meh than wow when he was here with the Texans. If we get Golden in the draft, it makes up for it. Ron, hell yeah, the Texans are going to miss Diggs. Nobody knows if Tank Dell will be the same after his injuries.
Yeah, I mean, whether it's Tank Dell comes back sooner than everybody thinks, or they draft and hit a guy, or they bring in another free agent, if they make another move, I do not believe that they miss Steph Diggs one bit. And I'm taking all things into consideration.
Your thought is, if
they have enough right now, and we're gonna go in there and draft a wide receiver in the 4th round or the 5th round, and talk about all the 4th or 5th rounders that have hit over the last 20 years in the NFL. Like, yeah, that I think you're gonna end up missing the caliber receiver that Steph Diggs is. Now you look up at New England. I mean, look, I don't know that Steph's got 3 years worth of $20+ million a year in him. But you got to take into consideration what we experienced here with a young quarterback, right? He's going up there with Drake May. I think he's going to be great with Drake May, the same way he was here with C.J. Stroud, along with John Mechie and Tank Dell and all these guys. Like, I think there's no doubt about it that the leadership part of Steph Diggs is factored into that $23 million a year. Up in New England for the next 3 years. Like, I think that's probably a big part of what New England sees in him.
See, I'm just,
but I don't think Steph Diggs didn't do anything special last year that I was like, man, you got to bring this dude back. And I don't think anybody else felt that, or they'd have brought him back.
Yeah, I think we're operating in two slightly different thoughts. Like, for me, I am convinced that they are going to add somebody of significance to the wide receiver room. Wow. And you just created a scenario in which you could see all the way until the mid to late rounds, and that be potentially the answer.
Look, Ron, for me, let me.
If they were to do that, who's the guy? Like, who's the third receiver?
When?
Like, if they were to not, like, let's say
John
they don't.
Mechie. Nah, you think I'm joking when I'm talking about this C.J. Stroud's
John
best
Mechie
buddy?
to play where, on the outside?
I mean, they're gonna make it work. Do more with less.
No, there's no chance.
I'm telling you, man. I'm not saying it's going to happen.
I'll kiss your ass in that town square. I'll do it.
Look, I hope D'Amico Ryans trumps it.
Plum lipstick.
This has got